Cheers. Right, stay up.
This is the one to just tell them I'm trying to find a guest.
Alex will be right back. Welcome everyone. Alex is going to try and find a guest. Hope everyone's feeling well. We're on to hour 9. Feeling alright to be fair as well. I'm actually going to move to this one. I did actually sort this out. There we go. That's better. Welcome everyone to Speak Up 2023 Liveathon. My name's Luke Newman. I am the founder of Fermenter Talk. I'm with Alex for the whole 24 hours this year. Don't forget that we are raising money for CPSL Mind. At the moment, the total stands at 755. So you can go to the Shifties page, have a look at the Just Giving link on there, please, and try and donate as much as you can. I know it's a bit of a tough time at the moment, so any money can help right now. And hopefully, if we raise enough money, it will go towards it, supporting actually a civilised mental health campaign just based in St Neots. So we need to raise as much money as we can. Keep those comments going, please, as well. I'm just going to go back on there because I missed it. Like I said, Alex is trying to find a guest. Hi, Courtney, you're back up. Hope work goes all right. I hope you've got enough sleep, bless you. And yeah, for our television on there, have a little comment to us, please. We've had the first 4 guests in this morning, absolutely buzzing. They were absolutely incredible. We've got some amazing stories, and that's what it's all about. You know, some people with disabilities who you know, thrive on that and actually use it as a benefit and work wonders with the community. Absolutely amazing. Thanks very much, Jamie. Yeah, I've had a bit of a boost actually since speaking to you as well. I think you know the conversations we've had the last 4 have really given me a boost of energy. So hopefully this keep going for the next I don't know 16 hours we've got left. Actually, that means we're a third way through this. Well, that's really gone through. Hello, Tom. Just quick say hello. Happy to start work. It's Tommy from the Ruben Walls. Yes, I do know Tom. You, mate. Mate, hope you're well. Good luck with work, mate. You're going strong, mate. Absolute inspiration to us, mate. So keep going, mate. Really, yeah, doing well. Yes, so we'll be here till midnight tonight. So we've got another 16 hours to go. We've got lots of guests. We've got 36 in total. So another 32 to go. A lot of great people coming up later on as well. Just keep those comments going if you can, please, everyone. Oh yes, morning. Oh no, you can't leave that hanging. Sam, morning, gents. What? Come on, what are you doing? Yeah, like I said, we're raising money for CPSL Mind, and I don't know if you can see really at the background there is that every single person that comes in is actually signing that shirt. So by the end of it, it's going to look great. Morning, gents. There you go, Sam. Brilliant. Morning, gents. Watching while ironing. Absolutely tremendous. That's what I like doing actually in my spare time. Is doing that. Yes, Mr. Justin Lee. Morning. I see you at 2 p.m. Can't wait to see you, mate. I haven't seen you for a while. So it'll be great to catch up. Got a lot of us coming back on now. Brilliant. Don't know where Alex is though. Still trying to find that guest. Actually, we've got a bit of a surprise guest coming up actually, which would be great. So while we're waiting, it does say Luke and Alex, but Alex has gone out, so I'll just introduce myself again. My name's Luke Newman, and I am I've been running Fermenter Talk for the last 3 years. It's a chance for us men to get together and start talking about our mental health, which a lot of us men don't do. We've been going for 3 years now, really expanded now to St Neots, as well as Biggleswade, Gambling Day, Sandy. We have virtual meetings as well. We also do a walk-in event on the back of what Justin and Steve, what you do amazingly well at St Neots. We do that once a month in Biggleswade. Last year we did a marathon. So what you don't know is, what you may not know, sorry, is with the London Marathon now, you can actually do it from the comfort of your own home. So you can actually do it virtually. As long as you do 26.2 miles in 24 hours, you actually get a London Marathon medal. So we did that. So 7 of us did that last year. And we're actually going to do it again this year. So it's actually going in April. So we start training on the end of January. Yeah, and it'll be April. What's the most surprising learning from starting a business, Jamie? That's a great question. To be honest, it's all the technicalities and all the financial things you need to do as well. So obviously, I didn't know the first thing about business. So it's also knowing that you've got to do your accounts. You know, you've got the end of year accounts. You've got a lot of other things as well involved with it. So it's all documentation as well. So from a community interest company that I run, It's not too much documentation, but again, because I don't know A to Z, I had to start all over again. And Mr. Alex Hughes has returned.
Found him.
You found him?
Yes.
Excellent.
Mike found him.
I did.
Barrington.
Brilliant.
He's in
Brilliant.
the green room. He's in the green
Excellent.
room.
And Alex has come back. Alex, see you, mate. We'll swap.
You going on that side?
Yeah, I'll go that side, yeah.
Whoa, how we doing, everyone? I've seen lots of love in the comments.
Yeah, we've been chatting.
Seeing the streams going up, lovely. Thank you, everyone. So, what's the most surprising learning from starting the business?
Talking to me, I've already.
You already
You
done
missed it, mate. We've had loads of
you already done it?
conversations.
Oh, right, fine, all right. So, just to recap, right? So, from after this, so you've got 15 minutes. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
And then after that, we have got back to back.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Till 11 p.m.
Yeah,
tonight.
actually, I'm going to go side. That's better.
All right. for
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
And then when the guests.
I'll go over.
Good shout. I like
Yeah.
It. I like it. He's all over it today. So, look, guys, this is hugely important. This campaign, third year running, off the back of this, we're going to have over 100 interviews that we're going to be putting up on a landing page. They'll be evergreen for everyone to learn from. I mean, just the 4 guests we've had already.
On them forwards, talking about a minute ago, while you're away, they were unbelievable.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, man. It's just going to keep going and going and going and going. But look, we're doing this for a good cause. See, glad the Arsenal shirt's been taken. Don't worry about it. I don't want to affect any fundraising. You know, don't judge me for being a gooner. It all goes to a good cause. CPSL Mind do incredible work, and we want to raise £5,000 through this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Between now and the end of February, when this campaign ends, this is all about speaking up. Today is apparently Blue Monday.
Absolute rubbish.
It's the most depressing day of the year.
Absolute rubbish.
And we're not happy with it. So we want to make today a brighter day. And the guests that we've got lined up are going to do exactly that. Exactly that.
Well, they've got a lot of calibre to live up to, though. Them first 4 were amazing.
I know, right? So look, I really appreciate your support. And what you can do right now for us, over the next 10 minutes, if you can share this, whether you're watching on LinkedIn, if you're watching on Facebook, whether you're watching on YouTube, share this across different platforms for us. Comment and tag someone who should be having this stream on the back of, in the background throughout today, or the foreground if you really want to get involved.
Yeah.
And then just keep liking and interacting with the post. And please do engage throughout the guests. I promise you, we'll try and get to the comments and stuff going on.
Yeah.
And if we can get you involved in a conversation, we absolutely will do. We really appreciate everyone's support for this. It's a massive thing.
It is.
And
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right.
I feel good, you know.
I think 9 o'clock. I need the coffee.
So it's late.
I've had no caffeine, so I need to perk up a little bit.
I've had 2 chewing gums and 2 apples.
Yeah, well, Christine promised us a croissant at 10.
Croissant.
Yeah, we got a croissant coming at 10, which is nice, right? We got some caffeine, some croissants, and please do in the comments where are you watching from? What are you hoping to learn from today? What are you speaking up for? You know, off the back of today, what could you be speaking up for when it comes to mental health? That's what we want to know. Well, how is this message going to spread?
Yeah.
And I hear we were on ITV Anglia this morning.
We were, yep.
And again last night, obviously.
Yep.
I assume it was the same one.
I have no idea. My work colleague texted me this morning and said you were on Anglia News again this morning.
Oh, lovely. Well, so thanks to ITV, thanks to BBC Radio County.
BBC 3 Counties Radio.
Yeah, thank you for your support. And Black Cat as well. Really appreciate all your support, all the publicity. It all helps. It all helps us get this message out there. Today is a brighter day. It's a brighter day. Good morning, Daniel. I hope to see you later. Thank you, Rachel. Cannot wait to see Rachel at 2:30.
Just sending out my MailChimp newsletter to all my 350 contacts. Say the Liveathon is now on.
There we go. Look at that. Well, we're popping. It's all going on. It's all going on. So, in 10 minutes' time, we're going to have Carl come on, who used to work with Mike.
Ah, okay.
So they're both Romsey Mill. So obviously Carl is at Romsey Mill now, but Mike used to be Romsey Mill.
Right.
So I don't know how that all intertwines how I met them all, probably Rachel. I don't think that's probably Rachel Howes is like the connector of everything community focused.
Do you know what? I can't wait to see Rachel because we've communicated via messages a lot.
Have you not met?
I've never met.
Oh, you're going to love Rachel.
Yeah.
Morning, Mum.
Ah.
How's my boy? The Romsey Mill posse, absolutely. So guys, yeah, of course it was. Yeah, absolutely. So we are up to now. Let me just do a quick check on the phone.
Yeah, we haven't done that for a while.
I think we're up. Let's have a look. So you can add another 25, or we have to do the math here. £21. No, sorry, £31.25p. You can't do the points on there.
No.
We'll come back to it.
We'll
update it when it goes up in like 15 days. And also a big shout out to Rico, who
Legend.
was on. I think he got on about 12:15. He didn't leave till about 2.
2:30, yeah.
So big shout out to Rico, who did some of the night shift with us. I told you it would fly by.
It really has. It's a bit scary. You've got to think about it. It's like a working day gone. 8 hours.
Well,
not for small entrepreneurs, no.
16, mate. Bless you. No, we're looking forward to seeing you, Rachel.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. And actually, for what you're coming to share as well, is amazing. So let's do a quick check in who we're going to hear from next. We've got Carl Lewis, other known as KD, from Romsmill. So we're going to hear all about KD when he gets in a minute. I'm so happy he's here in person as well. Makes a big difference. Who else we got after that? Then, so that's 9. That's 8:30. Then 9, we have. Let's have a look. Laura Davenport Ray.
And she just this message put a comment on it. That
Oh,
second.
hey! Well,
Good timing.
The green room's warmed up. Kettle's boiled. Get yourself in here.
Daniel, it's really nice for you about a pint, but I can't have a pint because I literally will have a pint and fall asleep.
Well, I tell you what. Yeah, after like 10, maybe like 9 or something. Well, you've got to drive home, haven't you? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, fair enough. It's appreciated.
It's very much appreciated. Diet Coke, that'll be all right. Thanks, Daniel. Yeah.
Do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Who else we got? So then we got Steve Greenall, 9:30, who will be hot off his shift at Black Cat Radio.
And has he played Whitney Houston?
Yeah, someone needs to tag Steve Greenall
Again,
and ask him if he's played Whitney Houston yet. Thank you, Menel. Big shout out to Menel. At your bakery's added a lot of value down Crosskeys Muse, and they've donated some prizes as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they always go down well. The baked goods always go down when the prizes. Big love, Sarah.
Oh,
thank you.
she's said for ages.
I don't know. Are you coming to see us, Sarah, today? Or Sarah's moved a long way away.
Yeah, I know she has.
So I don't know if you'll be up here, but thank you for your support, Mr. Kershaw.
Oh, legend.
It's all right, man. It's all good. You're here and you're supporting as always. I've just seen you shared it up on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
I try to keep up with the socials. It's really difficult, obviously, because I'm speaking most of the time. But yeah, really appreciate everyone who keeps sharing it. So please do continue to do that. I realise it's early. Let's disrupt people's breakfast. The next guest we've got coming on is going to be absolute fire. So I'm going to go get KD.
Yeah, so loads of people have opened my email already. Really, because you put Liveathon now.
Yeah, that's the way to
Done.
do it. Urgency.
Yeah, get
Urgency. On. What was your before we go get KD? What was your favourite moment so far from?
Oh, don't do that.
Oh, pick. Okay.
Generally, I did like the what are they called? Not the promises. What are they called? So, Tyler's is creeping in already.
What from Mike's?
Yeah. Well, not promises, were they? What are they called?
Demands.
No.
Permissions.
Permissions. There you go. I love them permissions, but I've got something out of all of them. I really have.
I think a common thread has been self-awareness.
Absolutely.
Self-awareness has been a common thread. There you are. Look, Neil Thompson, strength permissions. Mate, big
permissions
love, Neil.
saying, Neil, honestly, sorry, it's because my tiredness is creeping in. I've forgotten about all the terms, but trust me, they were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I think that, like I say, I think self-awareness has come through in all of that. I learned so much from Jamie.
Yes.
Like I think he's given me permission to explore that superpower further, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know Jamie more.
I think it's massively inspirational, by the way, as well.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, what he shared was brilliant.
It shows
Brilliant.
determination in spite of some obstacles.
Yeah, and they're external as well.
Yep.
You know, what you've been told, what you can and can't be,
Which
and
is
then
wrong to do.
to internalise that, understand it, become self-aware of it, and then turn it into a superpower and be able to
Absolutely.
talk about it with such like clarity. Amazing.
I loved it.
Okay, cool, wicked. What's Christine saying that? Not tell you, Luke, that at the very end of this, just after midnight, before you go home, you get tested all the speakers. Yeah, you got to go on camera after this. After 24 hours, you got to go on camera and summarise each speaker.
Brilliant. Thanks, Christine.
And by the way, we're having you can't quite see on the camera, but every guest is going to sign this shirt. So we have over 36 signatures on there, and they'll go on the wall as legacy for Speak Up for future years, which I think is brilliant.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. Whose idea was that?
That was all you,
Thanks, mate.
All you, mate. All you. I've got a different kind of shirt to bring out later when Jamie's on. Right, I'm gonna go get the boy himself. Let me go get KD. I'll be back in a moment. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's only clips in, it's fine.
That's what
Do the
tighten
bottom.
it up.
Yeah, just tighten the bottom.
This is live.
Technical.
Only me.
Speak Up 2023. I did it earlier. It's my fault, blame me.
Back on it, and everyone gets a nice picture of my boxes.
Lovely.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let me just get back on the comments. Okay, so we are live back. Next guest. So your first guest on the new stream, because we have to do 3 streams. Social media doesn't let you do a 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
You're kicking us off on this first
Yes.
stream. So you were with us last year. So
Yep.
for those that don't know who you are,
Yep.
who's KB?
First and foremost, I'm a father, I'd say. That's my most important job.
Yeah.
But obviously, my occupation, it's hard, because yes, I'm employed as a youth worker, but I feel like I'm doing more than youth work at this point, or using tools to engage with the youth in a different way. But I'm probably pushing more than I should be. Than I should be. I feel like
Now?
yeah, 100% more now than I was. So when I've started, so it's occupation youth work. I've said music is my strongest point of engaging with young people because of my passion for music.
Yeah.
And then from there, learning different things. Like if a young person's like, getting hold of music's hard for free. Because I haven't got money to, and then I'm like, right, well, let me go and try and learn. You know what I mean? And so then my thing is all in-house. I'm trying to make everything in-house. And I feel like that is a lot of Romsey Mill way, definitely in terms of the people I work with anyway, videos, whatever. So from there pushing, and then things have just happened from there. You know what I mean? Like positive things, which should make me maybe push more.
You push at a community level. Right?
Yeah.
You're part of the same community that you serve.
100%.
So you're not coming outside in. You're coming.
No, apart from Peterborough.
Yeah. So you're doing work with people right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
But even I feel like that's
What's
my
the
community.
difference? And what's the difference in experience for you going Peterborough to your roots?
Because when you grow up somewhere and people know your CV, as in life, like young people might be like, oh, that's me, like that's so and so's cousin, or my mum knows him, so it makes it a lot easier. That it's not as hard work because they already have that thing of some sort of similarity or whatever. Like their mum or their dad might be like, oh yeah, I know him from da da da. So then it just makes it easier, the work easier. Peterborough, I didn't have that. You know what I mean? It's literally starting from the get-go and gaining trust from young people, especially vulnerable young people's tough, 100%. But I'm so glad I went there though. There's so many diamonds.
Really?
The talent in Peterborough is crazy.
Really?
I've heard that, as well, previously, yeah.
Crazy.
So are you able to then? So have you got the services now in Peterborough to support them with music?
Yep.
Sweet. So give us a bit of a rundown on, because you cover, that's your area for Romsey.
Yep.
People know who Romsey Mill are.
Yep.
If they don't, then go check out Romsey Mill.
100%.
That's the umbrella of support of what's going on there.
Yep.
But from your frame of reference, from your perspective, what does Romsey Mill do and be for those young people?
Romsey Mill for me is a starting of a foundation of a dream. If you have a dream or there's something that you want to do, Romsey Mill will somehow try and help you get to your dream. Do you know what I'm saying? Make it a reality, really. That's how I see it anyway. You know what I'm saying?
It did for you.
100%. You know what I mean? Like I love my job, and I'm very lucky for the young people that I get to meet. You know what I mean? Different journeys, a lot of crazy stories and stuff. But I learn a lot from young people as much as they probably learn from me. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, like if someone's story, some of these young people's story are crazy. I'm thinking at my big age, I don't know if I could handle what you're going through. Do you know what I'm saying? And for you to still be on your feet and be as talented as you are and still believe is amazing to me. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, for me, Rumsey Mill, that is what it is. But then you've got like obviously different
of course.
parts of Rumsey Mill. You know, like the nursery or what.
Amazing.
But again, 100%. But again, that's a parent that is looking to do something in life, but needs child support of their child. Well, that's also can be a dream, can't it? So yeah.
Massively needed right now, though.
100%. Rumsey Mill is the place, mate. Like for me, like I know like city council and that, yeah, but like it's just different at Rumsey. Do you know what I mean? People there are amazing. They go beyond, above and beyond for people. Like, I see it every day. Do you know what I'm saying? And the older I've got, so when I've started having children and watch what they do for different parts of Rumsey do for people, it's crazy.
It's quite a common thing though this morning about it's grassroots with kids as well. Show them the right way. It leads them into adulthood.
100%.
Do you know what I mean? And you know this as well. I'm a massive passionate about music. I DJ for 20 years.
Yep.
I've done it for a while now. But music and mental health goes like real together for me.
Yep.
And I love the idea with music where you get lost in it. Do you know what I mean? So say you're going through some troubles. Doesn't matter what you're doing. For child, adult, no matter what, you put your favourite album on. You put it for an hour.
Yeah.
You get lost in it. You forget all about your worries, and you if it's your favourite artist as well, you resonate with the lyrics as well.
100%.
So you take that into your life. Right? I just love music so much.
Music's very powerful, very, very powerful. Like I didn't really realise how powerful it is until I've seen it actually transform people's lives. I've had young people that aren't doing great at school, but are very intelligent. It's just tapping into the intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And the music's and now one of them's at uni. One of them's in Miami right now at university in Miami.
Man.
Like he's rang me the other nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like they're ringing me like. Yes, you know what I mean?
I'll be like that. Where's my ticket?
Well, I am. I'm like, listen, you hear me? You're big, you're grown now, yeah? Like, when can man come see you on holiday and that, you know what I'm saying? But just see, like, the person in Miami is actually studying politics.
Wow.
You know what I mean? But he came through the music at Rumsey.
Yeah.
And he is something different, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to change the world. Like, I believe that young person is definitely going to change the world. And like his passion for politics, like man goes and has lunch with Jeremy Corbyn. Like it's nuts.
That
Facts.
is nuts.
Facts. We got 1 year.
Is that did I meet?
Yes, I think you did.
Oh, what's his name?
1 year. 1 year.
Oh man, I follow him on social.
Yeah,
I met this guy, and I'm like, so our next guest, so Lara Davenport Ray, is a counsellor.
Okay.
And when we're talking about so we got Stephen Ferguson on later. We've got a few people around in and around politics. I spend a lot of time with Stephen Ferguson, who's the chair of the Cambridgeshire County Council. We talk a lot about getting youth involved in politics. This man wants to be like the guy. Yeah. When I met him last, he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to be the mayor of Cambridge."
Yeah. I believe him. Yes.
It's about people like that going into politics though, who know.
But no, this is the difference. When he wasn't talking about it because he's excited about politics, he was talking about it from a place of like community,
but also making a difference.
He wants to make change.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And if politics is that vehicle, he'll take it. But it's up to us as citizens, as those that are in politics, to give those young people a voice.
100%.
And I think if some of these people spent a week shadowing, working in places like Romsey Mill, and understanding social care in that way, you will understand. You will find them. This guy.
Yeah, 100%.
This guy. Oh, big shout out to him, man. He's in Miami.
He's in Miami.
What a guy,
now.
man. I'm so proud of him. That's amazing.
I understand. He had to switch of a student, for 6 months. Someone from there came, I'm guessing.
Okay, fine.
On there.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
and he loves American culture as it is. He has a clothing
He's
brand.
got a great energy, man.
He's very inspiring. He inspires me. I think when he hears me say that, he's like, what? But it's nuts.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
So I've seen. So there's a couple of things I want to touch on, but I can't go past the first point you made.
Yeah.
Which was, I said to, who are you? You said, I'm a father. I know how much that means to you.
Yeah, 100%.
And last time I saw you, last year, you were zoomed in.
Yep.
And I think we got a glimpse of your family because you're in amongst it all. How's family life? How's fatherhood?
Fatherhood's hard. It's the best. It's hard. You know, God's blessed me with 3 daughters. Yeah. I don't think He wanted me to have a son in it. Like. You know
mate, as you got some weddings to pay for as well, mate.
That's what I'm saying. And, it's the best thing in the world, but it's the hardest thing in the world. You know, I'd never change it but it's hard. You know, they're yours, aren't they? Like, you know, and you only want the best for them. I've got my eldest right now she just got Cinderella. Yeah, she does acrobatics and whatever else, and she's like, I'm a Liverpool supporter.
Oh, sorry,
yes.
man. Sorry, guys.
But the problem is, you see what my daughter's an Arsenal supporter. So
yeah, good girl.
And I'm saying to her, like, I'm your dad. Like, I'm your father. Do you understand? You're
my first son is a Tottenham fan.
Okay,
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Wow, yeah, that's peak. But my daughter caught me out because my daughter's like, I was like, you should support who your dad supports, yeah. She's like, so who does granddad support? My dad.
Yeah, who do?
And it's Arsenal. So she's like, her thing is, I'm carrying on family legacy. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you're a pig. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, but father, yes, it's amazing. I love it. I love it. And my other two, one of them's like a little Italian. You know what I'm saying? And my youngest is just getting massive as well. So
beautiful, man. Well, I couldn't go past that because you said it.
Yeah, that's the most important. Do you know? Like, I take that into work with me. You know, like with young people. You know what I mean? Like, I make sure, because, you know, I just feel like it's important for them to see me as a father, like. Because
but that person may not have a father figure in their lives,
and I didn't. So that's my thing to them. Like, to the males that I have, you know what I mean? I want them to, if they're looking at me like, I want to be like Kay.
Yeah.
That's one of the important things for me. I let them be around my kids and stuff all the time. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of them got a tight relationship, especially with my eldest, because she's come to work with me a lot. I just think it's important to see. That's when you'll see a true person, I think, when they're around their children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's
100%.
why I like them to see me around my kids. You know what I mean? So
I love it when it happens as well. You know, occasionally when I go to a market stall and promote for Men to Talk in the book, sometimes my boy will take over the
He loves it. I see him. He loves it, man.
Literally, he's 12 years old and he'll take over the store. He'll talk about Ferment to Talk in my book, and I watch him. Sometimes I have tears in my eyes because it's just the proudest moment, isn't it?
100%.
When your kids believe in the work you're doing, it's the best feeling in the world.
100%.
Beautiful,
100%.
beautiful words. Got a great message of support here. So Christine went to Romsey Mills. This is my partner in life. We just got a 4-month-old baby.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, cheers. So she said, I went to Romsey Mills summer party last year. It was amazing to see so many young people from different backgrounds and their families in one place. You could feel in the room the impact Romsey Mill has had. So a huge shout out to you and all the work you do.
Thank you.
It's like, for me, what's a typical day for you? It's probably a bit different on a day-to-day basis, but what is a typical?
It is, to be fair. A typical day, like today, I'm going to Hampton. We have after school group. We have older groups that have probably been to prison. We have, I'm trying to think, people that are at college. Like, you get so many different walks of lives coming through any projects at Romsey, you know what I mean, in Hampton. But so many, like, one is a great example. Like, he's in Miami right now, politics. But in his session, I've got this young person here who is on license right now, who's just come out of prison. But he's working with Wanye, who, do you know what I'm saying? He's not committed a crime in his, or not been been caught. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's on criminal activity, but I'm just saying that's incriminating. I'll tell you that. But I'm just saying, you know, he hasn't been in trouble in terms of if you do a CV
that diversity
check
is
on
important to you, isn't it?
100%. Someone like Wanye, it's very important for someone like Wanye to be around somebody who doesn't believe, who has no belief in themselves because they believe that they're nothing. For them to one day to talk and say, no, my dad hasn't been in my life either. I've got a single parent as a mother as well. And are looking at him like, Rob, my man's going off to Miami and doing politics. So maybe I can do, you see? Like it's important to have loads of different walks of lives together, so we can all like I said before, it cannot be done by one set of community, like one type of people in the community. It needs everybody. It needs everybody to put in that element to each other. Do you know what I'm saying? They say, what's the saying that it takes a village to raise? Yeah,
takes a village.
I
100%,
fully believe in that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's really
that
really
takes
important.
fathers, that takes children, that takes aunties, uncles, every one of us.
100 billion%. That like you had Mike in here a minute ago, right?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I was so like, I like my mum's Irish. Yeah, I've lived with my auntie, who is Jamaican heritage. Okay, the two different parenting is very very different, and a lot of my family are amazing, but have been in trouble with police and stuff like that. So I'm learning from early about certain activities. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then you got to imagine Mike's been in my life for over a decade. How important what he plays in my life. How selfless that brother is. Like,
Oh, that's me gone.
do you see what I'm saying though? To have somebody
get
like
it.
that in your life, like to watch him as what like
Phenomenal.
like this brother don't care. Like I'm from round with friends where trainers and cars matter, you know, and Mike doesn't care.
Nah.
Do you see what I mean? And I'm rolling with him, going to work and stuff, and I'm thinking this brother does not. Like it's inspiring.
So does that then spark?
Takes an impact on me.
Does
I'm
that
not saying I
spark-
don't care about trainers and that, because I do.
No. But does that?
I've realised it's not that important. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the importance of helping somebody. He inspires me to help in the way that I do. Do you know what I mean? I worked with him for years, and do you know what I mean? That's like that's a family to me. Mike
I've
Mike's
seen
a
it.
G.
I've seen it over the last couple of years. I've seen you guys together. I've seen your unit. I see Dave.
100%.
And I see all your crew.
100%.
Amazing.
He was
That
my
synergy.
He was my line manager for years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
He used
yeah.
to get on my case about admin all the time. Do you know what I mean? That's my brother all day. But what I'm saying is just different walks of life that have had impacts on me. I know what the impacts have been on me. Do you know what I mean? Neil at my work has an impact. So it's important for that to be happening to young people, because when you're just around one set of people, you're only going in one direction. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So you need to be around totally.
I was going to
different walks
ask
of
that.
lives.
Is about how are these young kids or adults who are coming out of prison? How are they mentally and
It's a good question. I mean, I guess it all depends on the young person.
Every person.
It affects them in different ways. I can talk about one young person where I feel like I don't ever think prison helps. Yeah, but I have to be honest. I'm not going to lie on it. Like I've seen prison change someone in a positive way.
Yeah.
It's more of a thing is I don't want to go back there.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That gives you something.
Right.
Gives you some energy.
Right. And it's pushed them, and right now they're trying to do a bit of work at Rumsey, and they're very their writing skill is amazing.
Love that.
Like I reckon if they were to, I keep trying to tell them to go and do creative writing. You know what I mean? Like a degree in creative or something, because this person's amazing. Like the lyrics he writes are amazing. But like I've watched that. Then I've had young people that have come out of prison and have made links with someone from Birmingham, London, and it's just made them worse.
County line.
Yeah, I see
The
what
line
you
knows
mean.
the ring,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well,
Imagine being in prison. Yeah, you're from Tottenham in London. Yeah, and you meet up with someone from Cambridge. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, yes, that's a
Yeah, I
that's
understand.
a, yeah, and I think that happens as well.
but also shows the importance of your role as well. Of these kids coming out of prison and you getting and you and other people there making a positive impact to their lives, so they don't go back to prison. You show them the right ways, and it's just what
100%.
needs.
It's really. Do you know what frustrates me about my work? Time.
Yeah.
2 hours with a young person is not
Yeah,
enough.
that's
Like I moan about this a lot, and it's nothing no one can do about it.
No.
But it's just a frustration.
You should hear that.
Like that's why I try and do evening studios, or try and do like a half term, or push it to a weekend. Like no one's in the building, and us lot will start your project, because I want them to focus on that and in that, bro, but get a little job in between that. Do you know what I'm saying? There's no shame in that. You understand?
of course not.
But but then they're coming away from me, and someone else might be like to them, like, what you working at Sainsbury's? An idiot thing, bruv. You know what I'm saying? So then what? What does my words mean at that point? You know what I mean? So time It's my biggest frustration with that, because it's so, like I said, the talent is crazy.
So what are we doing to? So from my perspective, my frame of reference out there, because I'm working with a lot of the young people, the same people. Well, Rico, for one of them, was up at your place, and
100%.
And I hope that we can do a lot more in the future. As you know, my intentions are clear.
Come on.
So, yeah, all I hear from a business side of things is we need people, we need hungry young people, young talent. You know, what are we doing wrong as a society from your perspective, the best perspective in there? Mate, this is you in a safe space, mate.
Absolutely,
Anyone who don't like this can not listen.
Yeah.
What are we doing wrong to miss this talent? Because they're phenomenal talent. I've felt it in the building. I've been in the room with all these same young people that you're describing, and they're not even given the opportunity because, I don't want to say what I think that is. What, from your perspective, what can we do as a society, as a community, to do better to nurture that talent and not rely on you for your 2 hours?
I think it's important for people to. I was thinking a lot before I came here today, and I knew like something like this will come up.
You met me before,
Alex,
I was like, this brother's gonna pick at me. But for me, like us three here are from a different generation, okay, which happens in life, My dad's from a different generation, but the generation now is different, and because of this internet, internet. I don't know the effects the internet's having on my babies. Yeah, my daughter knows stuff, and I'm like, how do you, like, simple stuff like Stranger Things? I don't let my daughter watch Stranger Things. No. I watch it. I'm a massive fan, by the way.
Too,
but like, my daughter's 8, and I'm some bits in there. I'm like,
it's a bit crazy.
I want to, but she knows everything. Yeah, and I'm like, how? And she's like, TikTok.
Yeah. And
she knows all the characters. But she's never watched an episode in her life.
It's like Wednesday. Or the Wednesday dance from...
Wednesday's sick as well.
Yeah, it is,
I love Wednesday.
And Strange Things, I've got the new puppy.
Come on.
I've named her Elle.
Come on. It has to be done.
That's a proper fan right there.
But I think my point is the internet is a very, very important piece to this generation. It changes everything. Like, I was thinking, like, like, if I liked someone when I was 15 years old, like a girl, and I want to do something with the girl, go on a date or whatever, I'm getting her number, I have to talk to her or talk to someone to get her number, and I have to ring her house, and if her dad answers the phone, I'm putting the phone down. Do you understand? It's a process.
It's a long process.
Long process.
We were genuinely talking
but you're
about this
learning
earlier.
from that, though. You're learning, and you're going to the house, and you have to go in the correct way, My little cousin's got Insta. He can link any girl that he wants, like that. It's dangerous. Like, I think that these things need to be reviewed. I think we need to look at how that is affecting people. Internet's great because I can speak to my nan in the Caribbean now. I can look at her. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. People can get up and go, I don't need a record label. I'm just gonna shoot a video and put it on YouTube. Amazing. All that stuff, amazing. But it's definitely taking away character building as well. And that's and I think that's a big problem within.
So we've got to find new ways to do that because the internet ain't going anywhere.
Right.
No. So what we got to find new ways to find connect.
We need young people to come and talk to them about life, as in your generation with internet.
I feel like there should be a mixture as well. There should be outdoors and indoors.
100%. 100%. But then I'm like, I'm looking at my own children like, I don't even understand you.
I'm worried about one of them. I've got twin boys. I'm worried about one of them and how amazing he is at technology, but how much he doesn't go outside.
Right. And this is life skills, right?
Yeah.
And when I was younger, the bad boy had a reputation because he had a reputation. Do you understand? Like, he's been outside, he's done stuff. Yeah. You can be on internet and be who you want.
Of course you can.
Right. So and people are scared to be who they are now. So the internet is great for them because they can pretend to be something else.
Well, we know the word catfish, don't we?
Right. That's a great point. So that's a big plays a massive part for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Watching young people. I've got young people that are, I don't know, they've got both parents at home. Like, I try not to be judgmental, but they've got both parents at home. They're not like this one over here has got it different, and I know the lyrics he's saying is facts. My man's just lying because he goes on YouTube and watches certain videos. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying music makes people do stuff. Like, I think you have to be nuts to listen to something and go on and actually do it.
Well, it's like video games.
Right.
Yeah.
But then, because am I from that generation of internet where it's poured on me in that way? No. So I can't really say that. Do you see? And this is my point. And I can't understand it because I'm not from it. I have. There's been a big part in my life where there wasn't internet, which has built me. I had to walk to my friend's that was 4 or 5 miles away, knock on his door, and his mum turns around and says he's not here, and I'm fine with that, you know. Okay. Walk off.
Problem solving
on the way home. Right. Who lives near here? Who else I can ask you about? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's taught me to be streetwise, learn stuff. These youths don't have that at all. What are you in now? Okay, cool. Next person. They haven't got to do any of these journeys that is gonna, and I think that's plays a big part. So that's why I like with my kids and I'm in the car because they don't live where I'm from. I have them 3 times a week, but they're not with me. And you know, and my family and their mother's family is totally different. But I make my kids like tell me where I'm going. So that when they're around in my area, they know where they are. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you ever, when you get older, you're gonna probably come to the city. I want you to know where all your safe spots are. Your auntie lives here. You get me?
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think internet's very important piece, and I think people need to stop being so judgmental. And that's a massive part.
It's the amount of times that's come up. These conversations already.
I know.
But it's crazy, and the internet is a part of that as well, because people can say right. People, everybody's a scientist all of a sudden. I'm like, do you see what? Like, you know, did you ever grow up with someone from school and you know them well, yeah? And then you look at their statuses on Facebook.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're a politician or they're a scientist, yeah. And I'm all about freedom of speech, yeah. But sometimes, like, shut up, innit? Because you actually don't know what you're talking about.
I've literally got people on social media I'm friends with who literally the only thing they don't say is I pick my nose.
Right.
Everything else is I've done this, done this.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, we don't need to know all that.
Yeah, the people take pictures of their bacon. I'm like, no one cares, bro. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. But I just think, people need to stop being so judgmental and quick to judge, and you know what I'm saying, people getting crucified out here for the most minor, like, smallest things. It's nuts. That's why, you know, I have social media, but I'm not on it. I'm not on it like that because I'm from a generation where we didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to going to my friend's house and chatting to my brethren about things.
I suppose that's important in your role as well, is that not to be judgmental, because that child who's just come out of prison, or
100%,
you know, they could be in for different reasons.
100%.
Their background,
no idea.
for no idea.
If someone's my mum's not on any never been on any hard drugs in my life. I've got family members that have been, but not my mum or my mum or my dad. But I didn't really see my dad when I was younger. But anyway, neither one of them have. If a young person's got is with a single mother or a single father who is taking hard drugs, the effects on that, I cannot judge you on anything you do at that point, or you're lost a parent, or you're being sexually abused. Or do you see what I'm saying? Like, people are like that young person. You get me? Like, you need to. You go and do your research on that young person. I bet you any money, you're thinking to yourself, I don't know if I'd still be walking on this earth if I had gone through what that young person has. The young people out here are, like I say, some amazing stories on their feet, because I know I wouldn't be able to go through what they've gone through.
Exactly.
Bravery is.
And they
see what I'm saying?
But also they keep fighting.
100%.
Absolutely amazing.
100%. Because, you know what I mean, at the end of the day, this is why it's important that we all are helping one another. Whatever walk of life you've had, it's important that we support one another. If no one's going nowhere, and we're not stopping this knife crime thing. Like, this knife crime thing's only become a big thing because it's spilling into communities where they don't want it to be, because it's been happening for years.
Yeah, of course it has.
Do you see what I'm saying? You know, they're quick to go, like we had this they're quick to say drill. I'm sitting there going, my cousins and that have been gang stuff and that from early 90s. I don't know.
Hip-hop's been going for a long time.
It's been going from 80s.
And it's taking my out of that actual life, actually. Do you know what I'm saying? But they say that there's pros and cons to it, because I've definitely seen the cons to it where young people aren't active at all.
Yeah.
But on a song, they're active.
Yeah.
But I pull them up on it. I'm horrible like that. I just am.
Because you're there to interrupt. You're there to interrupt.
Like, someone has to stand up and go, hang on a bit, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to you can't make this music. I'm saying the content needs to change because you're lying.
Absolutely.
And someone's going to pull you up on that eventually. I've seen it happen. Do you know what I mean? So let's actually talk about your life. But lately, I've definitely been seeing young people more come through, and in terms of Romsey, I don't mean
Yeah.
across England, come through and actually be themselves, and it's been amazing.
So, Mum,
That's
I've got
nice.
a friend of mine, Dan Henry, based up in Derby. He does a lot of similar things that you do. He is
Okay.
absolutely incredible.
Yep.
So, mate, honestly, the work you're doing is absolutely
We
inspiring.
need to do
mate.
a crossover, man. We need to
Yeah,
do
a
we go
derby.
up there and
Do you know
man.
what? I'll
That'd
sort
be
him
a great
out.
idea.
I'll
That's a great
definitely-
connection.
He
Yeah.
would be well up for that as well.
I love taking young people out of their comfort zone. It's the
He-
best thing in the world, mate. Watching them squill.
Yeah, it's
wanna-
great because
Yeah.
that's where the growth is.
100%.
I want to say he's
100%.
what's called Unite 5, I believe, or something like that. But I will sort that out. Definitely,
Amazing,
It'll be brilliant.
amazing.
He would
Oh,
love that.
So I want to get a couple of comments in here because we're going to have to wrap it in a minute because it's crazy
Again.
every time. I know it happens. It's crazy. So Alex Elbro is Cambridge 105 Radio just said, I've had pleasure of working with Carl, Neil and Romsey in the past as part of Dosoko.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
and Cambridge
yes,
105
yes.
Radio. I'm always so excited and by everything they're doing. You're getting a lot of love in here around, especially that comment around the power of the internet. So I agree, the power of the internet has dumbed down some major communication skills, have the ability to explore things for yourself. Yeah, brilliant. And Lynette, to finish on that, incredibly uplifting. Thank you so much, guys. Doing a crucial job, huge impact.
Brilliant.
Can I ask you very quickly, in less than a minute,
Yep.
what the importance of music and youth is?
The
Link of the two.
The link of the two is just that that's their voice. End of. Whatever they're putting out right now, whether we like it or not, yeah? These are the people of tomorrow. That's their voice. Instead of keep bringing it down, whatever genre it is, maybe need to listen and pay attention. And, and from there, help. Build, you know what I mean? Because drill, all it is them screaming for help. Anyone sitting there talking about I do this and that is a scream for help. I don't want to be in this. But people don't hear it in that way. I understand it. You see, I get it in a different level. Anyone telling, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're there, you're saying, me and 8 of my brethren on road do this, that and the other, that is a scream for help. That is them going, we don't want to do this, please. And that's what
Someone
it is.
listen.
That's all it is.
Someone listen.
Someone listen. Instead of judging it, especially if you're not from that lifestyle, definitely don't judge it like that. You get me? We can be worried. That's fine. Be worried.
Yeah.
Hear the beauty in it and try and help and understand it. Understanding, that's all it is. With anything in life has happened, it's all about understanding. Racism was just about understand. It was just people that didn't understand. That's all it is. That's for me anyway. It's my opinion.
Totally agree, 100%.
Mate. KD.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
for having
My
me.
man.
No,
Right.
absolutely.
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Switch up. Let me just mute up. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Straight into it. So, look, KD, thank you for that. I can see the love coming in for KD off the back of that. He was here last year. I'm so happy he managed to make it here in person.
Absolutely. Can we just be a bit of a shout? We've got a donation there from is it Glow Cosmetics?
Oh, Glow, thank you so much. Amazing. We'll do a count on the donations so far. But yeah, just to recap on that, like when we hit £5,000, we will have that budget to use for mental health support services in St Neots with the support of CPSL Mind, and it will take our overall fundraising for CPSL Mind over the last couple of years to almost £15,000, which is, I think, it's a pretty amazing thing for a community effort. So well done, guys. Now, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I saw
this early in the morning.
Yeah, this early. Come on now. So we've come across each other in various different things, and I think I saw you at a meeting. I enjoyed a council meeting relatively recently in terms of observing it.
What, the actual council meeting or the futures brainstorming sessions?
I can't remember which one, but you came over to me and you said, you know, I'm a disruptor as well. That's what you said.
Yeah,
I liked that, and I thought, okay,
it's true.
I think
But
we
in a
need
good way.
disruptors both inside and outside.
No,
politics.
I agree. No, I
Yeah.
100% agree. I just think it's, I thought, and then I saw your name on the list. I was like, brilliant. This is just a perfect platform for a conversation. So could you, for those who don't know who you are, introduce yourself?
Yes,
and,
okay.
And what are you speaking up for today?
Okay, so I'm Laura Davenport Ray. I live on Love's Farm. And if you're new to St. Neots, you'll know that means quite a lot to the people who live in Love's Farm. We have quite a strong community. And so I'm the chair of the Community Association on Love's Farm. And then in May, I became one of the district councillors for the ward that includes Love's Farm and Wintringham. But I'm also a mum. So my son goes to Wintringham School, the big orange building that you see when you go in and out of town through the east. Fantastic school.
Yeah.
And so I see myself as a community leader, or I hope to be a community leader, and then a sort of a politician second. So what am I speaking up for today? We're talking a lot about mental health, and there's a very particular mental health problem that's developing around the world that's called climate gloom, climate doom. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, absolutely, I have.
So for those of your listeners and viewers that don't know, in May, I was the first ever Green Party councillor elected to Huntingdonshire District Council. So environmentalism is really close to my heart, and also mental health in young people. And climate doom is where those two ideas collide. Yeah. So we've got young people in the country who are getting old enough to understand what's going on with climate, but they have no way of taking any action on it. And so I don't know if you two have suffered with anxiety before. I've experienced anxiety before. And when you're in the middle of it, someone will ask you, how do you describe it? Like, what does that feel like? I don't know. What do you think? What does anxiety feel like?
If I have a major anxiety attack, not major, moment, not attack. I always say moment. I get a really dry throat and I get pounding headache.
I usually respond with, imagine someone is chasing you and you have that feel of there's something coming.
Yeah.
I'm on the edge. But then if you can sit down and you can think about it thoroughly enough, you realize that's not realistic, that there isn't actually someone chasing you, but it's your brain and your body reacting in the way as if you should be defending yourself somehow. So imagine if you're a young person today and you know that this crisis is coming, that there are changes coming in the world, there is this imminent danger, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. So it's an anxiety that, when I have anxiety, it's because it's unreasonable, that there isn't something chasing me. But for these young people, it's completely reasonable to have this anxiety.
Absolutely.
This change is coming in the planet, and there's nothing they can do about it because they're young people and they don't have power. So this is where climate doom, climate gloom comes from. And so I hope I'm part of the group of people in the world now who are trying to work against it and to give them some examples of why it's maybe not so gloomy, although I recognize the gloom myself. So I brought someone with
subject.
Yeah, I brought someone with me today to help explain.
Oh, lovely.
Climate
Oh,
doom.
it is.
You know who this is?
Greta.
Greta,
This is Greta. And I think that a lot of adults, when they think about Greta, they think about someone who's angry. From when she does speeches like this. So she's a young person, but you think about like maybe she's telling adults off for something, or maybe even seems unreasonably angry. But I guess I would want to use my platform today to say, actually, she's really reasonably angry. And so I brought Greta with me here today, and she's saying something to you, which is listen up, Alex and Luke, and all of the other adults who are listening and watching. And these are some quotes from a recent speech. She says, I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I feel every day. And then I want you to act. So Greta has really taken up the role of speaking out for all those young people who don't have a platform, right? So she has a big platform. And so what she's telling adults around the world is, young people like me are panicking. And we don't want your kindness. We don't want your pity about that panic. We want you to act, because we don't have time for all the platitudes now. So Greta's emotions here are not limited to a small number of young people. It's a growing number of young people, especially as they learn more about what the world has known for so many decades and done nothing about.
So it's a good subject to speak up about.
Yeah. And so I think some of the events you and I have been to, Alex, where we're talking about government and decision making and the lack of ability for young people to have any voice in that is really important. And so I hope that in the years that I have available to have a platform, that I can use my voice to try to echo some of the things that people like Greta are telling me. Because there are young people in our community who are just as worried about these issues as well.
Yeah.
So interesting, right? So with the work we do with the collaboration with Form the Future, and the other work we do with working with young people every single day, like the people from Romsey Mill, like Carl we've just met, and we run an enterprise days. So the work we do with Form the Future, we go into a school all around Cambridgeshire, and we might work with 150, 300, 14, 15-year-olds, ranging ages. I would say, and one of the things we do is we kind of open up the first hour to talk about what are some of the challenges that they see in their world, both at a local frame of reference and global. And let's discover those problems. Let's discover those challenges. And then off the back of that, we're going to create solutions to solve them. Welcome to entrepreneurship. Now, I'm a social entrepreneur. And when they see examples of social entrepreneurship being done, CIC,
Yep.
and you'll hear a lot from CICs today. Mike Farrington was on earlier from Concrete Rose. 90%, I'd say 90% of the young people are excited and passionate about being able to solve a problem that they care about, i.e. these problems. So I see that, I hear you. I'll give you another example. November, Anthropy, down in Eden Project in Cornwall. I talked about it when I was at the event at HTC. A lot of young people there, amazing. One of them, a guy called Duro Oya, who owns a CIC in London called 2020 Change. He introduced me to a young guy, 21 years old. I said, who are you, young sir? And he said, I'm the future Prime Minister. And I asked, and Sam Squire, who's my almost co-founder of Inspire to Ignite, the work we do with curious entrepreneurs, who I think you met, Sam.
Yes, I've met Sam. Yeah.
You'll see his passion for the subject. He asked them, what do we want? What do you want from us? They want action. So yeah, you can act, and I can act, but actually, what have we got to do from your perspective, from what you know, the work that you do and the communication that you have, both within government and out? What have we got to do to not do it for them and shout for them? What have we got to do to let them do that for themselves? What have we got to, because they have the intelligence, they have the energy, they have the willpower, they want to get stuck in, they want to act. What have we got to do?
Yeah.
What do you see?
You've touched on a major misconception about young people, especially on climate change. And I think they talked about it in an event that we've been to together, where the assumption was, how do we make sure that young people are well educated or climate literate? And to me, that's just completely the wrong question. because young people are climate literate. It's their parents and their grandparents that are not. So what can we do? Well, for the young people that are listening, I would say you have the intelligence, but you know people around you who have power. And I would encourage you to be talking to them, telling them what your concerns are, what your climate gloom worries are, and telling the people with power around you, any adults, anyone who has a vote, anyone who spends a pound, about where you want them to spend it, what you want them to be doing, because they're the ones right now that can take action for you. But for the adults who are listening and watching, I would say you need to spend some time listening to young people. And I use the word listening, not talking with, not talking to, listening, because the young people who are experiencing climate doom have realized the generations before them have already failed them. Right? That's where the grain of the truth of that doom is. Those generations have failed them. When they get to be adults, the world will not be as it is now. And so you need to sit down with them and talk to them about that, not just to help them grow through that anxiety, but also to figure out what you can do to help their generations. So listening is the word I would
So
use.
I'm going to say something now because I may be a little bit lost by it. I do recycle. I do a lot of the things that I feel like I'm doing for the environment. You know, I turn off all my lights for financial reasons as well.
Yep.
So the energy. What do I need to do on a regular daily basis to stop this from happening?
Okay.
Just from my perspective.
Do you have a pension?
No.
Okay. Do you have a bank account?
Yes.
Think about which bank you're banking with. Think about where their investments are made.
Wow, I didn't really think about that.
If
Follow the money,
all
man.
of the world were to stop investing in fossil fuels, then the fossil fuel companies would use all of their resources and their brain power towards something else.
Okay.
So it's removing the support from the things that we don't want to carry on.
See, I've never heard that term to be told. I've never
Yeah.
thought about
Always
it.
follow
That.
So
the money,
for most
yeah.
people, there is an element of, if you have a pension, it's invested in lots of different places. And
Right.
so if you can think about, hey, pension fund, I want you to think more about what those investments are, because there are companies around the world that are relying on that to continue creating carbon emissions.
But do you see? I suppose I would have put myself in the bracket probably 3 years ago of doom. 100% doom. I was in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa! I've just been exposed to all of this. Okay, right, and there's nothing I can do about it. And now, I think looking at the market, I think there's a lot of funds with the way that the market has moved, with all of the geopolitical side of things. Actually, a lot of money is going towards those sort of businesses. I think it's moving that way. I feel like it's moved so much in the last 6 months, especially with. It can always move faster. And we should push
It needs to be
faster.
faster.
But I do think that as young people start moving into these more leadership roles and getting more involved, I think they are driving the market in the right way. So I think we can be relatively optimistic to say that there are examples of businesses around the world, which is why I'm so passionate about CICs and social enterprises. The work we're doing with Together Culture, Social Enterprise East of England, to build social enterprise hubs and support challenges in our community to support themselves. That's where I'm like, it's interesting you say you've got to do both, because I would encourage a young person to go and start a business tomorrow that resolves a challenge in their community. They'll learn more about how they can actually take action, because the problem you have is, spend the money, do that, you should do that, and actually the money will follow the money anyway. So it will be a great investment to invest in the right
Renewable
company. Energy,
Yeah.
green jobs. Much like I never bought gold, I would invest in the gold mine, because you never stop looking for gold. It's the same now with renewable energy.
Yeah.
Don't invest in the research companies. Put your money in the research companies that are trying to find renewable solutions. Happy days.
Let's think about it from a different point of view.
Yeah.
So if you're a young person and you live on an island in the South Pacific, you don't care where Alex is spending his money. You just don't want Alex to get in his car and drive from A to B and create more emissions.
Yeah.
Because the emissions we're creating here are disproportionately affecting other parts of the world.
Yeah, I get that.
And
I get that.
so then let's take it hyper local. So in St. Neots, what can we do? Well, the people who understand that climate gloom or have felt that climate gloom are doing things. But there's a disproportionate number of people who are not. And I don't think that's because of any wish to do harm. It's from lack of knowledge.
Agreed.
So how many people are there around you in your life personally who just don't know what's happening?
I'm the same. Well,
Yeah.
I understand what's happening with the climate and things need to change. I just don't know how to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's an education thing. That's a conversation. That's a
So
move it to the top of the agenda. So
Yeah.
And I would say ask a young person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
one of the biggest takeaways from Anthropy was when I was part of a session which was about the future of enterprise 30 years from now, an actual conversation about the future of 30 years from now with the right people, those people that you're describing, the top of the chain when it comes to the businesses. And the biggest takeaway, if you care about it, stick it in the boardroom. If you care about sustainability, put nature in the boardroom. If you care about youth, put youth in the boardroom.
You could say the same about their accounts. Like if you want to know what a company really cares about, look at their accounts.
Yeah, follow the money, man.
Yeah.
Follow the money. It's I want to. Yeah, I think we're aligned. We're 100% aligned.
So I guess I would ask people to take away two messages.
Yeah.
If you're an adult, find the young people around you and talk to them about this.
Oh, yeah, I'll speak
because
to them, boys.
they can teach you, and we need to know their opinion. And if you're young people, find the adults around you and teach them
Teach them.
because they need to listen.
I agree.
Yeah.
Ask them better questions. Ask them curious questions. If you're a coach,
Challenging questions.
Yeah,
I would say
exactly.
challenging questions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd love to know in the last 5 minutes we've got with you. I'd like to know a little bit more about you as a human.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you started very kind of. I wish you were mum first. I want to know about Lara and who you are as an individual and how did you get into it? Because we heard from Carl, you wanted to learn from Wanya.
Yeah.
It's really interesting in politics. Why did you choose this vehicle?
Okay.
And what led you there?
I'll try to do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
Because it actually links with mental health.
Okay, great.
So I am a mom. My son was born in 2016. And after he was born, I suffered with postnatal anxiety, postnatal depression, which is something that lots of people suffer with. So if you're out there,
Absolutely, yeah.
it's completely normal. More people just need to talk about it. And so coming out of that pandemic, and all of a sudden, the things that I'd kind of been interested in, environmentalism, politics, all the meetings were happening online. And as a young mom, I could go. And so then I learned about this whole new element of myself that I was interested in and that I wanted to pursue, especially right here in St. Neots. And nobody else was going to do it, right? So I wanted to find a really good green candidate and give them all my time and help them get elected. And on Love's Farm in Wintringham, it wasn't there. And so I was going to be the one who would have to do it. And when I looked at, baby, I got a son now, that's the thing I should be putting my energy into.
That's the trigger.
And so if we want to help the generations of the future and my own kid, then that's what I was going to have to do. So it wasn't I really want to be a politician, I want power. It's somebody's got to do this. So it was me.
So can I say, and you'll hear me say this a few times as you get to know me, I think the best leaders are reluctant leaders.
Yeah.
I think that, so my role as the chair of the St. Neots Initiative, I said this story earlier to you.
Yeah, you did,
at 3
yeah.
in the morning or something ridiculous when we got a bit deep, didn't it?
Dig it deep.
And I said to you, the St. Neots Initiative has existed for 30 years. There's only ever been 4 chairs.
Yeah.
And when I put my hand up because no one else put their hand up.
Yes.
And my previous chair, Gordon, who's now my vice chair and soon to be treasurer, he only put his hand up because no one else put their hand up.
Yeah.
And when I asked John Davis 18 years back, he only put his hand up because no one else put their hand up. So I say, well done to you for putting your hand up when no one else will. Because there's not enough. Because everyone can do the hoorah change thing.
Yeah.
Who wants change? Everyone's seen the meme.
Yeah.
We all want change, but who's going to do it? Who's going to actually put some action? Who's going to lead?
So, and for me, all that anger that Greta represents and young
Yeah.
people, they need people like us to be
Yeah, you
speaking
do.
out for them.
And it's our responsibility to lay the infrastructure to enable more people to do that.
Yeah.
And I think what's really interesting, and which I'm so glad you were after Carl, because Carl said at the end, he said about music and trap music, saying that when what was it
Drill.
Sorry, I'm
Still with it.
You listening? When they're shouting what they're shouting into that microphone, and when they're saying what they're saying into that microphone, they're asking for help.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in your example, that's just Greta's version of that.
Yeah.
And what she's saying is, we need help. And that's something that she's passionate about, and it's waiting for someone to come and listen.
I guess the last thing I would say, if I've got 1 minute left, is
please do. Yeah,
young
go on.
people, when you're 16, register to vote.
Yeah.
And then when you're 18, you can vote right away. And if you're interested in politics, once you're 18, you can be a politician. You know, we have district councillors that are 20 years old. Just being young doesn't mean you can't participate. And if you're interested in that, get in touch with me and let's talk about it. Because I want to get more young people involved.
Absolutely. But again, from my point of view, I'd just like to know a lot more. I'd like to know what I can do to help, because, again, the broadcast and the media at the moment, it says, yes, we need to do something to reduce the temperatures and all that. But they don't tell us how we're going to do that.
Just think one thing, whenever you're thinking that, stop burning stuff. That's all you need to think about. Every time you think, what should I do? Stop burning stuff.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And educate yourself.
It is. I need it.
In the sense, that's how it goes, isn't it? Like, whenever I get books, right, and a young person says to me, well, business, because it's always business, it starts with the business books. Which books shall I read? All of them. Every day. It doesn't end. The education, because it's going to change, man. Everything's going to change.
Absolutely, it will.
Isn't it? Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
I might leave Greta here with you.
Yeah, please do.
Just to let her remind you.
Yeah.
I'll put her up somewhere so you can't forget about her, and she'll keep yelling at you all day.
That's fine. We get enough of that. I get enough young people yelling at me every day. I love it. It's exactly what energises me daily.
And then before you go, you must sign our shirt.
Oh, yeah, you got to
Yes,
sign a
I
shirt.
will.
Right.
I will.
Brilliant. And Evelyn's just put a wonderful comment in there to say we need to bring more focus, sustainability, education to children from Key Stage 1, alongside teaching them about personal accountability. Kids can change not only our future, but also educate adults. Very often, there are stronger impacts on their adults than any publications in the media.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely super.
Boom. Love that. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Right,
Love
we
that.
will be back in 4 minutes. I managed to gain a minute. 4 minutes. See you in a minute. Thanks, guys. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I love the link. I love the link between Greta Angry, or that version, and the young person rapping that KD mentioned. The link between the two is really important. So before the break, we had the link, the thread between the conversation was around self-awareness. The link there between those two, which was fascinating. Please do. I'll come to you in a second. The link between the two there being, this is my version of what I'm saying, whether that's protesting, shouting through a microphone, or rapping through a microphone. That's a message to say I want some help.
Absolutely.
I thought that was a phenomenal thread.
Absolutely amazing.
Well, we've got to. Oh, I've got to refocus.
Well,
Sorry, this is live. This is live.
We've got something ready as well.
Oh yes, that's for you, Steve. Yes.
Ooh,
Now, this half hour we've got with you, or 25 minutes, 30 minutes, we're interviewing you.
yeah.
So if you ask us a question...
No.
And no questions today. You're here to bring a bit of Steve to our world. So, man like Steve, right there from
Man
Jamie
like
Archer.
Steve.
Boom,
Look at
straight in. So before we start this, reset the room. Please like this, interact with it in some way, whichever platform you're watching. Comment on it, to comment someone to come and watch it with you, and share it across all the platforms. We're doing phenomenally well on the social media reach right now. It's amazing. It's great. Again, thanks you to Black Cat first, then ITV, then BBC, for reaching out and giving us a platform and enabling us to share our message before we got here. We're here now, so please help us out. Get the message out there. Yes, it's about the money we're raising for CPSL Mind, and that's bloody important, and we'll do amazing things with it. But actually, the stories that are being told today have been phenomenal.
They've been
They'll continue to do
they've
so.
been absolutely incredible. So
Well, we'll
far.
soon put a stop to that.
Yeah, Neil goes down there.
Steve Greenall, my man. I put the message. Steve. So Luke messaged me first, then Steve messaged me saying, "What's going on with Liveathon? Can I get involved this year?"
Yeah.
And Steve said, "I said, well, yeah, of course, get on it. Welcome."
Nice to be here.
I really
First
appreciate
visit,
it.
actually. It's like, I've got to say to people who have been here before, it's like the crazy house at the fun
know.
fair when you go to the loo, because you walk in and the loo is on a slight. If I'd brought a spirit level in, the bubble would have gone to one end.
It's
I
in
bet
the
it was
door.
the weird thing. We had to put this floor in to stay so it's level. Honestly, before we took this on 3 years ago, it was a NHS clinic. That's why there's
Yeah.
still the panic buttons around the places. So we just have to make do. It's all self-funded. We've got no funding. We've got to make do. It's done all right. It's all right.
It's fine.
Does the job, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
It's good. Yeah,
Does
of
the
course
job.
it does. Of course it does.
But welcome, and I really appreciate your support.
Oh, it's a pleasure to lend 25 minutes of my time to you guys and to play Whitney Houston this morning for the first time ever. And for the benefit of those who are thinking, why is he going on about Whitney Houston? I've never liked I Will Always Love You, that song.
It's not a great song.
It's
Are
not
we
the fun.
talking in general? We heard what about Dolly Parton's version.
I'm talking about the Whitney version.
Okay.
No, Dolly wrote it. But it became a running joke at Black Cat Radio. Steve doesn't like Whitney Houston, which, yeah, okay. But I thought we can run with this one for a year. And it's run with it for nearly 6 years. That is, on the 18th of April will be the 6-year anniversary of me doing the breakfast show on Black Cat Radio. And I've never played a Whitney Houston song at all. If one appears on, because the algorithm throws one at me,
Yeah.
I delete it and change it
Wow.
just to keep the joke going. But this morning, for you guys,
Amazing.
I played for I Will Always Love You just before 8 o'clock.
You actually played that song
I
as well.
played that
No
song
way.
because you said you were going to put 50 quid in.
I'll give you that. I love that.
Mate, fair play.
Luke Newman's also going to put somebody in.
Yeah,
every
I'll
week.
man
Man of his
Yeah,
words.
yeah,
Man of his
Well,
words.
that's up
As
to it.
always. As always. Well, I want to know a little bit about Steve.
Okay.
So I want to take you back, like way back.
Mm-hmm.
I want to understand where Steve is from and why, and what links what you do today,
Oh,
and what you
crikey.
stand for today.
But we've
and
only
where
got
you come
25
from.
minutes.
Well, I'm trying to mix some
Okay,
stuff
so
together.
born and bred in St Helens. I'm one of 3 kids. My sister and brother both live in the same town now, bizarrely. But I was the first generation of 6 generations of Greenall not to work for Pilkinson's, the glass company.
Oh, wow.
People from St Helens either worked for Pilks or they went down the pit, or they worked in the public
They
sector.
still sponsor Wigan.
If they sponsored Wigan, I would never go near
No,
the
it's not
place.
Wigan, sorry, St Helens. It's been a long day.
They
Sorry, it's
used
been
to-
9.5
they
hours.
used
Oh,
to
no.
they used to sponsor St Helens.
Oh, no.
And while you mention it, I'm a big rugby league fan.
Yeah.
But I got into, funnily enough, the very first broadcasting I ever did was at what was then the biggest hospital in Britain. It was in the Guinness Book of Records. If you bought a Guinness Book of Records in 1970, it would have said the biggest hospital in Great Britain is Rainhill Hospital, which was a 2,400 bed old mental asylum.
Wow.
And it was a bit of a scary place. When you used to drive past it as a youngster, it was one of those very austere looking, scary buildings. The sort of things you'd see in Hammer horror type of stuff. And when I was 17, I'd started doing mobile discos at the Scout Up with my mate Eric. And local ITV news programme on the Sunday evening advertised for volunteers to get involved in hospital radio. And I thought, well, this sounds a bit of fun. So I actually ended up broadcasting on the hospital
When was
radio.
this? How old were you?
I was 17,
Wow.
so it's quite a while
Do you know
ago.
what? It was one of my lifetime in business to be a hospital radio DJ.
And I did that, Luke, for about 8 or 9 years. And,
Wow.
and anything I get involved in, if I think there's something not quite right with it, I'll want to try and improve it.
Yeah.
So I became the treasurer, and I became I was the representative for the Northwest on the National Association of Hospital Broadcasting Organisations. The first time I went to London,
That's a thing,
the
and you
first
would
time
find
I
it,
ever went
right?
to London was to go to a committee.
well. It's
Oh,
absolutely
it,
brilliant.
mate, 8-9 years of that. Well played.
So I was.
Yeah.
So that was my first experience of broadcasting, and from that, there's a tie into what Luke was saying. As a rugby league fan, I used to watch St Helens, and found out that they had a hospital broadcasting service at the rugby ground
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well. So started commentating for the hospitals on
Amazing.
on the radio. Oh, the brews arrived
days.
in a shifty's mode.
This is our first
This is
one.
our first
tea.
cup.
Thank you very much.
We
We've
haven't
had
had
a
any
tea.
caffeine.
Yeah.
Any caffeine yet?
Cheers,
You are
everyone.
both loved.
I've got to say, people, it takes Steve Greenall to turn up at Shifties for the guys to get a brew.
Aye.
Greenall,
Cheers, mate.
making things
look
happen.
at that.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
everyone.
Yes.
Oh, my
Amazing.
word.
Oh my god, we're gonna be off on that.
Anyway,
God,
so,
sorry,
so
mate.
yeah, I'm
Find somewhere for that. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Move
that.
all these huge awards that you've got here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so I started doing hospital radio, commentating on the rugby, and I heard a phrase. This is one that I'll chuck in a few little phrases
Yeah,
that you can
great.
take with you
Yeah,
today.
put them on TikTok later.
Learn from the best. Don't copy the ordinary. You know. So I used to listen to the commentators I admired and try to emulate what they did. And one day at half time in one particular match, there was a tap on the glass panel that separated us from the press box. And this guy said to me, I like what you're doing here. Have you ever done this professionally? I was about 22 at the time. I said, no. He said, here's my card. Give me a ring in the summer. And it was the sports editor of an independent local radio station in Bradford.
Right.
So I ended up, as a result of commentating for probably about 200 people in the hospitals who were ill, being made better listening to St Helens, freelancing for Pennine Radio in Bradford.
Wow.
So I covered football, cricket, rugby league, rugby union, the Bradford Marathon. This was one of the... I was trying to think of the things you might ask me today that I could talk about. Following the back end of the Bradford Marathon 2 weeks after the Valley Parade fire.
Yeah,
Because the Bradford Marathon that year became a community event to raise money, and
activated.
and I was running with the pantomime horses and all that kind of stuff. People raising money. It was very moving to do it.
I bet it was. I learned to be a fire marshal at a formal job, and one of the clips they showed was that Bradford fire. How quick
it says it's. Yep.
it was just horrific.
It was horrific. And that year as well, Luke, I was Pennine Radio's Bradford City reporter, and I'd covered 44 of the 45 games up to that match. And I was due to cover that game, and I got a phone call on the Thursday and said, we're going to be doing the live broadcast from the ground, so would you go to Huddersfield instead? And I was, yeah, all right then. So they're by the grace of God.
really?
And I had 2 or 3 phone calls that evening. And bear in mind, there's no internet in these days. There's no mobile phones. I was getting phone calls from people in America who I knew, who had seen the news over there and thought, oh, I hope Steve's not in
Right,
that.
yeah.
You know, so it was quite a,
Wow, I mean that's
it's quite a
that
frightening
gives you
experience.
some. And how old were you then?
Oh,
Ish.
it was 80. So I would have been 24, 25.
So that level of perspective to be introduced into your life at that moment. Did
Yeah.
you stop at that? Did you stop and think like you just did? Then you're like,
No.
well, you know, you were kind of like, oh,
No, but it makes you wonder whether did I dodge a bullet? Was it there by
Yeah.
the grace of God? All those expressions. I mean, referring to something else as well about where you stop and think. In the year that the tubes were bombed in London, I was working in London at the time, and I used to travel down daily from Huntingdon Station. Normally, would catch the 707. Unless it was late, unless I was up late, whatever reason. But if I got the 707, I got into London King's Cross at 5 to 8, and normally speaking, I would walk to Covent Garden because I enjoyed the walk. It was good for the soul, it was good for the
Yeah,
mind,
absolutely.
it gave you some thinking time. But that morning, had I caught a slightly later train, and had it been raining when I got to London King's Cross, I would have thought, I'm not walking, I'll get on the tube.
yeah.
There
That's the
by
thing,
the-
isn't it?
This is,
You
Yeah.
this is how much of a
never
sm-
know, do you?
this is how much of a small world it is. Literally a couple of tube trains before the one at King's Cross, my dad, my stepmum, my sister, brother-in-law, and 2 nephews were on one of the tubes.
Never know, do you?
And the
Close.
following day, well, in the evening, because my son Ben, Ben's 28 now, house of his own, getting married next year, all those things. But he was only a young kid in primary school, and there were about 4 or 5 of the kids at the school who the teachers knew their parents worked in London.
Wow.
So they were really trying to gather information before the kids happened to have in the playground, oh, your dad's down in London, that kind of, because kids, inadvertently can cause great upset.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, but, I said to Ben, no, these people who've done this want exactly what you're suggesting, not to go. But it was eerie going to London the
bet.
following morning.
Do you think it's a bit of like, you mentioned something immediately after the first example was the power of the community activating around that marathon.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not just such a shame that it takes something like that to activate a community in that way? Or is
Yes.
trauma from your experience, because you've covered a lot and you've seen a lot of different perspectives, how important is the role of trauma in community?
I think trauma does draw a community together in a way that we saw. I've become very friendly, as you probably know, with Jade Horton, the lady who lost her 2 children in the fire.
Horrific. Horrific.
And, we were very aware on the radio station at the time of what the town was feeling.
Yeah.
People wanted to help in as best ways they could. I was actually contacted about 2 weeks after the fire by Kevin Hull.
Yeah, ledge.
Who you'll know
Absolute
well.
ledge.
And he said, Steve, we've a few people have, in my sphere have been speaking to one another. We want to do something to help this lady, but we're not sure how to go about it, but we figure you might know. Well, I rang the ambulance service and they said, it's been passed on to the fire service. So I rang the fire service and they said, it's all being dealt with by the coroner's office now. Now, where'd you find a coroner's office? You go to Google. So I wrote to the coroner's office in Peterborough to say, on behalf of a group of businessmen want to help Jade out, could you just send her this information so that she knows there's people out here thinking about her? And heard nothing for about 4 weeks. And then one afternoon, this thing rings, number unknown, and it was Jade
Nice.
ringing me from her
She needed the time.
hospital bed. And we had, whether you're listening, Jade, you'll remember it well. We've talked about it. It must have been half an hour on the phone. I was pacing about the office at work, not knowing what to say or think. And she's lying in a hospital bed, having been told a few days earlier that her children had died in the fire. She's a remarkable lady. So
That's beautiful.
you talk about the trauma, Alex, and you'll recall it's not that it's only a couple of years ago.
Oh, I know. I remember
how
it
the
well.
town
Yeah,
I know.
remember it well.
pulled together.
Is there, from your experience, is there examples you can think of where a positive thing brought that level of energy towards something? I know you're obviously a sport fan. the role sport has in that. Obviously, we saw what happened in Argentina after the World Cup.
Yeah.
You know, where have you experienced a positive side of that? Obviously, you know, community is something that connects us in a meaningful way, and I think it'd be nice if we can learn from that.
There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that sport, even people who don't like sport, can be brought
This
together.
town is full of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's massive.
Absolutely. And well, it's an opportunity to say at this stage, maybe publicly, thank you, Billy Fawcett, because Billy's a young lad who you heard the other morning when he came in.
Amazing.
Who does a couple of...
Really good. What, 15 years old?
Yeah, he does a couple of sport bulletins for me on the radio now.
Do you know what? And they do that at Biggleswade Town. It was very similar, where they've brought a young lad in role to do something, and I think that's absolutely fantastic.
It's amazing. We need more of it.
Yeah,
while I was in the green room, Alex, and it's my first visit to Shifties, how outrageous is that?
Yeah.
I noticed that you'd got the post-it notes on the desk and pens,
I thought you like that.
and a few things on the wall. I've stuck some stickers up. It won't surprise you to know.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer that if you've got something to pass on to someone younger than you, do so, and let your legacy be what they pick up upon. I'll give you a couple of examples of that. I was at Cambridge United, as you probably know, for 8 years.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about next.
And my assistant at the time was a lad called Andy Pincher, who had, at 16, was hoping to become a professional footballer, along with 3 other trainees. Get to the age of 18, and 3 of them are kept on. But Andy was told, I'm sorry, you're not right for what the team are looking for. But I'd just taken over as secretary, and I was told it might be an idea to take this lad on as an assistant, because John Beck was the manager at the time, and he said he's got more O-levels than the rest of the dressing room put together. And what a bright lad. And I saw a lot of what I saw in myself when I was young and learning from other people in Andy. Where is he now? He's secretary of West Ham United.
For that name rang a bell,
It's not bad. And that shows you, though, doesn't it? That's the role. It's a role that you.
And when I was headhunted to Norwich City after I'd done 8 years at Cambridge.
Headhunting to Norwich, brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
Delia Smith rang me.
Delia
rang me up and said, your name has been put forward.
Did she go, let's be having you?
She did, that was before that. She said, your name's been put forward for someone who might be useful to come and work at the club. Are you interested? I said, well, I'm always interested to talk to someone. And she said, why don't you come and have dinner with Michael and I? And I'm thinking, what do I order? But yeah.
So you're I just want to touch on your business success as well as a leader in the work that you do, because you're talking about leadership in many different ways here, but you've also made a big impact to the work you've done locally.
Well,
because I haven't been to the site yet because I'm not sure.
Oh, you
why.
really should see it. Yeah, I mean,
you left quite a legacy.
I had 8 great years at Pico Technology. I was very lucky, Alex, because I was taken on because the company was growing and they wanted someone with a good accounting background to put systems in for them to take them to the next stage, which I did. But knowing I was coming up toward retirement and wondering what will my legacy ultimately be, is it going to be something that most people never see, which is an accounting system? But the company was growing so much that the managing director pulled 5 of us together to look at what's the next step, where can we go? We need a bigger building. We're going to outgrow the one we're in. So I often tell this story under big, gorgeous Norfolk skies on holiday one year. I was just thinking, and I thought, we need a project manager who can look at this. I know the business inside out, and I understand the finances. I wonder if Alan Tong, the managing director, would countenance me taking it on as a project, which I put to him. So that was the end of my, most of my time I'd spent, for 40 odd years counting other people's money for a living.
No, I know, but you wanted to finish in a bang.
And, we could have gone and bought a plot elsewhere. We looked at Wintringham, the urban and civic site. It would have cost something north of 10 million to do it. And in the end, we rented some premises close by, converted that. We made them what I called Pico ready to suit the culture of the business, and then set about turning an aluminium clad industrial building into an office block, and we did it. And it's got great facilities.
I've seen the pictures. It looks fantastic.
It was good.
There's a room in there I can't remember the name. Is there a name of the room that's like a chilled out place? There's the people hang out.
We converted a mezzanine into Southwold
That was
because
it.
the company own a property in Southwold. So the old canteen, which was really careworn and horrible.
Yeah. That's what I saw the picture of.
We turned that into a pub.
Yeah, beautiful.
And had an image of the pub in Southwold produced locally. In fact, another of the companies here in St Neots did it for us. The business printing company, and it was a massive image of the pub that we stuck on the wall.
That's awesome.
It was good fun.
So, last question, Steve. Why St Neots?
Why St Neots?
Yeah.
Because of the radio. Because of the radio station. Purely and simply.
Well, because of Black Cat Radio.
Because of Black Cat Radio. Because of my background doing freelance work and enjoying that as a sideline, if you like. I'd thought about doing hospital radio when we moved down here, 30 years ago, but never got round to doing it. And then some years later, I got into conversation with Tony Gillam, who had set up the idea of a community radio station.
Yeah.
So I used to, in the very building that we're in, the very room we were in.
I know
the other day,
you went
Alex,
back. I remember.
we used to do. I used to do an internet radio show for 2 hours on a Monday night.
Wow.
So left work, parked up at Waitrose, got myself a butty, went in and did a show, and probably no more than a few dozen people listening to it. And here we are today with a strong brand in St Neots.
Well, I think you can tell from the comments from Carly
that's
there,
amazing,
is that you are actually the voice. You are the voice of St Neots.
Carly Harvey.
Oh, hi, Carly.
We love Carly. We will love Carly. She's on later.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's a nice thing as well, Alex. I mentioned this to you when I first got in touch, that there's so many other people that you've got on this Liveathon who I know. Luke Newman. I first spoke to Luke, 3 years ago?
3 years ago, yeah.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
When through Brian.
Very, very early days of Walk and Talk for Men.
Yeah.
And what you guys are doing, I don't need to tell you what I've done on mental health, because it's out there for people to see.
And that's the thing. It's about, this is what it's about. Speak up. It's about the platform. We don't necessarily have to spend our whole time talking about it. I think we've done that. For me, we've done that. For years, we've done that. We've done the awareness piece. We're now an engagement piece, where we can have a conversation about, Jamie coming on earlier, talking about his relationship with ADHD and dyslexia and turn it into a superpower.
Jamie was the first person I interviewed on the subject of mental health, by the way.
Jamie Queen.
Jamie
Oh, no, Jamie Queen. You wait till you listen to Jamie. So Jamie's on later. Jamie Queen came on earlier. He's a phenomenally successful man locally. You won't have heard of him, but he was working as, I don't know if he was director of marketing at a very high level at Thomas Cook for a while, but he came on at 6:30 this morning. He saw a post about what we were doing, and he wanted to tell young people that you can leave school at 16, having been diagnosed with dyslexia and told you can't do it, and you can turn it into a superpower, and here's how. I mean, bloody hell.
So what I like about him, he didn't actually deflect over his condition, but he showed how. Absolutely. But he also showed how you can get around it. The tools that he's got to make sure that doesn't affect him.
Just knowing yourself.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So one of that. So the theme around those first two guests, or first four guests actually, was self-awareness.
Yeah.
And question I have for you around mindset then, not so much mental health but mindset. You have a relentless mindset. Everything you talked about there is like, first it was like, I'm just going to take this chance, I'm going to take this risk, I'm going to do this thing. Next it was, I'm going to run behind a marathon and I'm going to keep up and I'm going to find these stories and I'm going to capture it. Then it was, there's an absolute tragedy in St Neots, so I'm going to find a way to help this person and I'm going to do what it takes to get it done. How do you do anything particular that you notice about yourself to protect that mindset or
do you know what,
develop
Alex,
it?
I was asked something very similar to this in a job interview years ago, and I said if I knew what it was that I did that got me the job or made, I would do it all the more. I'm not sure. It's just, I thank my mum and dad for whatever genes I've got.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
And it's funny actually. I sent and it was nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but I sent a message yesterday morning to my brother and sister, because I'd been back up in the northwest to see my in-laws with my wife, and I was thinking about my mum and dad, and my mum and dad played more of an influence in my life than I actually realised when they were alive.
Yeah.
And you talk about, we're talking about mental health and how do you get by, Steve? Do you ever have your moments? Not very often, I have to say. But the year my dad died, which was during the COVID year, it was horrendous, and we never really got the chance to do things properly, other than my dad's funeral, which my brother and my sister and I did. We didn't bring anybody in. We did it ourselves.
Sorry to hear that.
We each chose a piece of music from a musical that he'd taken us to see because he loved musical theatre. And a mate of mine came up afterwards. He was one of the few that we could invite. And he said, God, the one person that would have been loved to have been sitting here listening to this was your dad. He said, because you did his legacy. He's so proud. And I didn't cry after losing my dad until we're going back to St Helens now. St Helens is my team. And they got to the cup final for the first time in several years, shortly after my dad died. And I sat with his picture on the sofa and watched the game. And when they won, I just, my wife had been out shopping and she came in and she said, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, I'm having a good cry." And that was my release mechanism. It was a good few months, Luke.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But but I was thinking about Dad at the weekend, and I just sent Stu and Lou a message just to say, I used to ring my dad every day, and I knew he was going to say, "Oh, I've been watching Pointless, I've had 2 easy peelers, I had Weetabix for my breakfast." He was telling me the same old things, but I so wish I could ring him today and I find out if he's still having Weetabix for his breakfast.
Exactly.
Also, he taught you how to care, mate, and that's what you do for this community, mate. You are well loved in this community.
Yeah, man.
Everyone.
Yeah,
and you are the voice of this, sitting here, and everyone appreciates the work you do.
Well, I'm so grateful to have been given the opportunity to do what I do. I'm once an accountant, always an accountant. Sometime this year, I'm not sure when, the exact day, but I will have done 1,500 shows. I've only missed about 78 weekdays in 6 years.
That is crazy.
And you're allowed a holiday and getting COVID
man.
now
It is commitment, yeah.
It is a commitment, and it's the fact that I don't work anymore makes it harder of a commitment because you get up and then what next? It used to be going to work.
Yeah, of course.
Now it's what next?
I'll give you some stuff to do. If you
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
Well, look. So thank you, I think,
Absolutely.
from myself, and I say that on behalf of anyone that would happily allow me to say it on behalf of them. Like the services you've delivered, given to this community, and the support you offer to others, and the support you've offered to people like ourselves.
Absolutely.
Over the years is honestly, really appreciate it, man.
I
Really
wouldn't do
appreciate
it if I didn't enjoy it.
No, I know you wouldn't.
I think I'll leave you with this one last thing because
go on.
people will know I'm a big fan of the band Jethro Tull.
Yeah.
And there's a very short song of theirs called "Wandering Aloud." Have a listen to it when you get a chance.
Okay.
But the last line is, "It's only the giving that makes you what you are."
Oh, I like that. And tell you
it-
what, we didn't have to press this.
I know. And he actually just answered my question.
Yeah.
It's the giving.
Absolutely amazing.
The secret. The secret is the giving, and it's the community.
If you
It's
give,
that.
if you
you're
give,
always
you get
going to
back.
get back.
Mr. David
Always gonna
Duca,
get back.
the main man, Steve Green.
There you go.
There
You get a lot of love in there.
Dave,
Can we
yeah.
show some extra love in here for Steve?
David Duca, another.
I know, absolutely.
yeah.
Cheap.
David-
David was so David did the night shift of
Yeah, he
the
did.
first ever Speak
Did
Up
he?
Liveathon.
Yeah.
Absolute legend.
Did he?
So
Can I
yeah,
just say, I mean, people,
I'm one of his Patreons now. I think.
yeah.
what
Likewise, yeah. We share that. As well.
fantastic,
Amazing.
but again, all these people in that up there, and ourselves here, you've given those opportunities on your show to
Absolutely,
broadcast what
man.
we do. So a big thank you from all of us.
So big love. Yes, let's give that extra love and shared. Send it all into that breakfast show community of yours in Facebook. And we
And I played Whitney this morning.
He played
so get
Whitney
some money.
Houston.
Get some money in that.
I
pot.
will always love you. He played that. That's crazy for Steve to do that. So massive appreciation. Right, we've got one thing left for you to do. You need to sign our shirt.
Oh, go down.
Everyone's signing the shirt
And
this
we need a
year.
photo.
And we've got to get a photo, and you've got to choose a light. So you've got 3 things to do.
Guys,
Yeah.
thanks for having me, and make sure you listen all day.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We're going to be back in 3 minutes
Yeah, about 3 minutes.
with Christine.
Yes.
And I hope Henry's here.
Little Henry.
I hope Henry's here. My little boy's coming on next.
Oh,
Right, we'll see you in 2-3 minutes. Thanks everyone. And again, keep that love coming for Steve and keep sharing this stream. Okay, let's do this. Mute that. wish there was one button to press. I have to do 3 buttons
them
for
all.
that, you know. So yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it?
Just incredible. I love Steve.
The threads are coming through.
Such the nicest man.
Yeah, he's top man, absolute top man. And he played Whitney Houston, and I Will Always Love You. We do have to donate £50 because I promised this community that I would do that. If
for him playing the song,
because he said he was going to play Whitney,
but not the song that he
but
hates.
not the song. So I said I'd put another £50 in if he played the song.
Oh.
So we did that. Can you focus on us? Not your eyes, but on the camera.
Stand there and watch.
You just like put it on me or Luke. It just resets it. Lovely. That's perfect. Okay, perfect.
much.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't know who this next guest is. She's very disruptive.
She's a beautiful lady.
She's definitely a beautiful lady.
Thanks.
Christine Griffey, welcome back
Hi.
for the 3rd year running. You're
Yep.
one of the only people that's done 3 years in a row. Well, you have, I know.
Cute.
Well, you've stepped it up a little bit this year, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Putting in a little bit of extra effort.
Why didn't you volunteer to do 24 hours?
She's got baby
So I've got a
after.
4-month-old baby to look after, who isn't here, and I feel like you've like. I feel
Oh,
like everyone,
no.
everyone
Always
was looking forward to.
paddle.
I specifically said I wouldn't bring him in this morning, but I'll bring him in later.
Henry's
Yeah,
coming in
well,
later.
we'll bring him in later.
Henry's
Okay,
coming in
we'll
later. Everyone needs a hug with Henry.
Yeah.
Okay, so Christine's been on. So firstly, introduce yourself,
I hate that.
and you've
bit.
got a new. Well, you'll have a new layer of your introduction this year. Most important layer ever.
Yeah, so I did. Yes, obviously I listened to KD, so I'll start with that. So I'm Christine. I'm a mum, and I'm also CEO of Silvertone and Shift Momentum.
Nice. How does it feel to say I'm a mum first?
Still really weird. I still look at him and like I don't know. It's strange that he's ours. I guess it still hasn't quite sunk in. But
That's weird.
yeah, very strange.
Motherhood really suits you though.
Does it?
Mm.
It's strange because obviously we'd never planned to have kids.
Oh, did you not?
No, I never thought I wanted. I never thought I wanted
Pleasant
children.
surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Pleasant surprise.
and I never thought I was overly maternal. But people tell you that you like,
It happens to you.
yeah, and you just know what to do. And I don't know if that necessarily happens for everyone, but with me, yeah, I guess it kind of did.
I was going to say
It does. It just kicks in and
Yeah.
you just
Powerhouse.
figure it out.
Fixer of everything.
Yeah,
So are you enjoying it? Let's go from.
I do. Yes, I love it. I do love it. I miss sleep. I have to say. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah,
going to lie.
yeah.
4 months of not a full night's sleep, and even the couple of nights, because we've been quite good at, like we will leave him with people. That was quite important for us. I think that he spends time with other people. He gets comfortable around other people. I know that some people really struggle to leave their babies for quite a while, which I understand. It's not an easy thing to do. But yeah, the couple of nights that he has stayed with someone else, it's been because we've had an event to do, which therefore means that I still haven't gone to bed until 2-3 o'clock in the morning. So that extra bit of sleep
doesn't really
hasn't
happen, does
happened
it?
yet.
So then, how has that affected you two? Really, it's changed. I know you were
Knew you'd
previously
do
a
that,
dad.
you prick.
Well, what I mean by that, I'm not going to ask both of you. I'll ask
Therapy
no,
session
Kristen.
now.
Yeah, no, but what I mean by that,
across the
Kristen, what I mean by that is, if you weren't planning to have
No.
children of your own, how has that changed your relationship between you two?
So I think when we found out, which was 13th February last year, literally remember to the day,
Yeah.
we sat and spoke for a good couple of hours about what it would mean for us to have a baby. And I think that was all very theoretical, obviously, because we'd never done it before. So we sat and we looked at what our life was like then and the things that we wanted to do and how it would affect that, I guess. And we decided that we could still do everything that we wanted to do. Obviously, we would have to adapt and make some slight changes, but we'd make it work and we could still do everything that we wanted to.
I think that's an important question to ask because for that reason, your goals and your aspirations, do they change when you've had children? Of course, and like you said, that you adapt now, don't you? I think that's great.
Yeah. What's she doing?
Oh,
Come together.
We've got some creepers in the
we
corner
have
of
got
the
some
room.
Where's
creepers.
he got?
Yeah.
Where you got?
What have you dropped?
What you dropped? Oh, hang on. Did
Oh,
it?
a credit card.
Did it slide?
Sorry, we got a.
Hang on.
Oh, mate.
Fix her everything for you.
I thought you were giving it all away.
Don't show your number.
I was going to use it for CPSL mine donations. Yeah.
He's just shown the camera his card
Love you,
number.
bye. Thanks for coming.
So it was important for us to have that conversation, I think.
Yeah.
And actually, because, like I say, we've been together a long time.
How many years have you? 13 years?
13 years, just.
Same
Yeah,
more.
13
Although we
years,
didn't remotely celebrate our anniversary this year.
I know what happened there.
We sort of don't
It
either.
comes and goes, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
we
it comes
just,
and goes.
the thing is, we get to spend every day together.
Yeah.
Literally.
Um,
we do everything together.
Yeah, but I think because it was never kind of on the cards for us, it was important for us to have that conversation. We'd always said that if it happened, we were in a strong enough relationship and we would.
It wasn't that we didn't want kids either,
No.
was it? It was like we originally thought, well, because obviously I've got Flynn.
Yeah.
They just weren't in the plan.
Yeah, and we always said like if we were going to, it might be later in life, and we might adopt, for
Yeah.
instance.
Well, yeah. People used
Yeah.
to say to me, because I think women get that quite a lot. I think it's not so bad now, but I think there's still this expectation that women should want children.
Yeah.
And they should probably want them at quite an early age.
Mm.
And people used to say to me, well, what if you decide later in life that you want kids and then you can't because you're too old to have them? So, well, then if we're that determined to have them, then we'll find another way to have them,
Alternatives.
i.e. adopt. There's plenty of children out there that don't have a loving family.
Mm.
There would have been plenty of other ways that we could have had children if that was the case.
Yeah.
But obviously it happened and he's here. And I do look at him sometimes and think, wow, we
It's
we
amazing.
were maybe never going to have a child. And I do now get the question of, are you going to have another
I
one?
know.
He's 4 months old.
Yeah,
so
give
I
it a
think,
chance.
yeah, so I get served, as you do now, because obviously my life is taken over by Henry. I do get, like, my socials and stuff. I see all these crazy baby
The
videos
algorithm.
and all that sort of stuff. And I saw one the other day, and she was saying that until her baby turned 2, she could not fathom having another one. And then one day something just
Triggers.
triggered, and yep, now I'm ready to have one. At the minute, absolutely not. I could not imagine having another one.
I had twins.
Oh, so I have no idea how people
How?
do two
Do you know
at
honestly?
the same time, let alone
Do
more
it
than
then.
that.
Just like yourselves, that's teamwork.
On
Yeah,
with it. You just got to do it, innit?
but even
Yeah.
but you're not. But we're not together all of the time. Like you can't. Like we're not. We spend a lot of time together, but we're not together all of the
No.
time. I can't imagine having 2 babies the exact same age, needing the same thing at the exact same time, and been able to
They're
like.
called baby bouncers. They're brilliant. There's one time when I was so sleep deprived that there was time when I was putting my feet on the bouncers, actually rocking them in bed, my feet like that. For about 10 minutes. I thought they were really quiet. I got off sleep, looked down. They'd been in bed in the cot for about 20 minutes.
They weren't in the
I put
bouncers
them to bed, put them to sleep.
You do just do stuff.
It's
like that,
interesting though. It's a very what I find is it's a very functional tired.
Yes.
It's very strange, and I think it kind of shows how functional you can be off on a few hours sleep every night, because you do what you need to do. So like I've learnt, and I feel like I've got very good at when he wakes up, I'm awake. For whatever he needs, I'm awake and I can do it. And then as soon as he's back to sleep again, I can fall asleep with like the click of my fingers.
Yeah.
I was always quite good at sleeping.
I'm like that.
But
with
not-
kids.
Always quite good at sleeping. Always, mate. Honestly, always quite good at sleeping. Like within 10 minutes notice, done. Sleep.
It was a
Just
film.
sleeps.
It was when I used to watch a film.
Carly, sorry, we mentioned about Carly there as well. That's
Carly.
very important.
Yeah,
Something to start
well,
with, yeah. She,
love you,
come back to
Carly.
work. Yeah, she's
Oh,
great.
and Lisa, bless her. Yeah.
Yeah,
Lisa's
yeah.
obviously a new mum too.
Yeah.
Same sort of time.
Yeah.
How old's
little bit
yours,
after,
Lisa?
I think. Yeah,
Maybe
not long
month
after. A few
after?
weeks after, maybe.
I can also say that obviously what you mentioned previously in the live ones you've done here about your anxiety. I think you at the present time you ooze confidence. You might be hiding it, but you're doing it very well if you are. But what I mean by that, I know because obviously people do hide anxiety like I do sometimes. But right now, since becoming a mother, I saw you at the Poultry Foundation ball. You've got. I think you've come up with confidence wise. I think
I definitely don't feel like I'm struggling with anxiety. I think one of the most interesting things about becoming a mum is the amount of different emotions that you can feel in a day or a week.
Yeah.
And I think I wouldn't say I'm necessarily anxious, but there are things where like I don't know, for an hour you might overly worry that, I don't know, fed them
too much.
They haven't burped for an hour or something. Or like,
Yeah,
they've not quite moved as much
Yeah.
as they did before. And it's not so, when he was younger, newborn, you'd you do. You literally watch
Oh,
everything.
Yeah.
And if they've slept,
I wake
for
up and like.
I mean, Alex
every
does
other
still,
night, I'm
he
like,
does still wake up in a panic.
Where the fuck is the baby?
Yeah, he does still wake up in a panic.
I wake
but-
up panicking like every night, pretty much.
But I think it gets easier as they get older. He's at a lovely age now where he's a little bit more. He can support himself a bit more. He's that bit stronger.
It's funny, man.
He smiles at
It's so funny.
everyone all the time. He's very interactive now.
Well, the thing is, he's been in like, it's just like to your question originally, like, we've just had him, and he's just born into this mad village life that we live. Obviously, we've got such a big.
We're extremely lucky.
We're very community. We're lucky to
Yeah.
have the community. You got like people like yourself in our community.
But
We're
people
very
that,
lucky, aren't we?
I think it's an amazing feeling to know that, like, anyone that we see will ask about him, and I know that tends to happen when people have kids, but you just see there's like a genuine love for him and a care for him from so many people,
young
and that's
human.
amazing. I don't think you could probably want any more for your kid than just.
And he got to
love
be
them.
he got to be the youngest anthropist ever.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So he was
Yeah.
taking.
Love that.
How old was he when we went down to Eden
About
Project?
6 weeks. It was
6
beginning
weeks.
of November, so yeah, he would have
So
been.
you're
about
talking
6
about
weeks.
resilience. So this is a mum, right? So Christine, on the day Henry was born, we were in the office. She's sending invoices at 11 o'clock. She's, having team meetings at 12. This is 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 days early.
2 days early. 2 days before due date.
Crazy.
In the office. We go. It's hilarious, right? She's just in denial about being
Dan
in labour.
kept telling
so she
me
was
I was in
walking up and
labour.
down the corridor, roaming around. Dan, Jones Dan,
Yeah.
was going. Christina, you all right over there? You all right over there? You tell the story because
So so it started at about 11, and I feel like Anastasia had been a little bit on edge for like the couple of weeks in the run up to it. Like any time I made a
Worried.
noise, she was a bit like, "Oh, he likes everything."
Yeah.
And about 11 o'clock, I was like, "Oh, that feels like a little bit of a cramp." I was like, "We'll be fine." So I kind of sat there for like half an hour.
Working.
I sat there for about half an hour. My mum had rang me because I remember her saying, "You didn't tell me that anything was happening." It happened when we were going to the hospital.
Yeah.
But I'd spoken to her on the phone. I think Wendy had actually said that Wendy, who runs the ironing shop, I think I'd spoken to her on the phone, and I was supposed to meet her on the Friday. And she said, Daniel said that we're not meeting on the Friday because you're going to have your baby today. So Daniel actually
preempted.
Oh, wow.
Daniel did.
Yeah.
This was before, but I was like, I feel like a little bit of a cramp and whatever. And then I was like, I'll just time them, just for like shits and gigs. Like I'm sure it's nothing. And it got to about half an hour, and they were happening every couple of minutes, lasted maybe 30 to 45 seconds. I was just breathing through them, and then I mentioned it to Anastasia, and then Dan said to me, he was like, "How long are they lasting, and how frequently are they?" So I told him, and he was like, "Pretty certain you're in labour."
Labour.
I was like, "No, it'll just be like Braxton Hicks or something. They're really not that painful." And then I'd have one, and I'd kind of breathe through it, and like I'd look over at Dan and Anastasia, and they'd be looking at me. I was like, "Yeah, no, it's fine. It's really not that painful." Like,
Christine's gonna blow.
and then we went over to Happy Days.
We went out some lunch.
The market was on, so we went over and I got some chips.
Did we bump into?
Stood chatting to Ian
Yeah, we said, "Oh
McLaughlin.
yeah, McLaughlin."
and Ben and Rhiannon.
Yeah.
I stood there chatting away, and I'm kind of stood there like, I'm kind of getting a bit uncomfortable now. I ate my chips, and then it increased, and then I was kind of walking around the office like, yeah, no, this maybe
different.
does feel like more. And then Alec, we had a midwife appointment at like 1:20.
So what do I do? So I ring her. So I ring the midwife. Like,
We were leaving the office anyway, so Alex pulled the car round, and Anastasia carried my stuff down for me, and I didn't say anything to her at the time, but my waters broke as I was leaving the office. She walked me across the street, and I got in the car and I said to Alex, either I've wet myself or my waters are broken. We have to go to hospital. So we popped home, and then went to the
I
hospital.
love that. Popped home.
We had to get,
yeah.
went home and got changed and stuff. And then I rang the hospital whilst you were driving on the way up there. They were like, "Oh yeah, come in, go to the day assessment unit, and we'll check you out, and then probably send you home." And it was the worst drive of my life. Got to hit just to a point in Tinchbrook. I said to Alex, "Do not let them send me home.
No.
I cannot do this journey again." And we didn't go to the day
She was,
assessment
like, in
unit.
pain at that point.
They wheeled me up to the labour ward. 2 o'clock. Yeah, you've got 6-7 hours, and 5 o'clock he was.
He was here.
3 hours in, out, done.
It's amazing. So you mentioned about also working right up to having him. How's it now as in, obviously he's here. He's 4 months old.
Yeah, 4 months.
Four
Yeah,
months
4
yesterday.
months old.
Yeah.
So how are you as is it CEO? Apologies, of a company. So where are you with that now? What's your priorities about going back? And
So everyone asked me how
What's the
maternity.
priorities about going? How's your maternity leave, Christine?
Everyone asked me how maternity leave's going. That's not really a thing.
When did that
so
happen?
you've gone straight back to work.
So, not necessarily.
In directorship.
Yeah,
Things
so I'm at
key,
home a lot
different
more.
Differentiator.
Obviously, I'm CEO of Silvertone, but we've got Nanny in that business who she runs the day to day of that business.
With
She's
Wendy.
absolutely phenomenal. Wendy runs the ironing shop day to day. I have very minimal. Like with the odd thing that they need to run past me, the odd decision that they need help making. Other than that, extremely hands off. Them two absolutely smash running their businesses. So I have very little to do with them, and that I actually built up towards before having the baby. With Wendy's been doing the ironing shop for years, but with Silvertone, over the last probably since early summer, like spring,
You
summertime,
really gave the nanny the
I started
push.
handing over more to Nanny, and I mean she. Yeah,
It's just a
she's just-
machine.
yeah.
Well, thanks to your leadership development.
That's what I was about to say about that. It must be about the people you trust, and the people you've employed, and now, like you said, how you trained.
Yeah,
So
finding the right people is important, and it's not always easy. And I think you can make mistakes with that.
Of course, you can. Yeah.
It's the scariest thing about
Yeah.
employing people, especially when it comes to that sort of role. Because you have to take that step back and let them do it, and I'm so bad at it.
She's terrible at it.
I'm really bad at letting go of control. So Wendy
Because
eventually,
she gives a fuck.
yeah, Wendy eventually took it, and Nanny eventually took it. They were just, yeah.
Get out of the way, Christine.
And I then accepted that I make mistakes, loads. Them two probably make significantly less mistakes than what I ever used to, because I was focusing on multiple businesses, whereas they get to focus on just the one. So yeah, I think it's just accepting that they're absolutely fine, and I have to move out of the way.
I was going to say, for you doing it for so many years, how does it feel to be a step back? I know, obviously, it's great being a new mum and everything, and it's a whole different role, but how are you finding it stepping back?
It's a shift I'm still working on, stepping back from that. I guess I kind of only recently stepped up and then
It was a bit of a
stepped back
nightmare.
again.
to be honest.
And
it was a nightmare for me, quite frankly, because when she took the CEO, obviously
I mean, definitely don't feel sorry for him.
don't feel sorry for me. Absolutely not.
No.
Like, I'm the problem most of the time in everything. Oh, definitely.
He says that I'm bad at getting out of the way. He's terrible.
I am a
Yeah, I
nightmare,
bet.
man.
I bet you are.
He's not
Yeah.
good at getting out of the way.
I like to hunt, man, and when I see, I got to go. Anyway, so Shift Momentum, obviously, one of the projects. So Shift Momentum is the most entrepreneurial business consultancy in Cambridgeshire. It's definitely top dog in the town, and we built it that way together, collectively, over years of lots of different people being involved. And one of the projects that it did was the Region of Learning project, which is working with young people, which obviously sparked me into action, which is why I stepped down from Shifties and everything else that's going on. And that's why Inspire to Ignite exists and everything else. I got hooked on that energy to work with people like KD you met earlier. You can see why you get hooked on that. Then obviously we then made the arrangement that, okay, well, Alex, you go and build Inspire to Ignite.
Yep.
I realised that I needed to change the infrastructure of the town to resolve that problem. So then I've got to do S&I, I've got to do that. And then Christine will take Shift Momentum into a new space to focus on consultancy. And then obviously baby was coming, but we'd already made those decisions.
Yeah.
So if we're realistically, we're still in that kind of transition,
Still figuring out a
which is fine. We're comfortable with
Yeah.
it.
I think so. Yeah, maternity leave is non-existent
Yeah.
from like everything. Like I say, my role is very different for each business. At the minute, the plan.
Well, it's just interesting.
love you, Sarah.
Sorry,
there's some lovely comments.
There's a comment just up for everyone about the juggling as well of being a mum. I think it's a top one up there now, on top of Evelyn. There we go, the glow. Yeah.
Oh well, that was your old.
Yes, I actually saw Emma as I was.
Lovely. Yeah,
coming in,
so
as I was rushing into Cross Keys because I was.
She
almost
was
late.
your.
She was my tutor for 2 years at CRC when I did beauty therapy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of really important questions to ask him because
I'm glad you. Yeah.
So it is. So I mean, we had this conversation over Christmas. So like I say,
It's a reality, isn't it? Right.
But completely stopping hasn't happened.
No.
Same as in the run up to having him.
Yeah.
You know, when are you going to slow down? When are you going to slow down? I actually think it worked
She
for
would have been a
me.
nightmare.
I think you slowed down about 8 hours before you gave birth, didn't you?
Yeah, so it worked. It worked for me, working right up until I had
you
him.
did take time after. Like you were good to yourself.
Yeah, maybe a couple of weeks.
We've had some, like, in complete honesty, we've had like some real, like, we've taken our time away.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things we talked about last time we were on here was the importance of, as a relationship, having those conversations.
Yeah.
When there's a baby to be had or whatever, but also just proactively. And you know, we did our digital detox at Christmas, and we had conversations to say, well, you know, hello, Christine.
Yeah, I was going to say,
And it's very
90%, it takes your time.
But it's for exactly that. So there's guilt that comes with. There's guilt when I'm not dedicating all of my time and my focus to the businesses like I once did.
Yeah.
And then there's guilt when I'm not dedicating all of my time to Henry. So there's
Yeah.
that. There is it's feeling torn and never feeling like you're. And I used to feel it with the businesses. Never feeling like you're giving that one thing your whole attention and focus. So we have had conversations since Christmas. We will be having, you know, there's things happening within the team where I hope to get shift to a point in the very near future where it operates like the Iron Shop and Silvertone do, where I can have a very top level, hands off directorship role in it, and the people within the team are capable of driving that forward. There's still some work that needs to be done with shift because I didn't get it to that point before I had Henry.
You only had like 5 days or something.
But
And I keep putting new projects in the pipeline.
but it's getting there.
Again, I'm going to go back to my original point. I've never seen you this confident.
Yeah, I'd say the same.
Agree. And I'm going to put you on the spot quickly.
Oh, fine.
No, because I think it's important. It's important. What do you love about Christine? So I think it's important for her to hear this as well.
Resilience.
Yeah.
Resilience. I think. So someone just said there. Evelyn. It's really important we have good role model female leaders. I think female leaders are better than male leaders. I'll put it out there.
Yeah.
100%. Especially in a world where we need natural empathy, trust, and kindness. And I just personally feel that majority of the time, female leaders tend to, through the life cycles of the way things go, they just naturally are better leaders. And I don't think I know a better female leader than Christine.
Amazing.
I think there's a resilience that encapsulates. I've seen Christine on her arse. Like, I've seen her in severe anxiety. Like, I'm leaving the house, and she won't mind share because she shared it on here last year.
Yeah.
Don't know what the fuck's going on, crying for no reason. I don't say that lightly.
I actually think Lara described it really well earlier. It's like someone's it's like someone's chasing you, and like you feel like you need to get away from something. But you don't necessarily know what it is.
Yeah.
The way she described that earlier was that's what it's like.
And the life we choose to lead, the life we lead. We could go to a beach tomorrow.
Yeah.
We could sell up.
Yeah.
I could run it. Me and Rico, you saw what we did at 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
We can make 10 grand in
Oh, God,
5 minutes. Yeah, you don't want to watch it back. We can do that. We
Yeah.
can do that. But the life we choose to lead is a life with community. We both care about our communities. We both care about people. We both have incredibly close-knit relationships with people around us. Like the people we're friends with, we're really friends with them.
Yes.
So that requires a fuckload of resilience because people don't always work for everyone. So, you know, I mean, you got put up with me.
Well, yeah, you deserve a medal for that.
But no, yeah, I'm extremely proud of the woman, Christine.
Absolutely. And I'm just in the time now, so we're going to have to go. But again, I'm going to say one more question for you.
Oh God.
No, just say, how's she start again. How's she getting on with motherhood?
Oh, incredible!
There you go.
I've never seen it.
Again, it's really important for
Yeah, no,
to
I've
hear
never
that as
seen it
well.
like it. Never seen. I saw it mostly when we were away because that's where I saw. Because we again early and we've got a minute. We can go. Sam can come straight. Is it Sam next?
Yeah.
Sam can come and
Oh,
sit.
straight in.
Sam, come and
Sam's
sit
all
on
right.
a seat. We
Yeah.
can have a merging transition.
Done.
I'm obsessive in the way that I approach things. I'm all in or I'm all out. I'm in or out.
Yeah.
So I can't do both things. Christine can be, there's this classic Sir Ken Robinson thing, great TED talk, Sir Ken Robinson, How Do Schools Kill Creativity? And he talks about, it's just really silly, but he talks about multitasking, saying that, he used the example, if he's in the kitchen, he's cooking, then the door's shut, the phone's off, and don't talk to me. I'm frying an egg in here.
Right,
he says.
okay.
Christine's in the kitchen. She's painting the ceiling. She's doing that. She's doing this. She's doing this. She's doing this. So she can go. I can see baby over there having a sleep and laptop over here. Boom, 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 boom. When baby's awake and that's the focus and whatever else, I can't do that. I have to transit. It takes me 2 hours to transition from one thing to another because I've got environment. I've got to sort my nut out. There's all this stuff going on. We had these conversations. I said, look, I'll go finish there. I'll finish the game.
Yeah.
Let me go finish the game, and then we can go and enjoy. Because I didn't have the chance. I didn't have the chance with my firstborn.
No.
I didn't have a chance. So I do want to fight to do that, and we'll do that this year.
Again, I just don't think it's important for a man to say how much.
Incredible,
this is-
incredible.
And as a mother, it brings confidence.
Different
Even though
level,
you don't need
different
it.
level of.
Even though you don't need it.
No, I
You've
know
done
she don't need
amazing.
it. She's gonna be
No.
fucking crying. It.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
I didn't say anything. It's Luke that's asked the question.
Hey, sorry, I'm the co-host.
Right, cool. Right, we got to get a picture. You got to sign the t-shirt.
Change
which is
colour.
Looking awesome. And what
Oh,
colour are you
didn't
gonna
I?
go for?
Didn't I set it at green this
Again?
morning at like 5 o'clock? Or someone else? Has it been like set? Has it back at green?
It's been going loads.
I don't
I
know
said it
what's,
at green
I don't
at
know
5
what's
o'clock
going
this
on
morning
after.
whilst I was
And
thinking.
by the way, you should go look at those comments afterwards.
Yes, both of you.
I've
actually.
seen. I was looking at some of them, but I had to look away because I'm a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
And it's that time of day.
I knew a break, yeah.
break me.
I knew it'd be this conversation as well.
Yeah, awesome. And thank you everyone for that engagement on there and for showing Christine some love because, yeah, beautiful.
Thank
you.
Right, we're going to be back in 2 minutes. We've got Sam Squire.
Legend.
Like, if I could have the mindset of a young man at 22 years old, it would be Sam Squire. So that's like how we would. That's the ideal mindset that I would like.
I do think, just on Sam, it's really easy to forget how old he is sometimes.
Yeah.
Because he's what, like, is he 22? I mean,
22.
he loves to remind us because
You
it
wait.
makes us feel really
You
old.
wait.
But every now and then, he's still got quite an immature sense of humour.
He's 22.
He'll come out with something and you go,
22.
yep, no, he's 22.
He's 22.
Love it.
Right, see you in 2 minutes. Share, comment, like, and if you enjoyed that takes a lot to talk. We have all of these things going on. Donate, please. Donate, donate, donate.
What's wrong with
got
that?
emotional. Nothing, man. Nothing, man. It's just I'm trying to, professional host and all that,
What do you mean? You can still be.
No, I know.
I've cried a couple times. I've had a couple
I'm
of
totally. We've had a few tears. We're back in the game.
Oh,
Out
okay.
of focus.
Can
but we're
pre-warn
back
me
in the
next
game.
time? Thanks.
Yeah, no, 1 second.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
I'm in the game.
And we're gonna need when I'm on till 1, by the way.
Yeah,
Now.
man. So,
Oh, yeah?
Squire,
We're here.
Sam Squire's here. I am. Road Pod Dip. Stuart, man.
Did we talk about him
Love
last
that.
night?
Yeah, I think we talked about Stuart. What are we talking about?
We talked about with Rico, didn't we?
We're talking about. Did Rico come on? Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
Rico was
for 2
on
hours.
12 till 2.
Oh, was he? What was he? Remote.
we had a
You need
good
to go
chat.
back. You need
Was
to.
he remote?
It
We
was
can't
a good
talk about
chat.
it.
It was
Was
a
he?
really good chat.
Yeah, there's a couple of
Did he
things.
come
that you
in?
need to- No.
No, he was in his pants at home on Discord. Or
You need
whatever.
to go back. There was a couple of things that he shouldn't
There
have
was
said.
some controversial
really?
conversations going
Oh,
on.
was there?
Right, you're going to kick this conversation
Yeah.
off. I'm going to run somewhere for 1 minute, and I'll be back. And then Sam is going. So Sam Squire, introduce
Hello.
yourself, and then Sam is going to be sticking around
Yeah.
as our third wheel co-host
Yeah. Always
for
always
the next,
third wheeling.
for the next hour and a half.
So he's done.
Listen,
He's doing an hour and a half, and we're doing 24 hours, and he's being called a co-host.
Mate, I literally said to him, I was
Unbelievable.
like, I can take the reign, but he decides to plough on his own.
Unbelievable.
I would have sent the 24 hours. I'd have gone for it, but yeah. So hi everyone, it's lovely to be here. My name is Sam Squire. I'm 22 years old, and I am the ignition coach at now Inspired to Ignite. So my role at Inspired to Ignite is to help the young people we work with become self-aware and self-sufficient humans. So my background was in professional football, so I played for Cambridge United from the age of 9 to 19, and then I've been a youth worker for the last 4 years.
Mate's class.
So yeah, it's a little nutshell.
You answered all my questions. No, I'm joking. I want to go back to that actually with Cambridge.
Yeah,
How old did you get originally scouted?
it was a bit of a weird one. Like, I was playing football locally, and when you're younger, you're just so naive,
Yeah.
like in life, and I like that about working with young people, that they're just so innocent that they don't realise what's actually happening around them sometimes. So it was literally one of them where like my coach just said, do you want to go and have a training session? And it actually ended up being an open trial. But in my eyes, because I just loved football, it was just another opportunity to play, just have fun. Done it, and then a few weeks later received a call going, do you want to join a development? You're in, you can join the development. So how it worked at the time, there was 3 pillars. There was the centres, the squads, and then the academy. So the centres are basically regular sessions in many areas of the county or the region. Then the best players from that then play for the development squad, which is almost like the county as such for the club. And then the academy is where you're at the top of the chain, really. So I worked my way up to the academy within a 6-month period. So yeah,
So you're there from the ages of 9 to 19?
9 to 19, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've spent the majority of my life at a football club. It felt like I'd almost. It's weird. I don't play football anymore now, but it
You don't
felt
at all?
no. But it felt like I had a career within. It almost like, although I didn't achieve anything on paper. If you spoke to like someone that's been in the game for like 10, 20 years,
Yeah.
I didn't actually achieve anything. But I knew him personally. I did achieve a lot, but it felt like I had a carear. If that makes
Understand
sense.
that.
Because when I was like 8,
How would you start? 8?
yeah, when I was 8, I was flying to like Denmark and saying goodbye to my parents for like a week. So they were crying. I was like, see you later.
Off to play football.
But like there's so much stuff that I took from that. Like a lot of people are very toxic, and they look at football very narrow-minded. They look at like, oh, it didn't serve me. Oh, I didn't make it. Whereas I'm like, football made me who I am today. Rather than like dwelling in the past and like, oh, this could have happened, that could have happened.
Yeah, so my brother was actually the Luton youth team, same, almost identical to you.
Yeah.
He was there from, I think actually might have been a bit older, so about 11 to 18, 19 as well.
Okay.
And he was let go he was devastated. He wrote letters out to different football clubs but no, he didn't get picked up. So his football career was running. He went back to school, done his A levels, and then went to university, and he's doing very, very well for Derby County Community Trust now. Really proud.
Oh, amazing.
Of him. I won't tell him that, but I'm really proud of him.
But the role the sport plays in your life now,
Well,
like
that's-
the discipline
Yeah.
that it's taught you and stuff like that. Like, what
Yeah.
did you take from it?
It's nice.
Good question. You asked a very good question at the end. I was like, that's a great question.
Sam loves a good question. That's his thing.
It is my job, so it's quite important.
He's the curious guy.
I'd say the thing football taught me most is, it's a mixture of discipline and ingraining a mindset and it's an attitude to life, like, and that resilience. Because like you think that in football your performance, and I obviously understand in a business context your performance, your KPIs, but it's more like core. It's like quarterly, and obviously there's within day type compartments. There's stuff that there's outcomes on, but in football, if you judge your self-worth on your performance, it took me a long time to understand this. Your whole like what you view yourself as is just going to be like that all the time. Because I was playing some weeks I was playing Monday, Wednesday, Saturday games. So obviously sometimes you're in the team, sometimes you're out of the team, and then the higher you go, it's more ruthless, it's more cutthroat. You might be in certain cultures that are horrible. And that's probably another thing that football's taught me, is like how to create a good culture.
I was going to
Some
ask
of
you
the
about
stories you told me from dressing rooms. I mean,
Yeah, it's
that.
awesome.
Oh yeah, I could have told you a few as well,
Yeah.
even back from 30 years ago as well.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask you about that as well. How did you feel like when you were dropped just for a game? Was there did they really teach you a mindset from that point of view, or they just
No.
no?
Nah,
No, look at that.
Is it a
It's-
conversation? Is it a conversation? Is mental health, or was mental health a conversation from a strategic point of view, from a football club to a young person?
No. Like I actually I started the conversation. Like when I was like, it's not like you sit down and you do a workshop about how to deal with not getting picked.
Yeah.
It's just like you've got to deal with it, and everyone has a different way of doing it. But some people just can't actually handle it.
Yeah. How did you take it?
I looked at it as, I'm going to get in the team.
Yeah.
Next game, I'm going to make sure that you have to pick me. And I've been in dressing rooms where there's literally been no reason why I can't fathom how, and that's not like, oh, I can't believe I've not been picked. It, like, genuinely, I cannot believe, like, I can't have a reason for why I haven't been picked. Sometimes like a manager's mindset or the politics within the football club can just go against you, because that might mean, for example, someone's earning more money than you, and then someone's getting in the ear of the chair, or the chairman's getting in the ear of the manager, going, "Oh, I'm paying this guy this. Why is he sitting on the bench?" And then he's in over you. There's all these little bits and bobs, and there's a lot of politics, and I don't like the culture of football at all. So that's why I've stepped away from it. It took a lot for me to do that last year, but it's probably been one of the best decisions I've ever made. I can't believe I'm saying that.
No, even away from like playing for a pub
You
team.
don't watch it. You don't watch it.
Don't watch football.
watch
And Arsenal are top of the league as a gooner.
I watched maybe a little bit of that.
Watched yesterday, yeah, boy.
But,
Is it as simple as you fall out of the love of the game because of you've seen inside that?
Bigger.
yeah, and that I think that I had to really think about, like, how much value can I add to the world as a footballer, and then I had to think about it if I didn't have football in my life. So now I don't have it. I have more time. I can look after my family. I can like work, like not more hours, but like work hours that.
Don't tell Alex
fit.
that, please.
Oh mate, no, I'm joking. But like I can do things. I can work. Like I wouldn't be able to do our Ignite sessions on a Saturday. I wouldn't be
That
able.
was a conversation, weren't we? We were having that conversation.
Yeah. So and I was willing to, because when Alex pitched me the vision of what we're doing, I was willing to sacrifice everything I'd put in to do this, because I just felt like I'd make more impact.
I am Dr. Pitch.
Yeah.
I am Dr. Pitch.
So no
just
pressure,
saying.
Alex.
Yeah.
either,
I'm
is
Dr.
it?
Pitch,
Yeah.
man.
But also with like,
No, this guy is made for this.
Yeah, I know.
but like with the even then, but it's funny how like something comes out of your life, like football, and all the energy I was channeling into that I put into Inspire to Ignite, but then also you put into other things. So I've done the music. So now I actually probably impact more people through music than I do with football.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is another thing that baffles me about football, is that if I put a t-shirt on that has certain colours and certain patterns on it, some people will treat me completely differently as this t-shirt here.
Yeah,
and for
I've seen
me, that is crazy. And so many people base their self-worth, linking back to self-worth, around as a player, but also like people watching, like fans, some people watching might base their self-worth on how it's crazy to think about how their team performed on that day, and that can affect the whole rest of their life. That can affect how they treat their loved ones, that can affect how their working environment.
Stories around the World Cup and
absolutely. Yeah. Oh, just one last thing on football, and we'll move on to music, and then we'll go on to Q's. Sorry, Alex, I've just taken over.
No, you do your thing, man.
Because I'm really interested. You know most of these stories. Anyway,
I know enough about Sam.
So,
what do you?
Obviously, the day you let go, I know it's a tough one, and forgive me for asking this, but how did you take it?
Oh, mate, I was fine. Because I left everything on the table. Even, I remember the first team manager, I remember even the person that told me, there was basically a new manager came in, and I knew, I was there for 11 years, and I got let go 7 days before the end of the season. So I kind of knew, like, if I've been here for 11 years, it doesn't take 7 days before the thing.
You're a testimonial.
It's not really like that.
No, it's
not. But he was baffed. He was like, "You right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've left everything on the table."
Amazing.
Like, if I hadn't, then it would be a completely different story.
Regret. Yeah.
But I knew that I literally gave everything, and I could walk away from that training ground that I'd left 100% of myself there, and I was fine. And he actually said, the guy said, "You're better off without the club."
Wow.
Yeah, but like what the difficult conversation for me was, because I had a really good relationship with people at the club. About 2 months, within 1 or 2 months later, the director of football had a conversation with me about the future and what it could have been and stuff like that. And he said the previous manager really liked me, and like he said, if he was still here, you'd be here, and there'd be potential of pathways in the next 1 or 2 seasons. So that, like, conversations that are difficult, but I literally wouldn't change any of my journey, because you'd never be who you are.
Today. So music now, and this is on my subject as well, because I love music. So I've DJed for 20 years, and we talked about a lot.
Oh, have you?
I did, yeah. I stopped just before COVID.
Oh, right.
I just didn't have that time anymore to dedicate to it.
Yeah.
What wife and kids, and
that's fair.
Getting
Big DJ crew in Shifties, yo.
I loved it.
Yeah.
And again, for my mental health, music means everything to me. So how is music with you? What do you get from it?
Well, it's a vibration, isn't it? And like, people don't realise the effect that vibrations have on your body and on your mind as well. So for me, music, it's a place where I can raise my own vibration within myself, and I literally just fall in love with it. Like I listened to house music for like probably like 5-10 years ago, and then I just from not being in football, I kind of rekindled that love for it, and then I just put, again, like yourself, like just it was something that I just enjoyed, and I followed my curiosity, I followed my heart, and then like fast forward a year later, just over a year and a bit now since I learned, like I've got my own events company, but it's so much more than an events company. Like I saw a massive opportunity in St Neots to change the nighttime economy, but also to provide young people with an opportunity to actually showcase their talent, because there was nothing going on. What were they doing instead of not being able to DJ? But like that could affect their mental health, because actually they've got all this talent and they have nowhere to actually showcase it. So don't get me wrong, I'm like part of it is selfish, and I just love the music, and I want to show that to the world. But also, the main reason for setting up my events company is to, a lot with what Alex does, just better St Neots, and actually give St Neots around the conversation we've been having with Huntingdonshire 30-year strategies. Like, right, I asked the question, right, why can't our nighttime economy be as good as our daytime economy? And like, why can't St Neots be renowned for its nightlife? So like, I'm asking these. That's what I'm saying. So what like, I'm asking these questions. So why can't it be? So I think I'm here to kind of like change the culture and actually give people something to look forward to. It's important.
So one last question before I go curious entrepreneur. Sorry, Alex.
That's cool. Fine. I don't know to talk about. It's about Sam, not about curious entrepreneurs.
Well, no, that's what I wanted to do.
He's just a curious entrepreneur.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to go into. You know, but obviously you're helping out the youngsters now. Have you ever thought about combining the football with that, knowing how much you've learnt from football?
We did.
We are definitely thinking about doing that anyway, just in regards to referral pathways, and that's something that I've probably need to speak to you about because I've got some things that I need to tell you. But
God's sake, so every day you think I'm bad. Honestly, this guy.
But yeah, like definitely, 100%. There's pathways from football to curious entrepreneurs, 100%, and that's something I'm tapping into. But when I first came out of football, and then when I got that bursary and I became like a life and executive coach, I saw this gap and I was like, should I double down on maybe young players that have been released that need that space like for coaching? Obviously some of it might be counselling if it's
absolutely, yeah.
But there's a distinction between coaching and counselling. But for young players that don't have trauma but are ready to be in the present and look forwards rather than look back, 100% there was a gap. But I think I was still healing. Like I wasn't obviously really damaged, but I was healing. So I'd be kind of, and it wasn't until I went through counselling and it was ethically and personally it was the right thing to do, until I realised that was, I dealt with my stuff and I was in a position where I could help people. But then part of me was like, I don't really want to go back. It's a difficult one. Like I wanted a change.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't want to help young players.
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't know if that was
I'm not saying you are, but I'm just I think it's interesting how I can still do that through a different vehicle.
Yeah.
Through entrepreneurship rather than football.
Yeah.
And the difference is, and you're seeing it now, anyone could be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
It's the most inclusive subject in the world. You're seeing that now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Did you, like, you're seeing it. Like, you see it every day. You live and breathe it.
Yeah, I didn't think it would...
How impactful is that as a subject to young people?
Yeah. When you give a young person the space to really think about what they want from their life, and they know you trust them to get where they want to be, and they can pursue something that they love doing. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of shit on the side that you got to do, like any job, like anything. But actually, that bit of stuff that you have to deal with, that's what gets you to where you need to be.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't realise how inclusive it would be, if I'm honest. I thought there might be a system behind it, and certain young people flourish and others don't. But actually, what you've got to start with is the individual. You don't think about the business stuff. Just got to start with the individual, understand how they work, how they think.
Exactly what KD said, and I mean, almost down to the T, innit?
Yeah. So you got to understand the individual, and then you work, and then you build the right system around the individual. But like the conversation we had with that
weekend, wasn't it?
Mental,
wasn't
like.
I got to sit on the last 10 minutes. So the dynamic, human, entrepreneur.
Yeah.
He's moving into entrepreneur space pretty quickly right now. But the dynamic is amazing because I can't do anything. You know what I'm like? What do you want? What do you want, Luke?
Yeah.
What do you need?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Would you need a door open? What? Yeah. What do you want?
What do you want?
That's all I ever do, innit? What do you want from me, man? What do you want? I'll help you if you're ready to be helped.
Yeah.
I can't get you. I'll burn you out pretty quick.
Yeah.
So Sam gets them to a place first, the vision around the environment, the culture, the infrastructure, the ecosystem, the network, the infrastructure that surrounds a safe space. Then the conversation, that circle, the weekend. I only got in the last 10 minutes of it. I was like, wow, this is...
It's really interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting how young... Like, basically a mandatory thing of our onboarding with young people is they do a wheel of life with me. So they basically have an opportunity to, and certain wheel of life is like, oh, this is finance, this is education, and I go, right, what are the most important things to you in your life? And we started on Saturday. I don't know. And I know they know.
Yeah.
And you just keep digging. Keep asking the right questions. In the end, you got to the 8 most important things. Rate, like, they can choose. I basically give them autonomy to everything. So, right, what does a 1 look like? Because some people for a 1 it's like, oh, that's all right. Whereas some people with 1 is like, that's the worst thing that ever happened. Some people think a 10's not impossible, which is interesting. So I'm right, if a 10's impossible, what's a 9.9?
It's interesting. I do something very similar with it in the NHS. We call Dialogue Plus. We look at their individual traits, and they rate themselves out of 1 to 7 randomly.
Okay.
And if they go 1, which is very dissatisfied, we then work on building that up.
Yeah.
It's the kind of things we do with mental health. Very interesting.
How that layered on the weekend, which was really interesting. So I came in the last 10 minutes, and I asked permission. I said, "I'm early. Can I sit in for the last 10 minutes, whatever?" And Sam says, "I don't know. It's not. Ask the young person."
Yeah.
And they did. They said yes. So I got to sit in.
Yeah.
And Sam hands over to me, and I talk about the business side, and they put on their thing business 4. So their confidence out of 10 was a 4 on business, and I then said, right, okay, fine, that's quite low, given I'd seen you pitch already. I'd heard all the stories about this person and the way that they articulated their vision. So I said, okay, cool. Well, imagine a business like a triangle. You've got vision, creativity and vision to sell that vision, the entrepreneurial traits. Then you've got operations. You met the best operations manager ever, or leader, Christine, who was here a minute ago. Then you've got kind of community engagement. Right, I'm only going to focus on the 3 people in this room.
Yeah.
Where do you fit? Top. She was like, bang, vision. Vision, share my vision, pitch it, be creative in the way I do it. And I said, right, so if you only had to think about that and you just had to go sell your vision for what you want to achieve and what you want to do, where do you rate yourself? Bang, 7.
Wow.
It's really interesting how young people work, actually, because intuitively, and it's really, the weekend was really interesting, actually, because we done a thing, one of their things was trust. So trust is really
Oh, of course it is.
So trust from other people, but trust, and I flipped it. So they were like, oh, trust it from other people. I was like, right, what about yourself? And they were like,
Oh, yeah.
funny enough, they rated the trust, they done a rating how they trust themselves 5. Then family was the other thing to them, and how they viewed how much. And then and then I linked this. I was like, how much do you think your family trusts you? 5. How much do you trust yourself? 5. And then it links to everything.
Everything. That's amazing. I'm just in the time, so I'm going to ask 2 quick questions.
There's a question from Stuart.
Oh, go on. Go on.
Can we have Stuart's question?
Of course.
Got one for Sam's mic. Doesn't seem to be working. Let me just check that.
You've been playing it.
I don't want to disrupt. Hello?
So,
Yeah?
You've been playing around with it.
How about now?
Is that working now? Yeah, it's back. Brilliant.
Sweet.
So
We've got a question from Stuart, and then we have to invite our next guest, and you'll be staying for co-host anyway.
That's cool.
Okay, cool. So, Stuart, where is he? So, as a workplace assessor, I often find a majority of my clients that go self-employed or start their own business are neurodivergent. Have you found this with players that have been dropped or people coming for help?
Players that have dropped, obviously, I'm not like players that are neurodivergent and.
Yeah, is there a link to? Can you just We
can probably, obviously, with players, obviously I don't know everyone's story inside out, neurodivergent, but obviously with the young people we work with, I'd say the majority are.
I would say so. Yeah.
I'd say the majority of the young people we work with are neurodivergent, and then linking to what we said earlier about and again we had an amazing conversation with on a podcast with someone who works with it's called Send Story.
Yeah,
I give him a 5-minute preview.
Yeah, amazing. Mad. So basically,
Joe McGon.
McMeechan.
McMeechan,
Yeah, Send
sorry.
Story, amazing. So they basically work with young people and identify the best, how they can like understand their neurodivergence and make that their superpower. So that's, and I've taken so much inspiration from that conversation.
I would recommend, Stuart, stream 1, 6.5 hours in, so 6:30, Jamie Queen,
Yes.
talking about his ADHD and dyslexia,
Absolutely
and how to turn
incredible.
it into superpower. That half hour, as someone who works with young people, as Sam does, I listen to that, and my brain's blown.
Yeah.
Come February, when that episode 3
Can't wait.
that Sam recommends drops with Send Story,
Yeah.
gonna change everything that
Yeah.
you think and understand about humans.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it? It depends what system you're working with as well. If you're an amazing facilitator, but you're working with a system that doesn't understand that visual as well as it could be, it's very difficult for you. However, I'm in a lucky position where I have a lot of autonomy, and I've got a great network with people that can help me with how I work with young people who are neurodivergent. So, well, we all are, aren't we?
Yeah.
That's
we
what I
all-
understood
that's
the other
point.
day.
We are all.
Yeah, and
We
it's just
are.
understanding it's that she spoke about the cup, or how big's the cup, how much can you fill it? It's crazy. So
Just very quickly, because I know we have got.
Yes,
Yeah,
No,
I
no.
know.
I'm going to say this. You came to see Alex 3 years ago,
yes,
trying to find something.
yeah,
Have you found it? Now.
no,
No, good.
I haven't. No,
Good. No, damn
Okay.
right.
Still working on
He's
it.
got to fucking build it.
yeah, I haven't found it. No,
Okay.
because otherwise I would stop.
Done.
Yeah.
Might drop.
Yeah, love that. Love that. And I agree with Sarah. That
Yeah, I agree.
very lucky, and soon we're gonna.
well, I'm
have,
lucky to have you, Sarah.
And soon we're gonna have Luke
to make
on.
sure I do work.
Oh yes, later on tonight.
Later tonight we'll have Luke.
Oh, yeah,
on,
so-
which
7
I'm
o'clock.
really excited about.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, we're gonna invite our next guest in, which is Lynette.
Oh,
She's just gonna
yes.
blow my brain, and she's gonna get all the love from all 3 of us. So Lynette, I know you're listening. Come on in.
Sam, you need to sign that.
Whilst you do that,
Shirt.
sign
Yeah,
the shirt.
sweet.
I'll
I'm gonna
do
get
it.
on the. I'm gonna get on the little mic as well.
You can move, yeah, little
Ah.
mic. Yeah, okay, fine. Here she comes. Just got to sign a shirt. So just stealthily walk in.
Where's the pen?
It should be underneath there. There you go.
Shh. Wait. You're in the hot seat. No, you're
I've done that
alive.
before.
Yeah, yeah, lovely.
Oh, it's just,
You might have to do it on.
I'll
Like,
do
take it
it
off.
on the
and
chair.
then
Do it on the chair.
So while we're adjusting things, so I've just noticed we're hitting peak time. So I see 40. It keeps rising. Like, comment, tag someone who needs to hear these conversations. Put in the comments what you've learned so far from a conversation. Who's been your favourite guest so far? What did you learn from that person?
Oh, I can't be, has it?
Are you proud of them for speaking up?
Is it dried out completely?
I'll go get another one.
Right. And
Yeah.
if you are enjoying what you're seeing, and you feel like you want to make a donation to CPSL Mine, please do. The links in all the social media channels. Please do.
Yeah.
Because if we raise £5,000, it will actually go specifically for a project in St Neots, which is desperately needed for mental health right now.
Yeah, and a couple of thanks. Daniel Laycock, thank you. I've just going through some of the donations. Thank you very much for your generosity. Ian Payne, Jackie Fitzpatrick, thank you very much for your generosity. Lynette,
Hello.
thanks for your generosity in every way. Barry and Denise, Lewis Newark, Murphy Colkin, Scott Kingsbury, Anonymous, Jamie Queen, Kirsten. Like, amazing. You're making a huge difference, guys. You're making a huge, huge difference. It's amazing. I'm loving the comments here. Keep the feedback coming through. And don't forget to share this.
Love Ian's,
Vibe of the street.
love Ian's comment, the last bit there.
Where is Ian? Let's have a look.
Do you know what's really amazing, Alex, is being on the recipient, being on the side of being in the comments. It feels so lovely to be part of something.
It's
Like
addictive, isn't
when
it?
people, yeah. So when
I mean, which I've never
Yeah.
experienced being over there, and I never should, quite frankly. I'm quite happy with being here because I just cry all the time.
it was a bit like that.
I tried to have a little bit with Christine, to try and have my one-on-one conversation with her, so Alex could take a bit of a back step and
Yeah.
Yeah, then
I didn't even
got
give
him.
you a hug when I came in. That's just
Okay,
rude,
let's
isn't
have a hug
it?
first,
Come
'cause
on,
it's-
get
have
in
a live
there.
one, have a hug.
Oh, it's so good. doing so well. And you as well, lovely. I know. Good to see you.
Let's get it started, shall
Yeah.
we? Is
I'm
he
really
gonna get a
nervous
fan?
about this actually today.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm very nervous.
Well, I'm really proud of you because I know with what you wanted to talk about today, it's really important. Like, it's really important that we have these conversations. Just you and your growth and like where you've come over the last year. Think about it, where you come from, where you were last time on the
Even
Liveathon.
3 months, even the last 3 months.
You've grown a lot. Yeah.
Massive. I was
feels
talking
good.
to my mentor this week, and he was like, I literally cannot almost not recognise you, but it was just so.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
I'm really nervous.
No, just
Last year it was fine because so when I was
not
working,
how do you feel about this interview? How
No.
do you feel about you?
don't ask me questions like that. I'll end up crying.
No, you can. We've got tissues and everything.
It's a very
fine.
Yeah, we've
it's
got
very
media.
strange actually because having spent 6.5 years talking about everyone else's Duchenne, right? And this is going to be hard because I don't often put
No.
myself there. I've supported people through their Duchenne for 6.5 years. It's been incredible. It was a wonderful experience. But what it did do, 6 months into Samson's diagnosis, it made me really able to park our Duchenne very effectively. So it was never about our Duchenne, it was always about everyone else's. Even when, we've experienced a lot of really significant loss in the Duchenne community this year. Some very, very powerful, powerful men have passed away in the Duchenne community. And you get hardened to it, but then you don't. And it hits you like a ton of bricks when you think about those parents and think about what the families and the friends and everything else. So right now, I'm in a very odd situation because I no longer work for Action Duchenne.
No.
I work
Congratulations on everything you achieved, by the way.
Thank you.
Amazing.
It
I saw
was.
you in action, and wow, amazing.
It was incredible. And
You learn a lot.
Thank you. But where I find myself now, for the first time ever, because I never was able to speak this openly about it without there being a tinge of talking for the charity, it's me. And that's hard because as any Duchenne, I know there's going to be Duchenne parents watching because, I know there will be. To then give yourself that space to think about it and talk about it, it's really hard. And I don't often think about it or talk about it.
You're in a safe space.
I know.
And I'm going to put my hand there, and anytime you want to grab my hand, you can grab it.
Thank you. It's okay because I cry and then I get on.
Yeah.
That's okay. But I haven't done this for such a long time, which is why I'm nervous.
Yeah. If you need to breathe for a moment, we'll breathe.
Yeah. So
how do you feel about Lynette and who Lynette is today? Do you feel proud?
I'll probably never feel proud.
I know you would.
So you know
know.
that I have utter imposter syndrome. So looking at these people that have been on prior to me, in my mind, they're all just like incredible. So for me to be following someone like Christine, following someone like Sam, two humans who I just adore more than anything, I don't feel like I should be here.
But they adore you.
But I'm also going to stop you there, and the reason why I'll stop you there is ever since I've known Alex for the last 3 years, whenever we've talked and your name's been brought up, Alex does nothing but put you on a pedestal.
I know, but
And because of the person you are. I don't want to upset
Yeah,
you.
no, but
she's fucking awesome.
Yeah, absolutely
She's
awesome. Yeah.
She's awesome. So Lynette said to me when she left Action Duchenne, Alex, I need a reference. I need a reference because I need to go and I'm looking at some other things. I've got a few opportunities. She wasn't even looking really. She'd been given opportunities. People are coming at
Yeah,
her
it was a bit like
with
that.
opportunities because she's like, well, it's a bit like who was saying it earlier. They kind of you kind of close one door and
Yeah.
it just goes boof, here you go. And I said no. I won't give you a bloody reference. I'll give you a fucking job, though.
Well, your
incredible.
words were, do not accept. What I loved
We
about
have a
it,
conversation.
So is that you
Yeah.
said don't accept anything, any offers until you've spoken to me. And what I loved about that was that you immediately presumed I'd already been made offers because you had that belief in
Yeah,
me.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's a
100%.
difference between saying talk to me, but you actually said before you accepted the office, and that has stuck with me. And of course, for me, it was it's been a rocky up and down road.
Yeah.
God,
Welcome to
I've
Start
learned
World.
so much. Like, it's incredible, and I do feel so. Right now, I feel in a position where I feel so much more confident in what I'm doing at work, which is amazing, because it's not really work. It's
I know, but you're making
it's
an impact.
playing
Yeah,
for
yeah.
it's playing for money, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. It's like entrepreneurial world.
Yeah.
It's just a different world.
Yeah.
Because we're a CIC as well, we're driven by revenue rather than like charity grants and,
Yeah.
and donations.
But
which
what
helps.
also is quite interesting is that I don't know if anyone else who's listening has the same experience in their working life. It's almost like having a really not toxic, but having a different ex-partner.
Yeah.
Like, I luckily don't have any of those things but it's almost like you hold on to the memories of your previous experiences and presume that's going to happen
Yeah,
in this
because
place.
you have a frame of reference.
Yeah.
Your frame of reference shapes you
Yeah.
as you grow, and then every now and again you're given an opportunity to break back some of that and then allow the child to come out of you again,
Yeah.
which is what we all want. That's where we are. That's where we were from. And everything else is circumstance and situational. And then every now and again you find a place like this and I go, I don't give a fuck, Lynette. Get on with it. Do whatever you want. And you go, oh, right.
Oh, right.
Boom.
Okay.
I've arrived.
Yeah.
Hello.
But changing that, as you
Yeah, I
say, the
understand.
schema of always having worked for organisations or people or situations where it's a prescribed way, to then have that freedom. I'm always second guessing, thinking, well, how can is that really happening? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Yeah, let's do this. And the more and more, I guess it's habits, isn't it? Developing habits. The inch stones. I always go back to the inch stones rather than the milestones. So the habits of thinking, actually, I trust these people. I trust what we're doing. I trust the system. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but something else will. That's cool.
Yeah.
I've never had that ever in work.
That's
and
lovely.
it's not, so
Oh, good. Well,
Yeah.
So this is
listen to that.
This is
Read that a second, because
Yeah.
I think that's what you need to do right now to allow us to move on to the next question.
yeah. Because
what's that?
She says, find the way to accept the
But I
love
can't, Sarah.
and
It's
draw
really
strength
hard.
from all those who believe in you.
because this is a massive change for you, isn't it? Because
Oh, huge, yeah.
for me, when I heard you got the job here, it was at marketing. You're social media marketing, aren't you?
Marketing manager.
Sorry, yeah. What I mean by that is that when I heard your stories in the last Liveathons, last two, you're all this happy person, and can I ask?
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. So were you hiding?
No. I just have a very good way of parking it.
Yeah.
And when I go there, I go there.
She goes.
So with Duchenne, it's a very difficult thing to think about because I've spoken to hundreds of families about this, and people always think to the final. They always think to the end.
Yes.
They always think to the time when you lose your young person, which is a potential inevitability. In my mind, I have a celebration of Samson reaching his 40s. That to me is going to be a celebration. But it's a situation that parents don't usually find themselves in. And when you know about it, it makes you change your perspective on pretty much everything.
Yeah.
But it also, when you go there to the end, which I've been there, I went there about 3 months into diagnosis. I went there and I imagined the bed, I imagined the room, I imagined how he would look. He's quite slight. And I pictured some of the other people in the Duchenne community who are built like him, and I imagined that he would look like them when he was older. But I imagined him around like 20s, and it's incredibly hard because you spend your whole life looking away from that potential moment. Because you have to live your life, you have to get on with what you're doing, you have to earn money for your family. It's very expensive being a person with a disability. You have to keep siblings going and living a good life. You have to keep up friendships and relationships. But there's always, and this never goes away, unfortunately, sorry other Duchenne parents watching, that end never goes from your mind. But again, it does make a really good perspective on everything. But if you let yourself think, your heart just breaks. Samson was in hospital for over Christmas with pneumonia. So with Duchenne, because the heart and lungs are affected by the lack of dystrophin in the muscles, it makes coughing really hard. So his diaphragm is quite it's a lot weaker than other children, so he can't really produce a cough. So he got the cold that was going around anyway, and we were desperately trying to keep him at home because obviously it's Christmas, so Christmas Eve, and I was in bed with him and he was sitting up and he could barely pull a breath, and we phoned 111 and they phoned us back eventually, which was fine. NHS, thank you NHS, incredible, absolutely wonderful. And we went straight in and they oxygened him up and everything, and it's just the feeling of keeping that power going Christmas time. And then bless legs, he came in and he just broke down, seeing our beautiful little boy rigged up to an oxygen thing on Christmas Eve. It's just horrible. And if he didn't have Duchenne, he would not have been in there. So we've gone off on a massive tangent.
But now, one thing I've remember that sticks with me. There's a lot that Lynette, not just Lynette, your family just as a whole, as a beautiful whole that you are.
And they are beautiful, aren't they?
Beautiful, bloody beautiful, amazing.
Is it worse because he's just so gorgeous?
You're all just bloody lovely, and it just drives me nuts because every time I see you, that's why we love to hug every time we see each other. That's why inevitably we're crying before we started the meeting. The interview. Something that really stuck with me right from years ago when we first met was that you live every day. And every moment is just a beautiful thing because you've got this perspective and you have this action. So the conferences where Christine and I would come and when you would have
I've
us.
just seen Stuart's message. We'll come to that in a minute if that's okay. I just
yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Just want to acknowledge that, Stuart. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, bless you, man. I've never. What you give to the world by being who you are is, and you as a community, your family, the Duchenne families, who I've got to meet, some of which I've never felt happy, seen so much happiness, just pure, I've never felt happy, like I have felt, obviously, but I've just felt just amazing, and I just, it's a wonderful perspective to have. It's a horrible thing you have to go through, and it's a horrible thing to talk about, and it's really brave that you would do so. And you know that we all love you, and Samson, and and your whole family. And I want you just to say thank you for being so vulnerable and open to come and share, because that, first and foremost, to your point about Stuart. Notice how she went, Stuart, there's someone over there. She just picked it out. Because that's what you do. You find it. You find the people that need love and you give love. And I think that's a wonderful trait to have in a human being. Forget any skill that you have. The human capacity to do that is incredible. But I want to ask, because I know you want to share. And I know you want to talk about what happened over Christmas, because I think we can learn from that.
Yeah.
And I think that we got the text, so I did turn my phone on when that happened, because Christine said...
I know you did. I saw that you did.
Because I wanted to make sure you were okay. But within a day, you made the most of it. Can you just explain what happened over Christmas and how you dealt with it as a family and as an individual? If you're happy to share.
Yeah, of course. So that.
I know you want to talk about that, and otherwise I know I'm trying to help you.
Thank you. So these bits, the practical sides, I find really easy to talk about, and the practicalities were that luckily Lex was at home at the time, because Lex looks after a man with autism as his caring job. That's his paid job. So he works he's away a lot of the time, but then he's back a lot of the time. So it works really well. and that's the kiddie's dad. So he was at home, luckily. So actually, it worked out kind of logistically much better than it has done in the past. You know, when Samson was admitted a few years ago, I took them all. Did I take them all to hospital? I think I took them all to hospital. Yeah, and it was like this kind of LSM party, and I think then Lex came when he was able to. I can't remember. I think it was like that. It was very traumatic. So yeah, we just went there. The hospital were amazing. They set up. They gave us a ward, 4 beds to ourselves, and Samson was obviously really struggling. His stats were really low. He was 88% oxygen blood, which is really low. He was very tacky, so 130, 150 kind of beats per minute heart rate, really high temperature, kind of 40 plus. So he was really struggling. Yeah, no, we actually had a really nice time randomly. So Lex was very upset. Samson was upset that he missed out on Christmas. Leo, it's really interesting because Leo's 13 and he is a very caring person, typical older sib. But it's hard to get him away from his computer because he loves gaming. But what really upset me or kind of got me was on Christmas Eve when Lex came to visit us in hospital. Leo and Rosie just all turned up, and of course he did. Why did I ever doubt that he wouldn't? But he was like, of course I'm here. Like, oh my God. And the same for Christmas Day, same for Boxing Day. And yeah, we just had a roast dinner. It was actually really simple and really lovely. It was the emotional side when you look at what and why and how close was. I thought I was making the right decision keeping him at home.
You did the right thing.
But then I said to the doctors, like, should I have brought him in earlier? Because I was trying to keep him at home. And all of them said, no, it's fine. And I knew, just from their reaction, of course I should have brought him in earlier. It's a really hard decision to make. And I know I did the right thing, but
out of that, again, I got it from them. I could turn my phone off on Boxing Day. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because you knew that we were home.
Because the power again is just another example of the power of you using whatever the moment is to make it a moment. Yeah, well, that's fine. We had a lovely time. We were in the hospital. And we were with lots of people. We had our own little space, and you find the positive in those things. I think that's a wonderful thing for people to take from that story is the fact that you got to find the positives in everything.
And I think another thing also is when a lot of Duchenne parents I've spoken to, they have people in their lives that step away because they perhaps can't deal with it or don't know what to do or don't know what to say or whatever. One of our very best friends, Kirsty, actually just messaged me on Christmas Eve saying, like, what do you need? And I said, I can't shower here, I've got no clothes, like, I'm minging. I don't want to be minging on Christmas Day. So she actually came down on Christmas morning with washing stuff, towels.
Love it.
Like, she was catering for like 20 people in her house. She didn't give a shit. She just literally got out of her house and came to visit us in hospital. And I just couldn't cope.
Yeah, but you would have done exactly the same thing for her.
Oh my God, of course I would. But that's the key, I think. If someone's struggling or someone's having problems and you don't know what to say anything. Just be there, just talk to them. Yeah. And I think that's a big take. I guess we're probably running out of time, aren't we?
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. I think the message is from me, if someone is struggling in whatever respect, whether they're living with a disability, whether they're living with mental health challenges, practically, whether they're a new parent, just be there. Just reach out to them, talk to them. Don't say to them, what can I do to help? No. Just do the help. Just do it. Yeah. Don't ask permission. Just do it. If they don't like it, they'll soon tell you, I'm sure.
Kev Hull's on midday, and he once told me a story about something I've been trying to adopt without. I don't really want to.
No, I'm looking at
comments.
These.
Yeah, I know.
I love. Oh, Fergie, thanks.
Yeah, I can see these lovely comments, which you should 100% be enjoying afterwards and engaging with. But he said about, and it's something I try to adopt, and I hope you see it, and people that work with us and get involved in the stuff we do see it. He said, like, when something happened to one of his employees, he just said as a story, he just got a box out and wrote his name on the box and then gave him the box and said, look, any problems anything you don't want to deal with, I'm not asking to help, but here's a box, and any problems you can't deal with, put them in the box and just assume they're going to be dealt with. I think there's a lot to be said about that,
cool.
and you're always going to get that back. you're always going to get that back. Like you just community. It's village. It's that village thing. It's the community. We all need each other. We've got to support each other. And putting out as you do relentlessly, it just always means that you've got someone to call.
But then you're the same. That's part of the reason why we love St Neots so much. I'd probably say most of the reason is because of the community that you have set up for yourself, because you have made a safe space for so many people. There's going to be hundreds of people that watch these things back that are part of your network that you talk to, and you give your time every single day to them. And you've made that safe space for people. And I can't imagine there's any other towns or any other communities that are like that.
Well,
so, and I'm so proud to be part of it. So thank you for letting me be part of it. See, look, I'm fine now. Look, I can go back to work. I'll go back through.
Good shit.
Straight in.
Honestly, we did all right, to be fair.
We did.
We actually got a lot of words in for once.
Oh,
I'm proud of you, then.
But that's not being flippant. That's me just going there.
No. And that is self-awareness and self-control. You understand when you got to go, and if you resist it, that hurts.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to go. So I think someone said it's okay to cry. I saw a comment coming up earlier. I couldn't look at this because the only reason I'm trying to resist crying, by the way, is because I'm trying to make sure I provide the platform for someone to speak.
I'll do it for him.
So Luke's already gone. I've seen Luke gone. So I'm doing, but there's just so much love here.
But the reality is, it's not today.
No.
That's a potential future. And we have such a lovely time, and we're just normal family. They spend all their time on the computer and watching telly, and we have the daily struggles, but then just normal families. But we also have the most brilliant time. So it's nothing to be sad about.
No, nothing to be sad about
at all. Our life is not sad. Our life is
joyful.
Brilliant.
It's beautiful.
Times like this, I then am able to be sad. Because it's vulnerable, isn't it? It's just being open and honest.
I worked for a cerebral palsy charity in Bedford for a year and saw families. And no, I can't say any more right now.
No.
Don't worry. Honestly, you guys have been doing this for you're nearly halfway through.
11 and a half hours.
So,
can we have a hug?
Mrs. Dees is up next, isn't she?
Yes. Can we have a hug before we go?
Yeah, please.
And you got to sign the shirt, although we've got no pen.
I'll do it in a minute.
We lost.
No, I've actually got another one somewhere.
Go on, anyway, thank you. Thank you for giving me that chance. That was lovely. But I feel like I'm refreshed now for a year.
Feel better for a little cry and squeeze.
Yeah, back to work now. Back to taking videos of everybody. Bye-bye, then. I'll see you soon. Yeah. Can I get you guys a nice cup of tea? And
can we continue to share some love? Oh, look at that. Chocolate croissants, all sorts.
Thanks for having me, everybody.
Bless you.
I've got a cappuccino.
Can you run out of I know. Yes. No, I'm all right, thank you. I'm totally. I'll have some. Actually, no, I've got enough. We're good. Well, Lynette will sign it a bit. Can we please just again? I know Lynette's going to go read those comments because Christine will force her to when she gets outside after more hugs. Can we just, again, double down on my love for Lynette? Without a doubt, one of the most incredible people I've ever come across. And when I say she's my BFF, I mean it. She's just, ever since I met her. So I met Lynette at the worst business showcase in town, which doesn't exist anymore. And I was there with Tom Fordham.
Oh yeah,
rocking around.
Wow.
I don't know what I was doing, and interviewing businesses about something or other. This was years ago, and I was that's a weird brand. Strong for Samson. It's like this kind of Lex and Lynette were there. There's a picture of some anyway, and you know what? They just told me their story, and I just stopped everything I was doing. I was just like, I just love these people, and I just want to. I don't not that I want to help them. No, I've done nothing to help them. Nothing. What I felt was I just need them in my life. I felt this appeal. I just need them in my life.
She's amazing.
I won't let her go ever.
She's so resilient and a lovely lady.
Incredible. Give her.
And I've gone massively.
Yeah, beautiful human. I can see a D in the lobby. Look at that rhyme like that, boom, like that. Right, 3 minutes.
Yes, please.
3 minutes, and we've got Dee is in the house. I'm so excited to see her. So I can't give you a squeeze. I'll give you a virtual squeeze. That will do for now. We're going to be a couple of minutes. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Dee, not going to want to miss this. Like, comment, share, tag people up in the comments for anyone that you think might want to see this. If you're on LinkedIn and you can't share the stream, share it from YouTube. If you're on Twitter and you can't share the stream because it's not streaming there, tag the YouTube video. Do what you got to do to get eyeballs on this. Important conversations, impactful stories, and we're raising money for a brilliant charity. Yeah. And if any of this at all, at any point, if you're experiencing mental health distress in any way, please do reach out for help. That's not our intention. We're not trying to achieve, that's not something we're trying to do. We hope that we're creating a safe space for you to share your own experiences, much like Stuart has done as well. And that this is a safe space for all of us as a community, whether you're here in the studio or in the comments or in the green room next door. If you want to pop in for a cup of tea and a cup of coffee, we got a green room set up next door. Pop by, come have a hug. We've got mini rolls in there, all sorts.
Quite a bit of a mess right now as well.
Yeah. Please do. This is your home. Okay, cool. We're going to be back. Okay, I'll make that 2 minutes now. Yes. And we were right with you, Dee. Thank you, guys. Welcome back, Sam. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Sam back in the house. We've got a triple whammy co-host. I think we're going to need three of us to handle and match the energy of our next guest. So with no further ado, welcome to the house, Dee. You all right?
Hello, everyone.
There she is.
Yo, long time no see.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Luke. And hi, Sam. I haven't met personally, but I followed your journey.
Oh, bless you. I've heard a lot about your donuts, and I've got a sweet tooth.
I was telling Luke the story, Dee, of when we did the Enterprise Day together and the fun we had in the car on the way there and back. The kids just they just soaked all your energy. Honestly, we got to get Dee in the schools again.
Yeah. Let's make it happen.
I'd love to.
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. So, Dee, we've got some. Well, firstly, can you introduce Dee? Because I'm purposely saying Dee for a reason.
I feel
because
like I have to.
I want you to. I really want you to. And I think it's important you do. And what
Yeah.
are you speaking up for today?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, I feel like I have to because I'm hearing a feedback. Just
Yeah, I thought you might. Let me move over here. I'm moving over here.
Yeah, I
How's
feel
that?
like I have to reintroduce myself, to everyone, not just Shifties as a community, because when you approach me, obviously, via email to speak again, it is I was approached as Mrs. D's Donuts, but I've shared it a few months ago that
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm posting from the donuts. And I'm coming here today as D, the someone who's traveled across the world, moved from a different country, coming into a community and just really finding a space. And as a woman, as a wife, as a mom, especially now, I've got a toddler who's just recently been diagnosed to be in the spectrum, and that's the main reason why I'm pausing from the donut operations. So I feel like I wanted to come in here today to speak to all the women out there who, just really figuring it out. Not as Mrs. D's Donuts, but as just someone who is trying to figure it out. I've got an 18-year-old as well. So yeah, I've got an 18-year-old who turned 18 last Monday and really
Amazing.
trying to impose her adulthood. And then I've got a toddler who's also, just finding his own voice. So yeah, I'm here today to speak about that and just share my journey.
Dee, I'm so happy that you're here because I love Dee. I just love you as an individual at a human level. I think you're just an incredible person. I love your energy, and I know what your experience, like what you've experienced in your life and what you're experiencing now. Like we can go many ways with this conversation, but I feel the right place to start is where you've started, which is your current, where you are right now in your life. How is Mrs. D, and how do you feel about your current? You've just said you got some like that news. How are you as a family processing that? What have you learned through that process so far?
Yeah, family's all right. We're still finding our way around that diagnosis, trying to learn about it, and just really figuring out what best way to support our son. But I think I want to start by speaking to the women out there, especially the moms. I wanted to start there because you and Christine recently just had a new addition in the family. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Bless you.
And life-changing events as such, however beautiful it is, your life is never the same. How meaningful, how it changes your routine. And some days you find that it empowers you. It makes you the best ever person that you can ever be. And then some days you feel like, there are things you can't do and you're being held back from how you would do things before. So I feel like I want to start this conversation with just, it's a continuous reinventing yourself, finding ways like this recent experience of me having to hold back from the donut operations to be able to support more, the needs of my son and my family. But still trying to find ways to have an outlet for my creativity. For me, Alex, I need I need a project. I need to work on something.
She's like, whoa, mate. Yeah.
I'm a bit
if I could bottle 10% of your creativity, honestly,
You know what? There's some people in this world who have a natural aura around them.
Yeah,
And
Yep.
a lot of cases you can't see it, but with D you can see it, can't you?
Yeah. And I
Thanks,
think
Luke.
there's, if you, it's really interesting. I know Christine will be watching this and really relating to what you're saying, because
Yeah.
as a fellow female leader, you. Oh, and as a mum, as a parent, you have this, She was talking about this earlier when she was on, and I think, and even as a father, I feel that because
Yeah.
it's a really tough thing to be pulled from. You want to be over here and you want to be creative, but you want to be all in, but you've got this.
And you
this
want to be the
incredible.
best in every role.
Yeah.
You really
Yeah.
want to be the best in every role, and it's okay if you're struggling. It really is. And it's okay to continue to pursue things that matters to you, on an individual basis. Like me as a person, what matters to me. There are days that. So, by the way, just to add to that. So now I'm back to digital marketing, and
Yes.
you'll be surprised. I had a recent conversation with Tina, who's also a member of Shifties.
Yeah, I see
and-
Tina in the comments.
and
I see her in the
Yas.
comments. Yeah.
Yeah, and Yas, Cakes by Yasmin. We had an interesting conversation. We had coffee the other day, and they were like, "So what are you doing now, Dee?" So I said, "I'm back to digital marketing, and actually, I have 4 clients now. I'm helping 4, local businesses with their social media." And Tina was like, "When did this happen, Dee? It's like one day you announce you're taking some time off, working from the donuts, and then now you've got 4 clients." And like I said, it's you, it's your passion. As a person, I need an outlet to be able to be a better mom, a better wife, a better runner of the house. I need my own personal outlet, and it's amazing how people are shocked, like almost straight away. I just changed. I'm doing this now. But yeah, I'm helping Mini Monsters, Soft Play Center in Buckton.
Yeah,
And
they look like
Brookhouse.
a really cool business. Really cool business.
Yeah, Brookhouse. I look after their social media now, and
Nice.
another person, Zoe Walters. She's a life coach.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm helping her out with some of her projects as well. So
Well, they're all lucky to have you, Dee. They're all lucky to have you.
oh, thank
Your
you.
mom-
Thanks, Alex.
So you're happy right now, though. You feel good.
I am happy. I get to support the family, and I get to have outlet for my creativity, because one thing you don't want to really stop doing is to it will always find you. It will always find you. However lost you feel like right now, especially if you've had a life-changing event, recently, you became a mom, you became a wife, you had to you lost a job, or you had to change career. It's okay to feel lost in the beginning, but it's your drive. It will find you. It will find you, and when it doesn't sit well with you, you would be able to tell this, Alex. I guess from the last few months of operations of Mrs. D, our conversations were like, I'm a totally different person. Like,
Yeah,
my
I felt
vibe,
it. That's why I started. Why do you think I started there? I feel you. I understand.
Yeah, so your vibe will change, your energy will change, and you're not tired. You're not unhappy because you're tired. You're doing so much. It's because you're doing less of what speaks to you. What really matters. You have to listen to your body. You really have to stay connected to your passion, to your body, because you're not tired. You're not feeling sick. It's just that you have to do some some changes, and you know, to your very core, you will know when you're doing something right. So keep going. My encouragement for someone who's going through something, different right now, and they're struggling. Yeah.
Sorry, Dee, I'm sorry to interrupt there, because you just remind me that because I was reading, and this is before he slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars. I read Will Smith's autobiography,
Right.
and
that, yeah.
he had marriage counselling with his wife, and they had to rate the importance. So obviously, for Will Smith, it would be Will Smith, his kids, his wife. So he had to put them in order, and he put himself first, his children second, and his wife third. And his wife said, hang on a minute, why are you putting yourself first? And he goes, because if I can't be the best version of myself, I can't be the best father, and I can't be the best husband. And that really resonated with me. I thought, hang on a minute, that's actually a really good point.
You go, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reggie,
Yeah.
what
It
is
makes sense.
So I can feel Sam's curiosity piping up behind me. The coach is in the room and he's got curiosity all over his face. I keep hearing it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What have you got to ask Mrs. D?
I'd love to
What have
meet
you got? What have you got to ask
personally,
D?
Sam.
What's that? Sorry.
I'd love to meet you personally.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
no, I'm the
having-
same. I love your energy. No, I've got huge respect, obviously, with how Alex has spoken to you about you in the past, and obviously what's important now is the present. But
Yes.
I'm curious, like, so obviously you're going through these transition phases, both with your work and obviously with your personal life. How are you managing your mental health during this period?
Wow. There's an interesting. I've read the book, and I saw someone speak about the book, a portion of that book. I can't remember his name, but he's also, I think he's a TED Talk speaker or a life coach as well. But anyway, it's a book about the horse and the boy and. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The horse, boy, the fox.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
they made it into a TV program. at
Yeah,
Christmas, didn't they?
fantastic.
I always get it, But yeah, that book. And there's a bit from that book that, if you can't see where you're going, but you can see where your feet are, just keep taking one step at a time. And that, for me, I suppose for mental health, there's no really like, I'll work on this because I want to be this, It's one day at a time, one step at a time. I'm not saying tomorrow I'll be like, so much better than I am today, but all I can do really is take that one step and hopefully, it's the right step to the right direction. And if it's not, take another step from this direction, maybe that way. This is a very important part of my journey that I want to share. I've come from corporate. I've done businesses from my own home country, Philippines, and then I moved to another country.
When you say done, wait a second. You're not giving yourself enough credit there. These are powerhouse entrepreneur. Don't undersell yourself, because what you've achieved in your career. Can you just can you just elaborate a little bit, because it is relevant to the transition you're in now, because you can compare the two.
The world needs to know.
So my journey is I've come from corporate. I used to work for Apple in the Middle East. I look after I first started with brand management and then looked after the Apple premium resellers units across the Middle East. So from that background, I lost my job due to the global financial recession. I think it is important to say that because with what we are going through right now in the financial climate, a lot of people will lose their job, and it's okay. It's not the end of the world. So anyway, when I lost my job 2009 due to the global financial recession, I decided, you know what, I think I'm ready. I've been trained marketing management wise. I think I can do this. So I said, I'm going to open my own business. I'm going to launch my own business. First start with one. And then the plan was that time, I'm going to get into franchising. So I'm going to develop a brand and create a franchise concept and just franchise that. That was the initial concept for me. But anyway, I launched 3 different restaurants in the Philippines and a catering company. I used to cater for, I have to say this because Luke is there. I used to cater for Manny Pacquiao, world boxing champion.
Wow, that's so cool. That's mad.
Quality.
Yeah, so I also have commercial building in the Philippines. It's being managed by my family right now. So yeah, I mean, having come from that background, and then I moved to the UK, back to zero. Like, I don't know anyone. My husband is from St. Neots. He grew up in St. Neots. So I'm lucky to have that, because he's got friends. But still, I don't know anyone here. And I think the struggle when I moved to St. Neots was the main struggle was I have so much to give. I feel like I have so much to give. How do I need to find this crack in the community because I want to contribute. I want to be part of this community. And yeah, that was the struggle for me before. And that's why I'm really grateful to be part of Shifties, to have found Shifties for you, Alex. For having built this community, brought these people together, and just really share what I'm going through. Because as an entrepreneur, as a business person, that's what you want to do. You want to contribute to your community. You have something, you have a product or a service that you want to, bring to the community and create impact. And well, that's what it was always been for me. Where I suppose wherever I will go, I don't know if I will, be in St. Neots forever. But at this point, this is home now, and that was the yearning when I moved here. I want to be part of this. Where is it? Where is the energy? I want to be part of this.
Nice.
Where is the energy?
Yeah.
Nice.
Have we heard that before?
Oh,
Where is the energy? Where's the action? Where's the energy? That's D. Right there. That's D.
I think Shifties are probably more thankful that
100%.
you found that you found them.
Yeah. Dee, can I ask you
No,
a question about?
no.
Can I ask you, obviously, because you've got children here who have been in the education system here, what was the education system like in the Philippines?
Oh, totally different. Totally different. For one, language-wise, we are taught in American English. And so, my daughter, when she moved to Ernolf, she's like, you put you in everything, color. Yeah. So that was, yeah. And ER is RE here, Yeta, Centa. So that was, seriously, that was the main thing. Even for me, sometimes my husband would say to me, I'm going to go to the cash machine. I'm like, ATM. So yeah, it's very different. Back in the Philippines, look, just to answer your question very quickly, because I know we're running out of time.
There you are.
My daughter, she used to be part of a big school, and then she went to an intimate school, which was the medium for teaching is actually music and arts. Wow. And that was amazing. That school was amazing. It was backed by a famous actor in the Philippines, and he basically just asked everyone, all the big players from the creative industry, to be part of his vision. and it was a really, really good school. It changed my daughter, like, you know, it changed her disposition when it comes to learning, that learning can be fun. There is a different way of learning. And that experience, when we were preparing to move to the UK, I actually homeschooled her for 2 years before we moved to the UK, which, to be honest with you, I think it was the best thing I've done for her, education-wise. In the Philippines, for her to get to like same level of education, traditional education in the UK, you know, that she can be, you know, wherever we go, she can be speaking English, be up par with, you know, the students there. I paid every year in the traditional school in the Philippines, just to give you context, £6,000-7,000 a year.
Wow.
To be in the same level as the traditional English schooling, English educational system. So yeah, that's a massive. So when we move here, and from homeschool setup, she was ready. She was ready to take on whatever was given to her, because her disposition for learning was based from project management, because you know that's what homeschooling is about. When we were homeschooling, the soft skills, her soft skills was really developed, improved. She learned she learned managing her own time, you know, research. We had programs before in our homeschool curriculum that once a month she goes to the stock exchange, and they are just, you know, exposed to that. She learns about how this and that, and
But what about Pythagoras' theorem?
Oh yeah. I thought for that. As a mom, as a parent who is considering, because I know you're considering homeschooling, Alex, that's the main struggle. That's, you know, that's like, but what about all these concepts that are also very important, which now we have to learn up until 18.
Don't even start me. Don't get me started, please. Don't.
Okay,
We haven't got time for that conversation right now. That's for later. That's a 3 a.m. with a gin conversation.
No, but there are people, professionals that you can tap into if you're concerned about that. If you want to go the homeschooling route, there are so many resources that you don't have to be involved in if you still want your child to be, you know, exposed to those concepts.
Well, for the moment he's 4 months old. I'll leave it a moment to have a little think about it.
Yes.
And the other one's 20 this year, so I'll be all right for the moment.
No, just in addition to that, Alex, very, very quickly, when I started homeschooling, there was a 15-year-old who was part of the homeschooling program, and someone asked her, you know, ask her mom, why did you homeschool her? Homeschooling is a privilege. It is a privilege. It's not for everyone.
100%,
it's a privilege. Yeah, because you know, you as a parent, you have to have the time. You have to have the patience and the energy to be able to allow your child to see how the world works. Basically, how your world works. But it's been an amazing journey for us. I love England. It's my adoptive home.
We love you. And St. Neots is a infinitely better place with you in it.
Absolutely agree with that.
Infinitely. Forget shifties. St. Neots, you know, you watch Dee's video from last year's Liveathon, which, by the way, all of these 100+ interviews we've done over 3 years are going to be uploaded onto a landing page for Evergreen. And you need to come in and sign the shirt. We've got a shirt here. All our guests are signing. It's going to be framed up in here for memory's sake.
Yeah.
You know, just the story of how you started Mrs. D's Donuts is ridiculous. You know, she literally just started, but
Yeah.
you know, our NHS need donuts.
And they
Our
weren't.
next guest will appreciate this. I can see Kev waiting in the lobby. You know, our NHS need cheering up. So she just made thousands of donuts,
And they
and there was no
were
business idea. It was
so
just
nice.
she just wanted to give them donuts.
Yeah.
And then someone said, "Oh, can I buy your donuts?" And then next thing you know, Mrs. D's Donuts was born. Phenomenon. D, I'm grateful for you to coming on to reintroduce yourself.
Yeah, I love it.
And I wish you all the success with this. Whoever is getting marketing done by D is in good hands. Powerhouse.
Thank you.
Powerhouse.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Dee.
And
You're
you're
a legend,
doing
Dee.
amazing things. You're
God
doing
bless
amazing
you.
things.
No, bless you. Love you. See you later.
Everyone,
Dee.
donate. Don't forget to donate.
That's it. Marketing. She knows.
Donate.
Donate.
Donate donuts.
Legend. Right, see you later.
Yeah.
Well, don't click
Bye,
on the
everyone.
lobby. That's it.
Bye.
Bye. Look after yourselves.
Legend. Love you. Right, guys.
See you
Next up,
soon.
we've got 1 minute. See you later. Right, we've got 1 minute, and then I've got an absolute. Well, I call him the Godfather of Sinead, so I'll let him introduce himself in a second. And not like the bad type of Godfather. Like, there's a reason why I say that. We'll have a conversation in a minute. So we're going to take 2 minute break. We'll be back in a second. In the meantime, what have we got to do? We're used to this now. Like, engage with this post. Comment on it, so tag someone who needs to hear these conversations, share it with your communities. If you're listening on LinkedIn or YouTube or Facebook, or you're up there on Instagram, make sure you're getting this conversation going out, because these conversations are important. People are being very vulnerable with what they're sharing, and these are important conversations. And if you can, listen to D, donate. The conversation goes much beyond there, because CPSL Mind are an amazing charity, and the money goes towards them. It will make a massive difference. 2 minutes, we're bringing Kev on.
Oh, yeah, so put me in.
Wait a second, let me just intro him in. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're halfway
Halfway, mate. That's
through,
amazing.
12 hours. Boom.
Boom.
Have some of that.
That's
Oh,
mad,
look
that.
at this. Hey, we spent
Too much
way
time.
too much time together, dudes. Way too much time together. So, just to recap where we're at, we've got now, we've got back-to-back guests right up until 11 p.m.
Sweet.
Right up until 11 p.m. and more of the stories. Now, I'm going to introduce this man. So, I don't know when I met Kev. I've seen Kev in the community, right? So, as someone who is very passionate about the community and long-term dream of building businesses that can sustainably give back to our community long beyond me, you often look for examples of that. And I've watched and I've seen Kev and what he's done and the brand and everything that Premier Plus does for the community of St Neots from afar. Then I got to meet him. I'll never forget it, actually. He put me on the spot a little bit. He kind of looked me in the eyes and he asked me a few questions. And he was really trying to get to understand who I am and what my intentions were and if I was like someone else that he'd met before and or not. And beyond after that, it took about 15 minutes, and beyond that, we've been pretty close ever since. So I wanted to get him on here to thank him. So if we can bring Kev up, there he is. There's the man. How we do? Is that a good enough introduction for you, sir?
Remarkable, Alex. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very humbled, my friend. Very humbled.
Well, I mean it, man. You're an important, integral part of St Neots community, and yeah. I want you to know that.
Yeah, but you've got a great voice in it, mate, and you're doing an awful lot of that stuff yourself. So take great pride in that as well.
I appreciate it, my man. So, Kev, where do we start with you? Let's. How would you introduce yourself? That's what I'm intrigued by first. How would you introduce yourself?
Lucky.
Love that.
Luckiest person alive, mate. That's how I'd introduce myself.
That's a great perspective.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, you go to school in the town, you don't do particularly well, you don't really engage with education very well, but you have a passion for things and you want to try and achieve something, and some people have all that passion, their building blocks never fall into place. And I was just a very, very lucky human being that these building blocks fell into place and we are where we are. So, yeah, I mean, this is the good thing about life and the sad thing about life, because so many people who have the ability to achieve don't, just because their stars don't align. And that's very sad, very, very sad.
Yeah, no, exactly. There's a lot of circumstance that you just can't control, and actually it's about making the most of what you have and what you can do every day, right?
Being there at the right time, being in the right place at the right time. Or being in the wrong place at the wrong time as well is equally as damaging. You know? No, if you ask me to explain my journey, it would be lucky. You know, people say, well, how did you make these decisions? Most of my biggest decisions in my life have been made by other people, Alex. You know, when I left Legal and General and went and started initially on my own or in a partnership, I went because they made me redundant. If they hadn't made me redundant, I'd probably still be there.
When was that? How long? So because you got big, but what's birthday is it this year for Premier Plus?
25 years. We were 25 years at last April, so 26 years this April.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you manage to get a party on? Was that COVID?
Yeah, no, we did. Yeah, we did a party in March.
Kev loves a party. Kev loves a party.
Yeah, so we had a big do at the bridge in Huntingdon. All the staff came and partners, and no, it's brilliant.
Beautiful.
Had a great time.
No, beautiful. I mean, 26 years. So something else. So there's a couple of things I wanted to learn from Kev. I want us all to learn from Kev from the conversation today. One was because Kev emailed me. He went, "Yeah, that's great. What are we going to talk about?" in his usual direct manner, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I could deal with that. I said, "Well, there's two things I want to talk about. One's culture and one's community." One of the things that you've told me, before, I can't remember exactly the numbers, but the retention of your staff at Premier Plus is like second to none.
We've got 42 people working within the business now, and in the last 25 years we've only ever had 57.
What?
So in 25 years, 15 people have left.
Wow,
That's incredible. A testament
that's
to you.
crazy.
Isn't it?
That
I mean,
is that because you have good parties?
meet Sam.
I'll tell you what, Sam, if you ask a few, the answer is yes to that.
That's what it's all about, mate.
You're getting some love in the comments. I'm not sure if you see the comments on the screen, but have a little look afterwards if not. But you get some love in there. What's the, there's a lot of people talk, we've talked about it over a drink or few in the past. A lot of people talk about culture and team and hiring and, advice and this and that. But Do you have any advice around? Yeah, is it as simple as providing that box? I don't know if you heard me speaking to Lynette earlier about the story you told me about the box that you provide to your employees to put their problems in when they've got an issue. Is it? Have you got some insights around that? Do you ever think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do two with you. Firstly, that box idea, I do use that box. And if we've ever got any conversations to have, it always starts off with our friendship is the box outside. This is now going to be a business meeting, and when we finish the business meeting, we then go and pick our friendship up as we leave. And
Wow.
that's really, really important. That's been a thing from day one. But the other point, and I was thinking about this morning, Alex, in preempting the conversation, application management. And what I mean by that is if you've got somebody that you've chosen to do a role and you've trained them correctly and you've chosen the right person to do the role, let them get on with it. Let them go and do it. Don't micromanage it. Don't get involved. Don't pick at it. Don't criticise. Just let them get on with it. And if it goes wrong, the first thing you do is look back at yourself. Why do I choose the wrong person to do that?
That shows trust, though, in your employees, and it also shows, again, like you said, the amount of people who have left you over the last 26 years shows it works.
Well, yeah, trust and kindness.
But it's trust the ability. So many people feel undermined in this day and age. And people don't need to be undermined. They need to be empowered. They need to be made to feel special about what they do, appreciated for what they do, because they do it very, very. 9 times out of 10, people do it very, very well. And the number of people we speak to when they say, I go into work, I do my very, very best, and I don't feel I can ever achieve because so many bosses are looking up at their own boss, trying to justify what they're doing by criticising their own staff. And you think, if you've chosen the right person to do the job, let them get on with it and let them flourish and do it well.
I love that so much. Kevin, just going back, you said that you didn't do very well at school with not much of an education. What did you do first? What did you do next when you left school?
Oh, right, okay. So I left school with a CSE grade 1 in maths.
Mm-hmm. That
was it. Nothing more. I've lied about that for years. My brother got 2 university degrees, so I always say I've got one of those. This is a funny story. So we were in the assembly at school, and I always used to wear a 3-piece suit to school. I know.
Honestly, go on, tell us about that.
And we were in assembly one day, and the guy said, "Oh, there's a job come up. The company in town is looking for somebody to go and work there." And there's a couple of guys said, "Oh," I heard them say, "Well, we're going to go there lunchtime and apply for that job." And then somebody else said, "Well, I'm not going to wait for lunch. I'm not there at lunch. I'm not going to go at break." And thought, "Sod that, I'll go now."
Love that.
In his suit.
And the strange of the job was for a company called Hepworth's. I don't remember them, but they used to be the equivalent of Burton's, selling suits and shirts and ties. And I went down there and got the job as on a Saturday job. And I was there for Saturdays for about 8 months. And then me and the school decided it wasn't the most conducive relationship we had. And it got to a head on the Thursday, and on the Friday my dad made me spend all day phoning around companies like Gracie's and everything else looking for a job. And I went into Hepworth's for my Saturday job, and they said, "Do you want a full-time job?" And I said, "I'd love one." They said, "When can you start?" I said, "Monday." And that was it.
He's a very now man.
So did you literally learn you learned the trade on the job really and build up? Obviously, you said you got made redundant and then got into this job now.
I was selling suits, shirts and ties, and the guy came in and I sold him a suit, shirt, tie, shoes, socks, which was what you were supposed to do. And he said, "You're quite good at this. And how much do you earn?" I said, £75 a week. He said, "Do you want to earn £100 a week?" I said, "Oh, yeah." And he said, "Okay, you can come and work for the Pearl Assurance, selling life assurance."
Wow.
So my entire career, the reason I'm sitting here now was for £25 a week.
Wow.
That's where it all started. You won't remember, Alex, you're too young, but in those days you used to go around and collect money at people's doors.
Yeah, I do actually. I remember that. My granddad used to do that for a living.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my first job in insurance. I used to go
Wow.
around Eton-Soke and Hale Weston, Kimbolton, and do you want a quick funny story about that?
Yeah,
Go
of
on,
course.
man. Yeah.
Okay, so when I first started,
So many.
when I first started as a collector, you're taken round your round by your manager, and part of my round was up at Purton Hall and around there, quite often you'd get the one of the ladies whose husband was a farm labourer, and she would get the books and the money from a few people around, ladies around at work. And on this particular lady, you'd go in there, and on her dining room table was 6 or 7 people's books with all their money in.
Yeah.
And I had a great big book, like this, massive. And I used to open this big book, and I used to look at the person's name, and I had to write the money against each policy. Then I'd write the money in their book, and and then put all the money in change and everything else. And so we went to this one particular lady out at Burton Hall, and she went into her dining room, and there were her 7 books all laid out. And we did it, and she came in, and she had a plate of toast and a cup of tea. Now, she obviously done this to the agents before me, way back. And she presented this cup of tea and this tea and toast. And so that's very kind of you, thank you. And while you're filling in the book, you're eating your toast and you're having a cup of tea and you're and that went on for, dropped the manager, doing the job myself, that went on for about 4 or 5 months. And then this one particular time I walked in there and there was the 7 books, and next to the 7 books was a full English breakfast. Sausage, bacon, mushrooms. I thought, wow, God, she's gone to town this time. So I sat down and I cut a bit of sausage and ate a sausage and filled in a book and cut a bit of egg and had a bit of egg and looked up and there was a husband standing in the doorway.
Oh
I
no!
said, why are you eating my breakfast?
That's quality.
Oh, brilliant.
And she was standing behind him with his tea and toast.
That's so good.
So one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you,
honestly.
I wanted to ask you what you did straight after education, because it proves to anybody, we're finding it a lot in our stories today, aren't we?
Yeah.
Those who aren't getting a good graded education can go on to big and great things like you have today. You know, it just shows your
I think
determination more than anything.
Somebody needs to shake up the education system. I was never academic, and I was not sporty either, under no circumstances. And when I was at school, and I don't know if it's the same now, but when I was at school, if you weren't academic, if you weren't sporty, you were just a sideline. You were an irritant. You were just you didn't have a place. They almost were desperate to get a box to fit you in and get you out of the way. And those two things never inspired me. Being academic didn't inspire me, and being sporty didn't inspire me. So as I said to Alex many years, I was inspired. I used to walk home past Simon Adlam's offices, and he'll remember Simon Adlam always said his name across the door.
Yeah.
And that's what inspired me. At 14 years of age, I remember walking past Simon Adlam's offices, going, "I want to do that one day. I want to have something with it." And I didn't want to be captain of the cricket team or the football team. And I knew I wasn't going to go to university, but I had aspirations outside of it. But there was nothing in education that allowed you to, or had the opportunity to encompass that, or recognise it.
Still the case now.
Yeah, well, you're looking at the disruptors, so that's all right, mate.
So,
Yeah.
Have you met you two?
No, I haven't. No,
Oh, right,
I
so
love it though. Obviously, I'd
Sam,
obviously.
you know of Sam, Kev?
No, go on, Sam.
So introduce yourself, Sam.
Yeah, so basically my role at Inspired to Ignite is to help the young people we work with become more self-aware, increase their self-belief and become self-sufficient. So I head the human development side of things.
Bloody
So yeah,
brilliant.
I'm curious. One, I want to challenge you on what you said at the start about being lucky. I think I've seen Jean-Luc's comment about that book. I'm curious about that, so I'll have a look at that. But also I think, like, from what you've said, I understand obviously there's those opportunities in your life, and you look back at these little moments and like you say, oh, well, what would it look like if it was this way, or if I didn't get offered the £25 and stuff like that. But at the same time, you were aware of an opportunity. You're also aware that other people were going to take that, and you were proactive and done, like, took action yourself. So I think you can't just say you've been lucky. I think there's probably all these micro moments that you talk about that if it wasn't for these this wouldn't happen. But at the same time, there's all those little micro actions that you've taken have led you to where you are today. So I think you've got to give yourself a bit of credit.
Okay, but okay, thanks. Yeah.
Do you want a cup of tea and 2 toast for that as well?
Who's got a cup of tea for you?
It's like at work. If you want to be successful, you can only be successful 30 seconds after every single member of your team is successful. You can't be successful. And you have to recognise those moments in time, because they were signposts, they were forks in the road, whatever you want to look at them as. But they were all moments in time that made the difference. And yes, there is still an element of luck. Yes, you could have made that decision, or you could have chosen another decision. My decisions have always mostly have worked out okay, and have created what we've got.
I love that. I was just gonna say as well, like, I love that mindset as well. I think that's definitely something I'm going to take away from this discussion. But also, like, obviously from the statistic you said at the start about the turnover of your staff in the last 25 years, I'm curious about, obviously linking to mental health and stuff. How did your organisation create a safe environment? Because that must be the case. Because if people didn't feel safe, then they wouldn't continue to stay at work at an organisation. And also if they didn't feel valued. So how do you create that in your organisation?
Cool, that's a great question.
That's my job, mate.
And again, it's quite a deep question. I think it needs time to consider the answer. Really, how do I create safeness? Empowerment, I suppose, is the main thing. As I just said, you can only be successful after they are. So your job is to make them successful, because you know, and to have a pride in themselves. I'm not a criticizer of people. As I said, if something goes wrong, it's always my fault first. You know, whatever happens, it's my fault first. And even if it is somebody who's cocked up, but I put them in that position to cock up, and if they weren't ready for it, or they weren't able to deal with it, then that was my fault in choosing the wrong person to put in the role. So it's taking on board your own responsibilities before you. I had an argument with somebody once, and I used this term. I said, you desire more from other people than you give yourself. Anybody like that really irritates me. You know, you have to fall on your sword first before you ask anybody else to do it. Bit dramatic, that.
It also sounds like you've got a bit of an open door policy, because you come across as a really nice guy. You come across as a decent boss who trusts their employees that you got your work there. But you sound like you got the door open to anybody who you work with.
I haven't got a door.
I love it.
I said, my desk.
I've seen where his desk is.
My desk is out there with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, I think that's amazing.
Amen.
And he still gets his toast.
It's because I'm nosy and I want to know what's going on.
Well, I want to bring you back round, Kev. I want to bring you back round because I'm conscious of time. We've got about just under 10 minutes. Now, I want to talk about community. I said this to you before we started. You know, what you do and what you've created to be able to build a business that can sustainably support and contribute to its community is, for me, the gold star of what business should be about. And you know, given the chance, if I'm allowed, if the world allows me, as long as you've had in business, I'm still starting. But if the world allows that, if I could contribute an ounce of what you've given to this community, then I'll be very proud of myself, quite frankly, and you should be proud. Now, what is it that, and I don't want you to talk as a business. I don't want you to talk about it from a business perspective, because you understand branding, you understand marketing. But what is it in your human heart that says to you, I need to support my community, it's important for me, and how did you link to that?
Because I wouldn't be here without it. if I didn't have the support of the people at St Neots, I wouldn't have the business I've got. And you can only spend so much. You can only use so much money, and from my if there's anything left, it goes back in. It's just about reimbursing the commitment that this community's shown to me and my business. Then just reimbursing that commitment. It's just payback time, isn't it? I love
that.
Like with the switching the Christmas lights on and doing that sort of thing. It's that and you look at how many people were there, how many people enjoying themselves. If you can make a contribution to that and just say, it's just saying thank you. That's all it is.
Amen.
Thank you for the commitment you've shown to me. Thank you for the effort you've put into making my business successful. Let me do something back and just try and do something a little bit myself.
Amen. There's a great comment just popped up there with Steve Whitney just saying the community made us what we are. It's our way of giving back.
Absolutely 100%. Absolutely 100%. Absolutely 100%. Just like you, as I said, you can only be successful 30 seconds after everything else. So
I love that.
I'm taking that away. That's going on there. That's going up there, mate. That's a great quote.
That's going on one of my social media.
That's going to be on every Instapreneur's post on.
but again, it's like they're putting back into the community, isn't it? You couldn't have done it without them. Too many people take too much credit themselves for the things, and it's about what you've got around you, the people you've got around you, the facilities you've got around you.
Absolutely, and it's so important that that's why Speak Up's so important, to bring voices like Kev. Kev will never ask. Kev will never go, Alex, can I get on the I had to bloody hassle. I had to hold a half-hour slot and bloody hassle him for. I think I sent you the original email like 2 weeks ago or something. He emailed me yesterday. I was trying to get some sleep yesterday. He's like, "What are we doing then? What's going on?"
But he's got many different stories of how successful he is.
Mate, honestly, I could spend 5 days with Kev, and the stories that just flow out of him. It's just amazing.
But there's two sides there. Obviously giving back to the community, which is so important. That as well, we just discussed. But from from his education, for not getting those grades to where he is now, it actually should be. It's testimony to what he's been through, and it shows that you don't need those grades to be successful.
This is why introducing Kev Hull, the Godfather of St Neots. Mate, it's true, man. It's true. Take it sometimes, man. Take it. How are you anyway? Because you're back. You're back on your feet. You're in the office. That's nice to see.
I'm back on my feet. I'm in the office. I've got rid of my walker. I don't know if anybody knows, but I fell over getting on the train and snapped my kneecap in half.
Oh my God!
So
I didn't know that. Remember? Yeah.
So I was in hospital for 10 days in October, November. So I'm just back on my feet, walking around now with a walking stick. I would have one of these nanny frames, these frames with
I did see it at the Property Foundation ball with it.
Yeah, the ball, didn't you?
And everything. But so I have one of that, but I've just dumped that now, and I'm back on my walking stick now. So
man.
Yes, we're getting there.
Good man. Well, let's catch up. Couple of weeks time, mate.
It's been a pleasure, Alex. Thanks.
Yeah, absolute legend.
Gentlemen,
appreciate your support.
Time and Alex, well done, mate. You've done a fantastic job. You really are. Well done.
Legend. Cheers, bro. I'll see you soon.
Cheers. Bye bye.
Thanks,
Lovely
Kev.
to meet you, mate.
Right, so he's gonna go. How do I turn this off now? Then he's just. There's great. And go and have a look at the comments afterwards in Facebook and stuff. You've got so much love in there for you, man.
Thank you, mate. That's lovely. Thanks ever so much. Cheers.
See you later, mate.
See ya.
Just hit on the kick from studio one. That's it. Lovely jubbly. Kevin Hull, ladies and gentlemen.
Cool guy, man.
What
cool
guy?
Yeah.
I told you, man.
Yeah, a lot of wisdom.
You talk about mentors in our community, leaders within our community. That stat is different level.
Yeah.
I don't know a company that manages to maintain that level of retention of their staff.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I love the fact that he takes full. I know people go, I take 100% responsibility, and they don't mean it, but he 100%. You can tell.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, awesome. Right, okay, cool. Guys, can you hit back to the comments? We're doing Where are we at? 12:30. So, who's up next?
I'm on for half an hour again.
Are you actually? What
yeah,
now?
yeah,
At 12:30?
yeah. Because I'm
Definitely.
filling in for someone.
Okay, wicked.
But I've got obviously I spoke about a little bit about my story, but I want to speak about another side in regards to mental health,
Okay.
stuff like that. So I've got something to bring to the table.
So let's take, guys. Let's take a 5-minute break because let's allow.
Yeah, that's
I know,
cool.
blessed, right? 5-minute break. Go get yourself a tea and toast, jam on toast, in honour of Kev.
Full English.
Or full English, if you
Please.
can,
Bring it in.
just bring it in. That'd be lovely. And when you get back, what we got to do? We're going to like the post. We're going to engage with it in any way. Comment, share it in your groups. I don't care if you're from Philippines and you're in St. Neots or you're in Hitchin. Share it in your local groups. Spam this community around. I've got to relaunch this onto LinkedIn. Now, I need to figure that out. I'll worry about that now.
Yeah.
But just get this content out there. It's working. The energy's building. And we've got some amazing stories to tell for the rest of this afternoon. All right, guys? Awesome. There's a slight change to the schedule.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll sort that out. We will sort that all out. Pot noodles, whatever you're doing, enjoy it. We'll see you in 5.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. We've had, as you can see from the comments, we've had a few changes in the roster. We're going to keep the ball rolling. Sam is here. He's just setting up his Insta live, so big shout out. Is that on Aspire with Squire?
Yeah.
Aspire with follow. Welcome back, Sam.
Hello.
We appreciate your energy you've brought to this today.
That's right.
I've just had a notification you've gone live on Instagram.
Oh, nice.
And
So it's all about.
and your questions, man, as always.
Yeah, I
What did you
think
think
next
of
year
Kev?
I'll take the rate. I'll take so
You
you
up
don't
for
get
it?
many
You up
more
for it?
grey hairs. Yeah, I'm up for it.
I'm going to change
100%.
it to red.
You can do an orange
Kev.
one,
I was just thinking, Kev.
Orange, man.
mate.
Oh yeah, Kev. This is
Kev.
for Kev.
Okay.
We'll change it. We'll change
Can I
to
do it
orange
here?
post yours.
There you go. And
That's
then we'll
for
go to
Premier
orange
Plus.
after.
Premier Plus colours going on right there. Okay, welcome back, Sam.
Hello.
Now, you don't need to introduce yourself because you've already done that.
Yeah.
Do you want to take the floor for a second?
Yeah, sweet. So there's a topic that I want to talk about, and before I talk about it, it's important to obviously to basically say about trigger warning. So what I'm going to talk about is going to involve speaking about suicide and mental illnesses as well. So just for any listeners and people are tuning in, we are going to be talking about these topics. So I just thought I'd give that before.
No,
Absolutely. And there's a link down the bottom to CPSL Mind if you need further help for that as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I do think that opportunity, like this is an opportunity to speak about things, and that's the whole purpose of this, is to raise discussions in order to create change. So and otherwise, where is the change going to happen? So I think this is the platform in order to do that.
You're a safe space, man. You're in a safe space.
Yeah.
And you got a wonderful community.
Yeah, I
here.
know that. I know that. I'm just mindful of people that are listening
Right.
and watching.
That.
So, so what I want to speak up about for the next half an hour is around mental health support, and I actually mean support for young people, young carers, and young people that have to experience family members going through mental health challenges. Because I've had to do that for the last 12 years. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for me, to be honest. And but even just speaking about it it's only because I'm passionate about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah, no, it's cool. So when I was 15, basically my life got turned upside down. When I kind of the day itself is every other day. Left the house, got on my bike, went to school, came home, and then got back from school. And usually my mum worked from home, and came home, she wasn't there, and I was thinking, like, is everything all right? A few hours went by. As a normal teenager, I'm at home sitting on the sofa, just watching telly mindlessly, and again, still not back. I was thinking, this isn't right. Like, do you know when you just get like an instinctive feeling within yourself, and you're not sure, just something don't feel right. My dad got in. He was working in London at the time, and as he got in, about half an hour in, he was concerned as well. And then literally got a phone call, and it was from the ambulance service. And we received a phone call basically saying, your mum, we found your mum at Grafton Water, and she's not responding. So it's difficult for me to speak about, just because this is probably one of few. I've spoken about it before, but it's just it's what's happening also in the last year as well. So yeah, so basically found out she wasn't responding. Me and my dad went to the hospital, and I basically saw my parent in a position where they didn't know who I was. They they weren't responding properly, and I went to bed that evening not knowing whether I was going to see my mum again, and that's like. I'm gonna get upset because it's important.
Fine, man.
But
It's fine. It's
because
absolutely.
I do feel I need to get out, and then I'll just crack on.
Mate, you
But
take your time.
yeah, but that was like the most difficult day of my life. But I really, it's really important to speak about this for other young people. So basically, yeah, my whole life just got turned upside down, but in a positive way. But so, yeah, I went to bed that evening not knowing whether I was gonna ever see my mum again. But basically, the reason for why that happened was was that she's without knowing, and this is why I want to speak about it. We don't realise what people are going through, and I took so much guilt in myself as a son, and don't get me wrong, I was only 15 at the time, but I took everything out of myself because I didn't see the signs. Whereas if I actually maybe have had some mental health awareness, or even knew what mental health was at the time, I would have spotted it and I could have referred. But basically, my mum hid it. She was so good at hiding it, but she had insomnia for about 1.5 years, and then because of the insomnia, it created like almost you obviously when you don't sleep, your body's meant. Yeah, so that's what happened, and then basically when you're sleep deprived, your thoughts can go in all sorts of places, and it got to the point where it was almost like she didn't feel like she felt like a burden to other people. But for so long, it wasn't until I went through counselling and recognised that I thought I was the burden, because basically that day, because obviously when that happens in your life and you find out that could be the last moment you ever see someone, you think about the last time you saw her. And when the last time I saw my mum, I literally remember walking to school, looking back and smiling at her. And I remember there's some things you can't take out of your mind, yeah. Like you can deal with everything you want in your life, and you can do all the inner work, but there's some things you can't take away. And I always remember her standing there, like smiling, but I knew something wasn't right, and I should don't get me wrong, I should have if I had the knowledge.
Absolutely.
But I didn't, and I accept that in myself. However, that moment in my life just proves what someone can hide from you. But for about 5 years, I was holding on. I basically thought that it was, I basically took everything out of myself that I didn't act that day. But then until I had closure on, she actually didn't, because basically she didn't say she loved me. I had in my head, even though I thought it was the last time she was going to see me. So then I held in myself for 5 years that I thought my mum was going to do what she did. She planned to do it, and she didn't say she loved me. But weirdly enough, it wasn't until I went through the counselling, and I then got closure from my mum, and I actually had a conversation with her and dealt with it. And then she did say, I created this massive image in my head. And that 5 years was, although I got on with life, and like Lynette said, and Dee said about you take one step at a time and you just get through life, there's subconsciously that can have such a detrimental effect on how you think about yourself, how you view yourself as a person, what actions you take. So it's not just that. So that's what I went through, yeah. And I'm so grateful to say my mum's fine now. We've had challenges in the last year, which I'm more than open to speak about as well. But it's the support. Like, so as a young person, I went through that, but at no point did I get any access to support.
No.
Like, mental health support's changed a lot, but I didn't get any counselling. I never got anyone reaching out to me to say that I could. The only way I could have accessed support was through my dad's work, which I think is crazy.
Yeah, silly.
And I don't mind speaking about the experience I've had in the last year. So, in the last year, so in the last 8 months, one of my family members has been sectioned, and I've also had to deal with another hospitalisation as well. And I've had to do a lot of it, obviously, with the amazing support network I've got at work and stuff like that. I've had to deal with a lot of that alone, if that makes sense. So like, one of my family members has just moved away, so I had to deal with it alone, and the experience I've had with that has been horrendous, if I'm honest. Like, obviously not just like what you have to deal with anyway, but like it's the aftercare, it's the support, it's the checking in. Like, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff that I've had to deal with in the last 8 months in regards to like living with someone and having to document on my own phone what's happening, and then sending it to people to take action, and they don't read the email. So I've had to live in certain environments for like a week at a time when action should have been taken a week before. So I think that there needs to be change in the support that young people receive, especially if they haven't got. It's not to say I haven't got a great network. I've got a brilliant network, but it's the environment. Like, you might be a young person that lives alone with a parent, or you might be a young person that actually you have a family, you have a group of people you live with, but actually they don't support you enough. So who can you speak to? Because the only support I have got, I've been given numbers, I've reached out to them, or I've been told that I'm gonna receive support, and I haven't. So there needs to be a change.
Yeah.
And I think, like, by donating to things like this, hopefully, when we raise the right amount of money, we can put some of this money into supporting young people that are having to deal with that. Because at the end of the day, if you don't deal with, so obviously I can't help, or other young people can't help what they experience. However, they can be helped with how they can process that experience. If they're not given the support to process the experience, the same thing's going to happen to them, and the cycle's going to keep repeating.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
So I just think it's a difficult topic to speak about, and obviously I apologise if I have triggered anyone, but obviously I gave a trigger warning before, but it's important because at the end of the day, the cycles are just going to keep repeating themselves.
Mate, this is a massive subject, a massive conversation that needs to happen more. The reason why I say that is to highlight the need of what you've just said.
Yeah.
And thankfully your mum's here with us now.
Yeah.
You know through that counselling you received that wasn't your fault.
Yes, but if I hadn't received that,
exactly.
And the only reason I received that counselling, because I went, obviously with the work I do now, it was ethically the right decision, and personally I knew I had to do something. I didn't realise how much I had to unpack. I thought I processed a lot of it, and obviously you're always processing things. You're never healed from anything, but
you are right. See, I've got 2 young lads now who are 12 years old, and I'm in that fortunate position where they've grown up now the last 3 years, me in this industry, in the mental health industry. So if they're feeling low, they can talk to me.
Yeah.
However, if they feel that they couldn't talk to me about a certain subject, which hopeful they don't, they could tell me anything. I know they would anyway. But you're right. I would not know where they turn. They've got a person at school they could speak to. But that is it. What happens if it's during a summer holiday?
Yeah.
And they've got six weeks. You are absolutely correct, mate.
Well, I was just on that bit about accessing that counselling. I got that counselling for free, luckily, because I was a professional footballer and the aftercare, you can get benefits. So otherwise, I had to go out, like if I hadn't have accessed that counselling between 15 and 18, I'd had to then pay. I'd have to pay for the counselling. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I was never offered any support from what happened for the first time, yeah? And I would only be able to access the support that was from my dad's work. I don't know how it worked, yeah, but from him. And then after 18, I would have had to pay for it. Or I would go on an NHS waiting list, which is, obviously, I understand I know it's difficult to compare, and this is something I learned from counselling, is if you shouldn't compare your experience to another person's, because actually me and Alex can experience the same level of trauma even though Alex has gone through a completely different experience, or on paper it doesn't seem as difficult as me. So like the same level of trauma can be experienced, so we should never ever judge people with what they're going through or what even's triggered them actually.
Absolutely.
So and that's really difficult because the NHS waiting lists and stuff like that that's how it's categorised, and that's an experience that I've learned within the last 6 to 8 months, is if someone says they're going to kill themselves, then they'll act. Yes. If all the signs are there and they don't, they won't do it.
So this
it's disgusting.
I've got 2 things from that as well, because I actually am embedded in the NHS, the mental health team, and I see the delays.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not. You know, I won't get in trouble saying, because they know this. You know, it's common knowledge that there's 4 or 5 months waiting for a mental health doctor. Now, if they've been referred from a GP, I've always said this: when somebody goes to a GP and says, "Look, I am really low. I've got mental health illness, really suffering right now," that's the first time where somebody say, "Right, what can we do? What kind of support can we have now?" To give that chance for them to go, right, you've got to wait for another mental health doctor in 4 months' time. Well, if you have that meeting with doctors and said, right, you can have counselling, but it's going to be another 6 months' time, you're telling me that somebody's gone to a GP and after 10 months, they're still waiting for any kind of support.
Yeah.
This is why I formed For Men to Talk.
Yeah.
For that reason. Because men can go, right, I'm feeling low. And my groups are there straight away. But you're completely correct. The next stage is we need to look for childhood.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So like even like the groups that community groups like that are amazing. And then obviously if you're training the individuals like yourself in the right way to deal with that, amazing. And that's probably going to be the solution. Then you got to think about, right, what's the accessibility to that group? So obviously it's difficult. It might be difficult for men actually to reach out to you anyway. It takes a lot. Yeah, so think about that for a young person. Yeah, especially if it's a young person to an adult, and if straight away subconsciously, we will have it when we begin to work with young people anyway. It's difficult for young people to reach out to other people, but also like I work with young people that one person suffers from neurological sleep disorder. Yeah. If his appointment's at 9 o'clock and that's the NHS appointment and he misses it because of his sleep disorder, if he misses
discharged,
and he has.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But so how can that be? How is that even acceptable? If someone actually physically can't get to sleep, they go to bed at like 6 a.m. because that's how their brain works, and then they miss the appointment twice and then they can't get the support.
But you are right, it goes down to grassroots about children learning about mental health as well.
Yeah.
It should be in a curriculum and it should be taught at the same, level as English, science. And the reason why I say that is because without mental health, without understanding mental health, how can you achieve the things you want to achieve if you can't understand mental health?
Yeah, and that's basically why I'm here. That's got me to why I'm here, because basically once I went through what I did, I finished. I was still a scholar at Cambridge United at the time, and no one knew about what actually had gone through. I didn't tell anyone about it, not even the coach and stuff, and nor my teammates either. Again, I don't know. I kind of just thought it happened to everyone. I'm not just saying that either, but like I finished college about 6 months early, and I thought like football's different because it's not like a 9 to 5. You can't train for 8 hours, otherwise you'd be dead. But I finished college early, and I thought, do you know what? Like what am I going to do with myself? Like, am I going to continue my self-development? Am I going to do this? And I thought, you know what, like, with what I've gone through in the last 12 months, how can I don't want to be, I would never ever want a young person to go through what I've been through. And especially you get to the stage that some of my family members have been, so how can I help one young person not get to that stage? So my mindset was, how can I help the local community, and doing it through the football club. So amazingly, the community trust done a project with Centre 33 called Mind Your Head.
Yeah. For
mental health workshops in secondary schools, and seriously, like, that program is amazing. But like, that shouldn't have to be a program. That should literally be a lesson. That should be every day. And the transition and the awareness you'll see in young people within 8 weeks is incredible. And the conversations that actually come from it, and the ideas they have about looking after mental health and stuff like that, is incredible. But it's the same with what we're trying to do here with, like, entrepreneurship. Mental health should be a lesson. It should be a lesson.
That's why we have me first, right?
Yeah.
That's where we start. And that was Sam's doing. You're doing it. Firstly, mate, action. You said to me before we started this year, "Where's the action at, Alex? Where's the action? I need the action. I want to speak up for young people, and I want to do things that make an impact." What you just shared there will withstand what you've intended to do, mate. And we appreciate you. And I can't. Honestly, the comments in there, mate, are just nothing but love. And I know our next guest is going to want to wish she was there to just give you the biggest hug in the world, because she's just the person to be next for sure.
And thanks, Ian, as well, just in that lovely comment.
Yeah, we will read the comments, honestly. But obviously, I hope you understand. We just wanted to be there for Sam.
That's
so
all right. No, thank you, guys.
Give me a hug, man. Give me a hug. Hey.
And I want to say, mate, as well, my personal door's always open for you, mate.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, it's very difficult. Like, it's a difficult conversation to have, and obviously, it's like anything. Like, you can do your inner work, you can do as much inner work and all that as you want. You can talk about it, but sometimes it comes up, and like, it's important to speak about it, because unless you do, the action don't happen.
Yeah.
But if we continue to act, if things happen, if history happens, and you have the awareness but you don't take action, it will just repeat itself. So it's important that we do this, and obviously anyone that is listening and is tuning in, like, any donation is appreciated, because actually if we do, like, when we achieve this target, we can allocate a percentage of this to young people specifically.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Because they should obviously no one should ever have to pay for a service to look after their mental health, but especially young people, because otherwise the cycles will just keep repeating. Yeah.
Mate,
no, thank you guys, and obviously apologies if I have
no, mate, there's nothing but love there for you, bro. There's nothing but love.
I've only met you a couple of times, mate, but I'm extremely proud of that, mate. That was incredible.
Are you okay to stay for Sarah? Because I really want you to stay for Sarah, because I think you need to meet
I'm fine.
Sarah.
Yeah, it's fine.
I just feel like you need to meet.
Yeah, it's cool.
And she's going to love you, because this woman brings love and answers to everything. Because
cool.
I
thank you everyone for the comments.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how you doing?
We're rolling straight in. We will. I promise everyone, we will come back to those comments and take some time after this interview with Sarah to consume that. I know you caught some of that. I saw you come into the lobby and you caught some of that. So appreciate you being there to support as well.
I just wish I was with you there in the room. I'm so sorry. I've had an operation, so I can't drive, which is ridiculous.
No,
but,
it's fine.
How
are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just in pain and bitchy because I can't drive. It's like, Argh. No, do you know what? I'm really honoured to be here today, because I do work with a lot of young people and adults, and what you were just saying there, Sam, about not being able to get help is something that we talk about all the time, and actually, when the accessibility thing, it has got worse. I spoke to a young person the other day, and they tried to phone the doctor, and you can't speak to a doctor.
No.
So where else are you supposed to go if you can't speak to a doctor? Well, there isn't. You know, there's
Sam,
not enough.
just let you know, Sam still is here. He's just turned his Instagram off.
He's on Insta Live up there. He's here and listening.
Sam, I need a lesson on Insta. I'll give you a hug. I'll come over and see you.
Nah, it's all good. Sorry,
Too
I'm
old.
back. Bless you.
I just don't know how. I don't know how we're going to move this stuff forward when we seem to be in a world that is getting more and more polarized every day. And I really, really worry because whilst we are having these conversations more, and I think, you know, when I go and work in schools and colleges and universities, it is easier for me to go and have these conversations. But at the same time, the backup isn't there. So it's all very well, like you're saying, Sam, it's all very well saying, right, this is who I am, this is what's going on for me. You reach out for help and you get a brick wall. Well, how many people are then going to go, oh, okay, let me go over here for help? And I think, if you don't mind me saying, because I am a female, I also think the amount of guys, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not male, but what I see is the amount of guys that are still living in this world where it's a weakness to admit how you feel, which I know.
We're trying, Sarah. It's definitely getting better. There's still a long way to go, but from my personal opinion, the last 3 years of For Men to Talk, men have reached out, starting to now. It's like I said, a long way to go, but it's getting better.
Yeah, I do think that the conversation, obviously, Luke's. It'd be interesting to hear the demographics that you work with, like the age ranges. Yeah.
Our youngest is, I'd say, what was that for me? Oh, I love it so much. Thank you.
We got Bruce coming.
Best way to
Got a
talk.
cup of tea, lovely cup of tea. Our youngest, I would say early 20s.
Okay.
Our eldest is 84.
Amazing. So I think that's amazing though, because the like just like the conversation we've had today, the different what you can learn, and this is something that we were thinking even about just with our program. Like we're actually thinking about, like, obviously it's a different concept, but like young people mentoring older people, but actually creating a community where it's a safe enough space where you can be that age and you can be that age, and the perspectives and the different experiences and how that can actually create amazing conversations.
And I'll just say this before, because I don't want to waste up Sarah's time here, but we've got a gentleman who's in his early 70s, who's a farmer, who reached out to me early last year, had lots of psychology, lots of different counselling. Nothing helps. He comes to our group and he really opened up, and he's a different man now.
Amazing.
And I tell you what it is, he's giving inspiration to younger guys who look up to him as a role model at the age of 72. You know,
wow.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely.
Well,
We're getting there.
Yeah, the world he was brought up in taught him very clearly that he shouldn't do that, you know.
Absolutely.
I remember when my mum died, my dad is really, you know, he's a lovely guy. And every time I tried to talk to him about it, he was like, well, anyway, we can't dwell.
Yeah, the classic, the classic
terms.
Yeah.
We must go on, must not dwell.
Yes, we can fucking dwell. Like, you know, actually, we should dwell. Actually, that's healthy. I mean, you know, to actually have these conversations so that I know how you feel, you know how I feel, but also to have a bad day, you know, and to be able to go, do you know what? Bad day, mate. Bad day.
Absolutely.
What do you need? Do you know what? I need, just need a hug. Or do you know what? I need a cup of tea, which is the answer to everything, as we all know. Also, just to go, actually, I need you to leave me alone for an hour. Cool.
Do you know what we're doing next week? We're actually having we're doing something very different, what we haven't done in 3 years. Instead of having just a normal physical meeting of sitting down and talking, we're having a curry and chat night.
Nice.
We're going out for a curry
Lovely,
and a chat.
I love
Perfect.
that.
I like that.
Yes.
I love
Brilliant,
that. So some
Create
of
a
the work
moment.
we do is based around, we're doing some work with adults. And one of the things is doing activities so that actually people will have a conversation. That conversation will come out naturally because they're not really concentrating on it.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely.
Like it.
Something, or like you're saying, a curry and a chat. Because it's a lot about what the work we do. If you lower the stakes for people, then that is when people can start talking. The reason that people
Absolutely.
don't talk sometimes is because the stakes are too high. Because they're scared that people won't support They're scared that people will judge them. And like I say, I worry because as a female, I think traditionally it's been safer for me to talk. Like I very rarely would be amongst my friends where they go, "Oh, shut up," or would
Yeah.
shut me down. Actually, women have been allowed the privilege of being able to talk to each other without being judged. I don't think you guys have had that same.
No, it's needed a big interruption, and our speakers, so a member of these groups,
Yeah.
For men to talk, or for walk and talk for men, who we'll hear from the founders later. All these groups,
and his man club,
and his man club, all of these. So I'm seeing the interruption. What I will say, as a father and someone who now runs the CIC, since I last saw you, Sarah, I've started a community interest company.
Yes, love it.
So what I will say is, my son's now 19 years old. I have this conversation. Sam's 22 years old. I'd like to think that I support you and we have regular conversations. And many of the other young people that we work with, you talk to your mates. You talk to each other in such a... I learned, me and my mates, who are 34-ish now, in the last 2 years, we're having conversations. We're not part of any group. We've just got a WhatsApp chat like every other group of mates. But we're getting to age now where because we're educated and because the awareness piece I think is doing well. I think that we're doing it as a culture. We're getting better. We're naturally go. I heard from Bob for a little while. Just drop him a. You right over there, Bob? You all right? Oh yeah. No, we'll go for a pint. Or one of us would go. Oh, Dave, I'm making names up here. Dave's had a real tough time with family and whatnot. He texted everyone in the group asking if everyone wants to go for a pint, and no one responded. Could everyone say yes, please?
Yeah.
So I am seeing that culture shift. What I will say is, I think young people, your age group and down, and I'm saying just from my frame of reference, I massively inspire me. They're fitter, they're healthier, their mindset is phenomenal. Like honestly, when I was your age, I would never. Well, 20. Would you have shared what Sam has just done at 22 years old? No, live on in front of all these wonderful people.
And you're right.
You should be fucking proud of yourself.
Absolutely. And we talked about earlier, didn't we? That those younger age ranges don't go out drinking in clubbing like we used
good,
to.
because it's bad for you, mate. It's good. They're healthier. There are other challenges and there are other complexities around that. We know that, but yeah. Now I just want to reset the conversation a second. Now, and I'm glad you came in with that such love and support as I knew you would, which is hence why I just brought you straight in. Always. Can for those of you who don't know who Sarah Ellis is, which you must be living under a rock if you're in Cambridgeshire, can you just introduce yourself and what you're doing in the communities around you, and what makes you curious today?
I can. I run Theatre Inspiring Change, so we're a theatre company basically. So our method of delivery is through theatre to talk about stuff that some people find difficult. So that's the idea. So we tour nationally, shows about county lines, domestic abuse, consent. We're working with probation officers next week on a project around racism and unconscious bias. We are working with social workers on a piece about domestic abuse next week. We've been in Parliament with our homophobia show, and all sorts of stuff. We work with over 88,000 people. I've just worked out my numbers, which is
88,000 Yeah,
can you show some love in the comments?
Really is.
How did that happen, Sarah? Wow, well done, you. That's incredible.
I'm 17 years old. Do you know what I mean? So I don't even know how that happened. So we're very lucky. So the idea is that we use a theatre show and an interactive section to the theatre show to have real conversations. Because I don't believe that anybody wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to abuse my partner today. I don't believe anyone wakes up and goes, oh my God, I'm going to be so racist today. Like, don't be stupid. That doesn't happen. So what happens in people's lives that either triggers or allows something to come in that's unhealthy? So we look at that area. So with our domestic abuse play, we look at the that coercive behaviour. We look at those conversations around the early warning signs of domestic abuse for men as well as women. So, you know, one in 3 women will experience domestic abuse at some point in their lives. 1 in 5 men. So just to support what you were just talking about there, it is Luke, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't introduce Luke.
I'm so crap with names. I'm terrified.
Honestly, not.
Well, you have met 88,000 people, so you'll let you off.
It is true. And I'm not 17. Yeah, Luke, what you were just saying about things getting better, I absolutely resonate with that. That things are definitely, you know, getting better. And we have conversations around, you know, things like jealousy. So it's not just a kind of yes, no, wrong, right thing. You know, we all get jealous at some point in our lives. This is a natural emotion. But if you're changing your behavior to deal with your partner's jealousy, that is when it's unhealthy. But for me to get insecure with my husband and go, oh my God, I felt really jealous then, that's okay. It's a natural feeling. But it's when I say, so I don't want you going out without me, that it's not.
Yeah,
or you're a bastard because I'm jealous. So it's about having real conversations. And while you were talking, I am going to bring up something controversial, because I think you're 100%, the work that you're doing, or, you know, all 3 of you, Sam, the fact that you're a young, good looking, motivated guy, but you're actually having real conversations, as Alex quite rightly says, you know, back in the day, they weren't a thing that stood together. They were a thing that were very far apart. So that emotional intelligence that your, you know, that your age group is showing is absolutely amazing. And I can't say that enough. I don't think you've got enough places to get that back up. So although we can all look after each other, I was talking to a young person not so long ago who was cutting themselves, and she was told by the local agency that wasn't serious enough to go for counselling, and that was because of lack of funding. But I'm also going to bring Andrew Tate into the discussion.
Yeah, you should.
I'm afraid.
You should, because someone has to.
Yeah, someone has to.
So we've just got a big, I was saying to you, Alex, the other week, we've got a very large grant to look at misogyny and sexism. And I'm 54 years old, and I have had 54 years of being female. And I can tell you it ain't always easy. And I've been very aware of my position and my face and yada, 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 yada. And I know I'm not talking to, I think the fact that you 3 are there today doing what you do means that you're not in the category of the challenges that I've had. But other men have been, right? So I want us to get underneath, what the fuck is this about? What is, number one, this idea
Sarah so much.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's amazing. It's what I mean.
But we broke that rule about 15 hours ago or something ridiculous. Don't you worry about that.
I know, but I just know that some people switch off. But don't switch off, because it's really
No, they won't.
expressive word, right? So if you're out there and you're offended, I don't mean it offensively. I mean it in I'm really serious. Fuck is a great word to show how serious you are. Like, what is this about women having to change their behaviour to women having to change our behaviour, i.e. the way we dress, right, to make sure we don't get raped? And I work with young men all the time, and older men. And the disrespect that surrounds that theory is massive. The idea that you 3 guys sitting there today, if I wore a short skirt and sat in the room with you, that you are so weak you couldn't control your penis is ridiculous. We are not.
You're laughing, but it's true, yeah. Shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, we're not doing you any favours when we go, oh yeah, but you can't help it. This infantilization of men. Enough now. Stop.
So you're dressing like that because you want to feel like that. You want to feel. It's an expression of how you feel. Yeah, you're feminine. You're feminine.
And also, you know, that why are we even talking? Like, why are we even? Do you know that I think it was only 2 years or just before COVID that a judge held up a pair of lacy knickers in a rape case to illustrate what she was wearing, what underwear she had on.
See, in the year 2023, we should not be talking like this. Do you know what I mean? We've moved on so much.
Well, have we?
But that's what I mean. In so many different ways. But then we've gone backwards in some things, haven't we?
I think it's just awareness. It's exposure to like you started. Andrew Tate just goes, "Oh, wait a minute, let's just explore that a second," and that's what Sarah does so well.
Well, can I read you something?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, at risk of, if there's any Andrew Tate followers, come and have a conversation with me. Actually, seriously, like, don't come with a gun because that's not useful. But you know, come and have a conversation with me because we need to understand where you're coming from. So I am just going to quote to you. You cannot sit and do a purely professional business relationship with a female. This is a direct quote. It came out of his
From
mouth.
Andrew Tate.
From Andrew Tate. I watched it come out of his mouth online, and I've annotated it. You cannot sit and do a purely professional business relationship with a female. It doesn't work, and she needs to believe that she needs you. And this is extremely important because at the beginning she will need you, but then she won't need you. But you have to keep the fallacy, keep the dream alive that she can't do it without you to ensure that she doesn't do it without you. Wow. Tax. Look at tax. Girls are lazy and girls are stupid and girls don't understand how taxes work. It is another way to control your women. Now, this is who he is, yada, yada, whatever. But let's not ignore him. Let's not do that. Let's not go,
he was the most Googled person last year.
Was he really?
Yeah.
But also, do you know what, from a man's point of view, and for me to try and get men to talk about their feelings more, he's actually, by saying things like that, he's taking a step backwards sometimes in what we're trying to achieve.
Well, can I bring something else up, which I probably
please.
should have read first, and now I've let the cat out of the bag, which wasn't very clever. But if I read you this, and we hadn't talked about Andrew Tate, would we agree or disagree? So this is something else that he said. He's talking about men. When you truly disrespect the man in a public and prominent way, that's when they switch. That's why I'm so respectful in public. You don't know who the fuck you're talking to, and he might be on his last fucking straw, and you disrespected him. And that might be the last time he heard it. I've had enough. You don't know. Disrespect is dangerous. No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. Disrespect is dangerous. And actually, why are we not respecting our men? We are. There's a hell of a lot of us, male and female and non-gender, who do respect men.
Yeah, I do think that goes back to emotional intelligence, though. I think if someone disrespects you in a public place, you still have I believe you can't control the thoughts that come into your mind. However, you can control what you focus on, and then depending on what you focus on, then that's how you're going to feel, and then depending on how you feel, that's how you're going to act. And I feel like someone could disrespect me, or if I had a partner, they could disrespect my partner, and I can be aware that they've disrespected me and my partner, but I won't retaliate or react because my emotional intelligence is in a position where I'm aware that in the long run that action, although I might experience it because it's a natural instinctive thing to protect the person I love, I won't do it because I know the consequences. So actually, I'm above that person, if that makes sense.
I totally agree with that. Because what's he dictating there though? Are we talking he's going to retaliate there as well?
I think the thing that really worries me, which is why I wrote this down, is that what he's saying is what people are resonating with. So like I say, I think that you shouldn't disrespect anybody unless I just don't. Like you're saying, Sam, it's just pointless. What we need to understand is that exactly what you're saying, Sam, and this is what all of our work is around. What we're saying is you can't stop the thoughts coming to your head. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And you feel, someone cut me up in the car the other day. He would have taken out the mother and the wife and the daughter of a whole family. You know, if we had crashed, and I won't tell you what I wanted to do or to say.
Yeah.
and that's normal, right? Like we're human.
Yeah.
But what was
we've heard some of your language already today, so we can imagine what you wanted to say.
I am fairly articulate, yes. But what you've just put your finger on, Sam, which is so true, is we have a choice how we behave. And that is what our work is about, is empowering everybody to say, I get it. Like, I get it. You can feel this and you can have this happen. And you know what? You can't control the other person necessarily, but you can control yourself. And what is the best way of getting what you want? And what this Andrew Tate stuff shows to me is that there is you said the most Googled, well, there are stats around by a lot of young men.
Yep.
And actually, what they're hearing there is that they don't want to be disrespected, that they're feeling disenfranchised, that they're feeling like they don't know where they belong, and they're feeling like they're not being listened to. And so if we can blame that on women, and if we can blame that on stuff out there, then we are going to be more likely to engage with someone like Andrew Tate, who says stuff that's true, and then goes on to say, oh my God, what was it? Another thing he said, I can't respect myself or be respected by society unless I die. It's like honour. Respect is so intrinsic to men. Yeah, I'm sure it is, isn't it, right? A lot of society has forgotten this.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous because you earn respect by the actions and the words that you say.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
So Sarah, I want to really talk about it because this is a really important subject. Like this is really like top of mind. Like, so I had a conversation with David Brockway over at Former Future around this conversation around. It started talking about business education because I want to see, because people like that, what he's actually doing, he's getting their attention and then he's putting them into Hustlers Academy for 50 quid a month. And then he's making £10 million revenue a year out of that circumstance. That's directly combating everything we're trying to do as a CIC.
Yeah.
And when I spoke to David Brockway about this, I said there's a severe gap in addressing that want. They want to control. These young men, these young guys want control. You want action. You talk about energy, action. We talk about forward movement. All of these things.
Like we all do, right? I want to be.
Yeah, no. We all want that action. We all want it, right? But because there's no verified content around this subject. He's going straight in, and they are getting attracted to it. So there is something to learn from this because he's attracting millions of young people. So something's not right beyond Andrew Tate for Andrew Tate to just put this controversy out there for then young people to flock to them.
But also, what we've got to be mindful as well is, are these people Googling his name not to acknowledge him and to agree with his statement, but just to
look at his revenue?
Yeah, but he's
Follow the money, man.
He's clever in regards to his approach and how he captures attention.
Yeah.
So like, I think a lot of the searches will be, oh, what has Andrew Tate said? That obviously he's capturing attention. His intention is to capture attention. But what you were saying, Sarah, earlier about kind of the respect element and like young men want to be listened to or heard or want to feel like someone. I think it goes back to what you're doing. If I think it's a lot of they're just lost within themselves. They're not listening to themselves. And I think that if they actually had some purpose in their life and had community, I think it would be a completely different ball game.
So Sarah, how can we? So I want to make sure that we capture this because I'm conscious of time. I want to capture. How can we use the arts of what you do as a company and the because it's about creativity. We're talking about creativity here. We're talking about culture. We're talking about community. We're talking about mental health. We're talking about all of these subjects, and everyone will come back to the fact that, well, why isn't it sorted? You know, what we've all kind of got that anger in us around there. I think what you're doing and what you've done, what you're going on to talk about around this commission that you've got and the grant stuff.
Oh, sorry, my alarm.
That's all right. What can we learn from? So this year we've kind of really focusing on St Neots as a community and how we can raise this money for CPSL Minds and then use that fund to do something specifically for St Neots, for instance. How can we learn from the way that you teach these 88,000 people? What can we learn from that as a community?
People just want to be heard. People, we are human beings, and although I think you will find that there are some human beings who are quite happy in a shed in the middle of nowhere talking to butterflies, I think, most of us want to connect. It's what you do so well, Alex, you connect people. And I think we need to change the narrative around it being okay to need to connect, and we need to see each other. As a human being, I I've been through some horrendous things. It's why I do the job that I do. It's no secret as to why we look at domestic abuse and rape and all sorts of stuff. Another story for another time, with a rum in my hand.
I'll buy that rum.
I'll be up for that as well, yeah.
And tequila. I mean, I'm not a fussy person. Do you know what I mean? Actually, when I look back, one of our big objectives is to empower people to find their own unique voice. And when I look back, I lost my voice. And I am terrified at all those people who have lost their voice. And so we want to be working with people, and we want to have these shows come in and work with businesses and work with bosses and work in schools and colleges and come into, where you've got a group of young people.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Conversations and just, I see you, and it's tough. What can we do together? But also, what can you do? Because Sam, what you were talking about before I started swearing like a trooper, you did that. You sharing that means that other people can be in the pit, the lowest pit possible, where you are in that place where you go, I can't see anything. I don't know what the point is. But the fact that they can see somebody else going, yeah, I felt like that. I get it. And this is what I did. And now look at me. This is where our power is as human beings, to say, yeah, I get it. Not to gaslight around it. Well, you are sensitive. Oh, well, everybody feels like that. Everybody has a bad day. Brilliant. Thank you. Everyone has a bad day.
Yeah.
I haven't just lost my keys. There's a bad day and there's depression. There's a bad day, there's triggers. How are we triggering other people? What might trigger me isn't the same as what might. If I said to you, Alex, get in the kitchen and do what you do best, you'd probably go, that's a bit daft. I'm on a radio thing, like doing a liveathon. If you said it to me, I would want to fight you, right? I want to fight you. So actually, these conversations are really useful, because it's also understanding that, oh my goodness, when my husband lost his dad and he went out with his best mate, and I kindly kind of was trying to be kind and do the right thing, and I sort of said, oh, did you have a chat? And he went, what? And I said, did Daz really help you? He doesn't mind me showing this. Did Daz help you? And Gary said, well, no, we talked about the football. I went, okay, cool. But for me, that wouldn't have been good enough. But I also have to respect that that's what he needed. He needed his mate. He needed to watch football, and his mate gave him a big bloody cuddle at the end of it and just went, I'm here.
That's all sometimes you need.
That's what you need. So how can we as humans talk about what we need, right? How can we say, do you know what I need right now is this? How do we get what we want, but in a positive way, in a healthy way?
I love that. Sarah, can you make me a promise?
Yes. Well, it depends what it is.
There is that. Can we make sure this is the year that we really do something together and make a big impact? Because I just feel, especially with Sam on board and his focus with what he's doing with Inspire to Ignite, I can see you and Sam and a few other partners that are working directly with young people collectively bringing a whole heap of energy into schools very easily. We could get together, the 10 of us, CEOs, leaders, that work directly with young people. We all get distracted. We've all got stuff going on. We've all got all these priorities. Yeah. But make me a promise that we'll do something big this year.
Oh, definitely, because you've been super busy. I've been super busy. But actually, we've got to mesh these connections, because it is the only way we're going to make change. And it is 2023, and it's enough already. As men, we deserve to be seen as better people. As women, we need to be treated as better people. And actually, let's not just talk about men and women. Let's talk about non-binary. Let's just just respect each other, but not the Andrew Tate way.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Well,
Sarah?
you're doing awesome, folks. I love it. And absolutely promise here. Absolutely.
Love you. Well, we'll bring the rum, tequila, you bring the beer.
I will. We don't
Sarah, you didn't tell me, because I still haven't gone to one. We've had a baby this year as well, or last year as well, all sorts going away. You've got another hat you wear. When's the next shush experience?
So we've also run a secret cabaret club, which is we raise money for our educational work at Theatre Inspiring Change. We were at the Town and Gown on Saturday. We had the most amazing audience. And we bring people from the international world of cabaret, darling. And what I would say is it's like a good old-fashioned kind of entertainment show, but without the racism and the mother-in-law jokes. And it is just an awesome night out. Every single one is different, apart from I've got an alter ego that hosts it, called Gloria Squeezes, but I'll let you dwell on that.
Okay,
and
honestly.
Town and Gown on the 4th of March, which is 4th of March, and the 1st of April, which 1st of April, 60% of the tickets have gone already. So we do get sold out quite quickly.
That's so cool.
Just to show we can have these conversations and have a bloody good night out as well, because we just kind of bring stuff, and yeah, it's beautiful. Human beings are beautiful.
Human beings are beautiful.
Yeah.
Damn right. Bless you, Sarah. We're going to see you at one of them. We got to take a crew to one of them.
Yeah, 100%.
We got to take a whole crew to one of them. All right. Bless you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate
You're
you.
welcome. Lovely to see you all. Mwah.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye.
Bless you.
Cool.
How cool is that?
Yeah, really cool.
Sarah is a ledge.
Yeah, she's
Proper ledge.
All the guests have been great.
Yeah.
Do you guys want it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. We need. We got Gary in the wings. I'm hoping. Yeah. So, yeah, Gary. If you, Sam, can you send Gary in when you go through? He should be in the green room. Guys, if you're enjoying this, I mean, it's been really this last couple of hours has been tough.
It's been tough, but my word, rewarding, and yeah, there's been some tears, but we needed those tears at that time as well. So,
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that wholeheartely.
Yeah, we're just going
one minute, but come on in, Gary. Come on in. Right, we're gonna break. 1 minute. We'll be back with a very important guest in this process. Gary Sutcliffe will joining us in a second. So if we can hit the various buttons that we have to hit when we want to have a break. See. Okay, ready, roll?
Yeah, ready to roll.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. What a wonderful day.
It's been incredible so far.
It's nearly 14 hours in. So Gary, you are the man who goes, Alex, what's going on with what are we doing with shifties next year? And I think this year, especially, I think it's a chance for us and our relationship in terms of the shifties community as it develops into this new, much more kind of decentralized collaborative unit, and the CPSL mind to really develop that relationship further. And I really appreciate your energy and support. Like, you do a lot, and what you do is so vast. So I'm torn a little bit because I want to talk about the future, because we're obviously hearing a lot of people's stories, and you've been enjoying it as well.
It's been a great watch, yeah.
So firstly, is there any moment, and this is a really difficult thing because you've had a lot of speakers come on, are there any moments that really stood out for you so far? And what are you excited about in terms of the future for CPSL Mind? Because I think it's quite nice to think forward.
Yeah, look back and think forward. Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, thank you. I mean, I say that every time I see you, so thank you so much, and great to meet you, Luke, and thank you for this, and for everyone that's donated. As a fundraiser, you say thank you a lot, so
yeah.
huge thank you. Yeah. Can't say it big enough for this.
Thank you.
Well, I was just saying to Lynette that I put a few things in my diary today. I haven't done any of them because I've been watching this. You know, this has been...
It's addictive, isn't it?
It is very addictive, and I've got a few things this afternoon. But yeah, I've been watching this, sent it to all my colleagues, so hopefully they're watching as well.
Oh, bless them.
It is addictive, yeah. But the moment, I think, hearing Lynette, I met her for the first time last week in a cafe here.
She's addictive.
She's addictive. I spent 20 minutes with her there. She told me another story out there. And she said, you can tell that she literally saved someone's life in October last year. It was about to take their own life at St Neots railway station.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what we do. We give training. She hasn't had the training, but she had that instinct.
Yeah.
And 9 out of 10 people probably wouldn't have done. She did that. So yeah, she's been my moment, both in person and this morning.
That's nice. That you got to see her from the outside in.
Yep.
through the street, which is why this campaign is so important.
It is, and I was just saying about that as well. You mentioned about the suicide at the train station. That's why I really wanted to get involved with Liveathon this year. I've been a guest a couple of years now, but I really want to get in this involved this year because there seems like St Neots as a base at the moment is really there's a suicide rates, especially in the town, is horrific the last 2 or 3 years, especially, and that's why I wanted to get involved just to publicise these groups that are available out there and. Which there's lots of groups in St Neots especially available, and we need to get that publicity to them because these people are taking their lives when there's support for them.
I think what was interesting with that is that we had this conversation earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, and what you're learning from some of these people, and you'll learn from future others. And if you ask Kev, who was on at lunchtime, absolute ledge, you know, he's the way he deals with it is he goes for a pint with a mate or whatever. And we had that conversation earlier. Some people needs a walk and talk for men community or a for men to talk community to get involved in, or the for women to walk and talk now, which is a great new group.
26 women.
And many other. I think there's 26, 30 groups around mental health support in the town.
And I think the big difference, I mean, I did it with you last year and it was all about COVID, but we're 12 months on, we've still got that legacy. And now the cost of living.
Yep.
You know, so
you're seeing it. You must see.
I'll just say again, saying to Lynette, people that come to fundraise for us, I'm seeing their stories. And I've got a lady at the moment. I mean, again, she woke up one morning. One of her best friends she'd learned had taken his own life. So now she's running a marathon for CPSL Mind to give something back.
Amazing.
So I think that's why my job is why I love it and why it's key, is, you know, giving that people that opportunity to not alleviate the pain, but do something.
Yeah.
Basically.
And its legacy, it lasts. Yeah. It lasts.
Exactly. And then look into the future. To answer that part of the question. So I met Lynette. Had a lovely coffee with her last week. And really excited because I say when I met you last year, I'd only just met you, and it was the first time at Liveathon. But now I feel our partnership is mature, should we say, and it's only going to get better, isn't it? So lots of plans. I know you've got some brilliant ideas. I love the adult sports day.
I know we've got to do the adult sports day. We've got to do an adult sports day.
Poor knee.
Yeah, but like proper, but I mean like proper like egg and spoon race, like business owner versus business. So let's have the sack race battle of the estate agents of St Neots and stuff like that. Like, why not?
There's the appetite. I mean, we did a quiz night just before Christmas, and estate agents came. We filled out local, the cafe around the corner there, or the restaurant. 95 people, 21 teams. And they said, right, when's the next event?
Amazing.
So there's the appetite here for it, and that's what I'm looking forward to. This partnership
Do you know what it feels like as well? Since we've come out of the COVID pandemic, or say we got out of it, I know it's still about.
Right.
But once we're going back into restaurants and things, it's a lot of people looking to go back to that old traditions, like the quiz nights. Before COVID, nobody was really doing them again. It was all old-fashioned.
Well, there was a lot of quiz nights during COVID.
Yeah.
Everyone was doing bloody quiz. I had enough of bloody quiz nights.
That's why I wanted to do it in person.
A physical one.
Exactly. It seems really popular again. Going back to your roots sort of thing. I love it.
And that's what I'm finding in fundraising. It's only been since Christmas, really. Last year was a funny year again. Because is it COVID? Is it not? But since Christmas, I've had loads of companies contact me. Quiz nights, bake sales are back.
Yeah.
I don't want them for 3 years.
You can never have enough bake sales.
Generally, we did an old Men's Talk virtual meeting. We had a bake-off. Obviously, nobody could taste it because it's a virtual meeting, but we still did bake cakes. It was brilliant.
Yeah,
I had to do one recently where they asked me to be the judge. I tasted 14 bits of cake in 10 minutes. Didn't feel that good, to be honest.
A bit good for the hips.
But really looking forward to future and just lots of bigger things and to have you guys at the heart of it, it's going to be great. It's always great.
We're going to have a lot of fun, aren't we?
Very inspiring.
See Nicola Brennan's on there, just saying, one of Gary's colleagues from CPSL Mind. We're so grateful to you all for running this event for us and to everyone sharing their experiences. So much respect for the community of St Neots. Thank you.
We want to emphasise that as well, is that when this is all finished as well, all the individual conversations will go online again, won't they?
Yes. So the first time this year, because obviously I was waiting for 100 episodes. So now, over the 3 years, we've got over 100 conversations about different subjects and whatever, they can be categorised. So that's going to go on the page that will be evergreen. So we can then just say, look, every time we've got something like there's... Because actually, I think some of those conversations, like... with Sam, for instance, earlier.
Yeah, I need to watch it.
Hearing knowing a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old or a young person can hear another young person be so vulnerable and let that out in that way, or what Lynette shared, as a mum or as a parent, that means something, and watching that with the right context and support around that page, I think will make a big difference.
We're taking the raw story, aren't you?
Yeah.
So Lynette didn't mean, I said, did you plan it? She goes, it just came out.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen Sam, but it's that raw footage that is so key, isn't it? And you can do something with that.
But with Sam was doing it for a purpose as well, not just to get it out from his system, but to share it to the world of the requirement and the need there as well.
It's giving young people permission.
Yeah.
It's giving young people permission, and a lot of this is about permission.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah. That's all I can. That's why I said, "Well, how do you?" I'm fine.
Yeah.
Because I haven't got. I'm. My role in all of this is to make sure that this platform exists, and every year people can come and share whatever they want to share.
Whatever they want,
and that's fine. It doesn't all have to be about mental health. We've got different stories today.
It's a diversity bit as well, isn't it?
That's why it's addictive. Yeah. I wish I could just sit. I would just sit and watch it. I really would.
It's all been recorded.
I do watch it back.
I
must admit, it takes me
24 hours.
2 or 3. No, God, blimey. No, it takes me 2 or 3 months before I can watch it back. Because I'd like it. I don't like tomorrow. I have to book the time off. Yeah. Just because emotionally, I just
draining.
Yeah.
I've got St. Ian's meeting tomorrow night for Men to Talk.
Well, good.
Is it easier co-hosting? Because you're on your own predominantly last year, weren't you?
Yes, Luke's co-hosting the whole thing with me.
Is it better? Is it better though? You find it?
Yeah.
Big question, but
I know. Genuinely, I really like. No, I love it.
Yeah.
I've
It's like a sleepover last night, wasn't it? I turned up with my pillows and that.
We're not used to it, are we? Really?
No, I should really. My back's killing
But then
me.
at the same point, it's really peculiar. Come at 6 o'clock, and we had our first guest in here.
Yeah, I saw that on the
It felt weird.
Yeah, but Kevin come with a lot of energy, didn't he?
You said to someone else in the room, didn't you? It was just you two, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were like, yeah.
We were just saying about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, didn't we? Had a proper, deep and meaningful, didn't we?
Yeah.
We
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Yeah.
Did I say 4 p.m.? Brilliant, excellent. That's me, the sleep deprived now coming in.
So what do you think? I think it's good because you've got this exposure to, and at some point, maybe next year, I'd like to get you on as Gary, because I would like to share Gary. If you'd be up for that next year, I would love that. But I think while we've got you here, I think it's quite exciting to give people. I think there's a lot. I feel great.
Yeah.
Every year, January, people say, "Well, Alex, you're nuts," because I'm also doing we're doing a 5-day walking challenge with Walk and Talk for Men this week.
Obviously,
well, 7 day, but I've got 6 days of it. Yeah. So tomorrow, what I'll be doing is walking 8 miles. Is what we're doing, and I'll be doing that for the rest of the week. But it sets me up for. I feel like I do a lot in January, so it sets me up for the rest of the year. So it just feels nice, and it feels like the right thing to do.
Yep.
Like, what can we do? What can we say? And what can we do to the community of St. Neots to say, get involved in fundraisers, whether it's you hosting one or there's something going on like this or a quiz night.
Yeah.
What would you say the benefit of doing so is?
Yeah, well, I've got one big thing to launch, but before I say that, anything basically. I mean, I'm the fundraising manager. I was brought in a couple of years ago to raise the profile, and what I found really interesting recently, I think this is important to say as well, is the difference between National Mind and Local Mind.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone's heard of National Mind, like the 10th most recognisable charity or whatever, and not everyone's heard of Local Mind. I know you work for one, Luke, as well. And what I'm finding is people going, "Oh, I meant Mind, I meant Local Mind," and there's this confusion. And I think this again, they want to give money locally.
So they're all separate, aren't they? So there's Mind is the organisation, but the Mind, CPSL Mind and Mind BNPL are completely
independent.
Yeah.
So any money, and this is amazing, and the money raised from today, as we say, we're going to ring fence it for Synods, and my general fundraising is spent across Cambs and Peterborough and South Links. So I think that's really important to say. Anyone that wants to get involved, give me a shout. But the big thing I do want to launch, and it's about walking, which is I love. I used to do a lot running, but I'm now. Stop that. Right, walking is the way to go.
Yeah, I agree. I'm there.
Can't beat a walk. So in September we're going to go for a big walk, basically 50 kilometres. It is with a group or an organisation called Ultra Challenge. So it's a third-party thing. We've got a partnership with them. I've done a couple of these events. They are incredible. So we're going to get a team CPSL Mind together. I'll be team captain.
It's about 36, 37 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, 30 odd miles.
What, in one day?
In one day. They do 100k, but we'll stick to the 50 to start with. You up for it?
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
When is it?
I did
23rd of September.
I did 26 miles last year. Walking one. It's brilliant.
And what I'm like about it is obviously we're trying to raise some funds, but it's going to be bringing people together.
Absolutely, yeah.
20. Let me look at my diary.
Come on,
Alex, I actually do plan that far in advance. Like it's pretty crazy, but I do.
Let me have a little look.
Saturday 23rd.
If it's free, I'm doing it. So
Yeah.
I can't. I must admit,
we can make it free for you.
This ain't me. This ain't me. Like I don't really do these sort of things.
Yeah.
Like I really
Yeah.
don't. I can do the walk because I can do it over like 5 days, 6 days. I
Yeah.
can do like 8 miles a day. But this is something a bit crazier.
It is, yeah. It's not. It is crazy. It's not too ridiculous that it's out of
How
reach.
long will it
it's
take,
doable.
you reckon?
So I did it in 11 hours.
Yeah,
Wow.
so
Yeah.
I did 26 in 8 hours, so you are looking
But I'm
about.
free. I'm
Good.
doing it.
Well,
I'm
you're
in.
booked.
I'm with you.
You're booked.
I'm with you. I'm in Team Gary.
Heard it here first.
Yeah, I'm with Team Gary.
It's about an 18, 19-minute mile, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
so,
What I'm looking forward to it is like you see, you got Alex walk in and he sets off with someone else, in another company or whatever. There could be a bit of networking.
Yeah,
and it's
right.
bringing people
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
But the big thing is he's getting people out, and we can have some maybe training runs around here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
do a bit of video.
Yeah,
about
we
it.
did 12-week training course
Yeah.
to do ours. So yeah, and again,
You're giving me something to
camaraderie
focus
there.
as well.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm in, man.
Good.
You in?
I'm going to play this back.
I'm doing
Go on, Luke.
I'm doing 26 miles this year already.
Well, that's
It's
all right.
September.
Just carry on training after that.
When's that?
I start training in January.
Yeah, when's the actual
April.
thing? So,
Yeah,
mate, you
6
got
months
loads
later.
of time, man.
We'll see.
Peer pressure.
Yeah.
Peer
So
pressure.
I ain't got much on.
Well, I'm in.
I want to ask a quick question, as okay, but you may not know the answer because obviously you're fundraising manager. But can I ask, what's exactly available in St Neots from CPSL Mind at the moment?
Yeah, that's it's a good question. So it's very fluid, and there's lots of
Yeah.
groups pop up and go away again. But the big thing I can draw attention to is the Good Mood Cafe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've been to a couple of these, and actually I did go to the one sitting near. It's at Art and Soul,
Art and Soul, yeah.
around the corner on Tuesdays,
Mhm.
2 till 3:30, I believe. And when I joined like 18 months ago, a couple of years ago, that was the one I chose to go to just to get a flavour, because it's fundraiser. You have to obviously talk about where the money's going and supporting. And do you know what? I've had 15 years in fundraising and different charities and everything, but this was just something I hadn't really seen before. It was just so simple, but so effective.
I've been.
So
I've been.
You know what I'm talking about. So
I'm just
easy.
saying, emphasising to this is it.
Wonderful
It's beautiful.
environment for it as
What
well.
an amazing place Art and Soul is as well for it.
Yeah.
As well.
Tim
It's
and
so supportive.
Caroline,
We-
big shout.
Well, for people to talk about their mental health, both male and female, it needs to be in a safe and comfortable environment. And Art and Soul is that place. It's beautiful.
Up the top there in the window, and
Yeah.
I just sat in the window, and they said, this is a guy from CPSL Mind, and I just watched people come in and listened. And I think what sticks with me, one bloke came in and very fragile, of mind, and he just sat there, but his confidence kind of grew through the half an hour or whatever. And we say, you don't have to be in a good mood to go there, but hopefully you leave in a better mood.
That makes sense.
So that's here,
That's
and
nice.
then lots of other services pop up and go, peer support and things like that. But I just always refer people to our website. We've got a wellbeing wheel on there. You can click on. It's like a pie chart. You can click on the segment you want. If you need support or you want to support someone else, and it'll signpost you to all these services. But we hope with this money to obviously do something specific here. So we're looking forward to
I think
that.
it'd be interesting because I wonder, and without preempting, obviously there'll be a lot of what people want to do, and what I will say is we'll run this campaign.
Yep.
Until we hit that 5,000, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I've got another
We'll make
idea
it
for
happen.
that.
We'll make it happen.
That's what we said as
we
well,
also
yeah.
really appreciate that it's a really tough time of year for people, and more so this year than in the last 11, 12 years, quite
Absolutely,
frankly,
yeah.
financially. So
Combination.
we will make it happen one way or the other. I think there's definitely some opportunity around the signposting thing. Like we don't have anything that signposts to all those different, like specifically locally, and then promotes them specifically locally.
Yeah.
There's probably some opportunities
Yeah,
around
we said
there.
that, didn't we?
And from what Sam was saying, he's desperate for something. For young people.
Yeah, that's why I think if you could look back at that
I
from
would say
Sam
that.
from Hubs 12 and then have a
Take some
conversation
tissues.
about we
Again?
had ours done there.
Second time this morning.
Yeah,
I
I
will
know.
do. But yeah, really looking forward to having those discussions
Yeah,
with
yeah,
you.
it'd be
and
great.
everything. So and again, a huge thanks to everyone that's donating. It's
No
going
worries.
up, and I can see it going up there.
Yeah, it is. I've actually refreshed
Look
it.
at my missus. You always hold your pillow even at home, Luke Newman. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
It's
you
me
do.
comfort thing.
It's your thing, man.
Yeah.
That's fine. Are you happy?
Very, very
Very
hard.
relaxed, yeah.
You're happy and relaxed with your
Day
pillow?
today has been incredible so far. I know we've got a lot more.
Yeah,
Well,
wow,
well, halfway,
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah, look, another. So yeah, big
Whoa.
thank you again. So Kev Hull, Premier Plus, £100, amazing.
Yeah.
Priscilla, Little Dutch Bites, lovely. Bless you.
I know,
20
lovely.
£20, 25 plus the 5 gift aid. Adele Gilpin, £20.
Another £100 there.
Lynette, £20. Anonymous, 100 plus 25 gift aid.
yeah.
There's a couple of anonymous ones as well.
loads there.
Andy Bloom, absolute legend. Thank you very
Councillor.
much, sir. Daniel Laycock. It's coming, guys. You're making a massive impact.
Huge.
You are making a massive impact. I have to then go back and
Work out
But
much
I
it
will
was.
do that at some point during a break or
And
something.
it all generally adds up. It doesn't have to be 20 quid.
No, it could be a
No.
fiver.
It could be-
Like
Oh,
whatever
absolutely,
you
yeah,
can
3
put,
quid.
whatever
Yeah.
you can
That's it.
afford, it makes a massive,
Yeah, it does.
massive difference.
See it adding
And the same. And I'll say it again: get this content out there, because the content is what, like today, right now, in this moment, those conversations, you're giving permission. We're sharing stories that give permission to other people to share their stories and to engage in the comments. I need to scroll back up through the comments.
We always go for Sam's, don't we?
And I need to go back through some of the stuff on there. Please know that by putting it in there, after this, I read every comment.
Yeah. It was 150 when I left home. So
Well,
I do. I read every comment and I watch every video back. It might take me 2 or 3 months because sometimes I have to process it, like just mentally. But I read everything back, and it's so appreciated, guys. Like, this is the one thing I do every year without fail.
Yeah.
I do get involved in other people's things, but I rarely do anything like
on this scale.
hosted like this. And it means the world to me that people will come together regardless of what's going on in their life, and I really appreciate
And
it.
I can honestly say, in 17 years of fundraising, this is like the most innovative thing and fun that I've been asked to do. I almost said to my
bless
manager,
you, man.
thanks for letting me be involved. I mean, this is
bless
just
you, man.
such a good thing, isn't it? And it's, it reminds me of Live Aid.
And what was that? You want to do 24 hours next year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got- but yeah.
Gary would as well.
Yeah, you would as well, yeah.
You would do it. Just to be in the room with the
I
guests.
would love to, yeah.
Just for hugs.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Mate, appreciate you
Yeah,
so
thank you
much,
very
man.
much.
Looking forward to collaborating this year.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a really exciting year, and let's make it the promise that these young people have asked for.
Yeah.
They want action.
Yep.
They don't want hope. They want action.
Yeah.
And that's what we owe it to them.
Absolutely.
Let's do
yeah.
that.
Great to partner with you.
Absolutely.
23rd of September, you're booked. You're pending.
I'm in, and
Yeah.
you're pending. And I'll try and get as many people signed up as we go.
Fantastic.
You've got to sign the shirt.
Oh, yes,
So
yeah.
that you do know,
We'll
we've
bring
been
that down
signing
a
it.
minute.
Everyone who's come in has signed it.
Oh, we haven't done it for a while. What colour do you want the...
Oh, yeah,
It's got to
yeah.
be blue, innit?
I did see someone changing that earlier.
Yeah, Steve. What time is Luke getting the Lego out? He says.
I haven't got my Legos at home.
Oh man. Well, he hasn't revealed the name of his moles yet.
That's going with Mr. Ferguson later on, isn't it?
Oh, that's coming up.
Right,
And,
so sign the shirt, shall I?
Yeah, sign the
yeah.
shirt, my man. You
put
might
it
want to take it down to do it.
Pen working now? It wasn't working earlier, was it?
Yeah, we're back
one.
in.
We've got a-
Who missed? Who did we miss on that?
Lynette.
Okay,
And then we
fine.
need a selfie with
Oh, you
Lynette
need
as well.
we need a
And Gary.
selfie with Gary. I'm assuming Nicola is here.
I love that idea, by the way. I still think it's great.
What's that?
The shirt.
Makes sense, right? Sun's never dying like that. Right,
Joe,
guys.
Good to see the caps there as well.
We'll be back in 2 minutes. Nicola Breverton, cannot wait for this. Like, comment, share, get the stream out there. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Let's
yes,
get a quick
please. Yeah.
selfie
Yeah.
for and then we get you going. Okay. Right, welcome back, everyone. We've got some new people in the studio. Now, Justin is going to be here 2 till 4, new co-host.
Used to be my motto. 2 till 4 on the dance floor.
Is that right?
That's what it was.
That's your thing. Is that your thing?
Love
that.
Yeah,
I've actually.
What, you were still awake at 2 a.m. in the morning? What? I'd have been at home like a long time ago, but in bed.
Back in my younger days.
So we're going to be interviewing Justin. I think 3:30 till 4 is your actual slot, which I'm looking forward to. But until then, Justin's kindly agreed to co-host us, which is perfect timing for us because we got a care package or a bacon roll from our lovely friend Ahmet over at Moore's Walk, and the team have just hooked us up. So
love them so much.
Justin's worked out perfect timing because we've got another guest in here, which I don't want to ruin the intros and stuff.
No.
So we're going to hand over to you two. If you can mute our mics, that would be very helpful, Luke. So we can.
What you want? 3 and 4, isn't it?
I can see 4 bouncing.
3 and 4.
Yeah, 3 and 4.
Sorry.
Right. Over to you.
It's as if nothing's happened. Completely seamless. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Alex. Thanks for having me on. Luke, thanks for having me on. Great to see you guys. So Nicola and I met a couple of times actually. Once in person before today, and then once online. Not like that, but Nicola, give it. Would you mind introduce yourself to people?
Of course. So I'm Nicola Bretherton. I'm a coach. I'm a mentor. I've done a few different things in the past, and I've just come to this space where I'm doing exactly what I feel I'm meant to be doing. I'm so excited to be here, to be supporting, talking about mental health, to have been watching you guys. I have to say, the smiles on Alex and Luke's faces with these bacon rolls are just
I saw it was you two.
They're
I was like,
amazing.
oh, these are like my best friends.
He's got time off. You've got some time off. This is
well deserved.
official break. Official break. So Nicola, tell us about your involvement in today. What were you? How do you know Alex? How have you got involved, and what are you hoping to do today?
So I really got involved with the Shifties crew going back October 2021, I think it was, the Cambridge Social Media Day.
Oh yeah.
Which just came at the perfect time. My other half actually found it online, and he was like, I think this is going to be a great day. This is a really cool network. I keep seeing things pop up and just haven't looked back. From meeting people virtually on that day through to working with the team, and now working more with my business and Shift Momentum in the next year. Did some incredible work with Alex last year, really looking at the right space for me to sit in moving forwards, and just the support, the warmth from this community is overwhelming. And same, me actually working with you, coming along to your sales training, growth works, all linked in as part of that community, and just what that has brought is just incredible. So I've been supporting it any way I can, whether it's a meditation or a liveathon. I'm on board for it.
Very good, very good. So for today, what have you found kind of most interesting so far? I know you've been tuning in. What's taken you about today's liveathon so far?
I find like there's gold in every single interview, every single discussion. There are just beautiful moments. It's like beautiful moment after beautiful moment. Be ready to wipe tears away, be ready to giggle, be ready to get your notepad out and write down key points. It's just people being authentic, being honest, being moved by people's life experiences and their courage and bravery, and sharing that is just gorgeous.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
So yeah, all of it, so much.
Yeah, Alex is borrowing 2 minutes. He's jumping in. We've got some comments coming up, but I can't read them. It's all right. Can we test it?
Testing.
Good to see you. Hey Dale, thanks for the alert about the crackling. Is that better?
Are we there? Is this better?
Is that better? Oh, still bad.
Still bad.
Do you know which mic it is? Let's have a look. Why don't we slide? Hold on.
This one.
Yeah, pop that out again. best. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Hi, testing. Testing. Better. Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2.
Oh, of course. So it's that one. Crackles it.
You hearing anything? Testing 1, 2. Hello. Can you hear us at all right now? Testing 1 2.
Testing.
Oh yes.
Testing 1 2 1 2. It like okay audio or bad audio?
It was there, but then it went.
Yeah,
What's
it's
a crackle?
probably-
There's no crackle.
The crackle was.
No crackles.
No crackle, just
No
audio.
audio. Do we just put yourself on mute again?
Well, you won't be able to hear us if we're testing it.
No.
You can hear us fine?
Perfect.
Okay, brilliant. Right.
Cool. Cool.
Okay, we're going in. Oh my days.
We're back.
Awesome.
We
skills.
are back. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And they can't even see the fact that it's on a bun.
Oh.
Great. Oh.
No, you can slightly.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Alex? What do you mean?
Have you
can see
bacon?
Okay, we're back. Sorry, technical malfunction. Just a slight technical issue. When you're live, that's what happens, right?
Absolutely.
When you're live, that's what happens.
Absolutely.
So, Nicola, you were saying. So tell us what you've got some stuff that's led you to today. How do you manage yourself on days like today? I know today's a good day, but you know the whole theme of today is it can be difficult for a lot of people. What's your thinking around how you manage yourself? How do you what advice do you give to your clients around managing themselves?
I love that as a question. And it actually reminds me of something that Alex said last year. I was lucky enough to be in this position last year, although virtual. It's really lovely to be in the room today. So Alex said the wording, you know, that it's no accident, that there's a difference between having some of that consistency and not having it. And he'd interviewed you, I think, earlier in the day and several other people. Yeah. And that really stuck with me because I was like, yeah, do you know what? It's not an accident. And I think for all of us, it's different. It's about finding the routine that works. And for me personally, I reflect back on a number of challenges that I've faced, the resilience that I've built up. The thing that really led me to learn so much about this field was 8 years in safeguarding. So I was working in the NHS. I'd worked in education prior. I'd done 4 years as a sports lecturer, working with tons of young people and not having the support that I needed. I couldn't find ways to make that work and stay healthy. So I moved into a different field. Actually, with the right support, I probably could have stayed there. That wasn't my path. I wasn't meant to be doing it, and I'm absolutely happy with that. But I think having that experience and then going into the NHS really led me to seek those skills. And I was reflecting yesterday on what are some of the things that got me to this point. And the different things that people have talked about today, you know, suicide, bereavement, all of those things that happen when you work in safeguarding. I worked in safeguarding children. We would get calls, we would get emails whenever that happened. And
after the event, right?
Too
late.
After the event.
Yeah.
And for me, I was training on child sexual exploitation. I was training on domestic abuse. Wow. And I had like limited understanding of that as a teacher, as a lecturer. And I was fascinated by safeguarding and the impact that I thought I could have when I moved across into the NHS. To then I was training people to support them in having the right skills to spot those things, to act in the right way, to have that real community support that's needed in those moments. And I think some really defining things happened when I was in that space. And I think it's probably a great opportunity to share, and I won't share who it relates to, but something that I thought of yesterday was there was a young person I was shadowing, a health professional going into schools to learn about the role, so I understood more of what life was like for them, and met this incredible young person who was really struggling, was being bullied, was having a really tough time with everything. And I remember maybe a month and a half later, someone started talking about suicide and the name rang a bell. And I literally Googled it, newspaper came up, it was the young person. It was the young person I'd sat in front of.
Oh, no.
And it just, like, there've been several moments in my life when you just, like, everything drops.
Yeah.
And I was in that space going, how could I let that happen? How could I not spot that? How could I not have done more? And this was quite early into my safeguarding career. I was maybe like a year and a half in. And I started having supervision and support at that point, because I realised I would immerse myself in child sexual exploitation. It was when the Rotherham cases were really in the media. And so I would read every report on sexual exploitation. I would read everything I could get my hands on around domestic abuse. And that's so heavy.
Yeah.
And I was like, why am I feeling like angry and frustrated and fed up at life? And I was like, well, you're living in this really dark world and you're not seeing the lightness.
Yeah.
And so having experiences like that led me to find a way to make sense of the world and how things happen and how we can take the challenges and the things that are really hard and we can't make sense of, and not only make sense of it, but to use that to drive us forwards.
Absolutely.
And another situation that I think of was just a beautiful human from school. Just, he was the most incredible person. And I remember him most at like between 2 and 4 a.m. when we would go out clubbing and he would be there and he was just like this ray of sunshine, and he'd supported me in getting PT work when I worked in fitness. And I remember a friend ringing to say that he died by suicide. And I found myself in a suicide conference like 3 days later, and I hadn't twigged. It was when I was sat there on my own, not with any colleagues, on my own, that I went, oh my God, I didn't think about that and this and how I'm going to manage that today. And so you'd find, like, I'd go to the toilet and I'd cry my eyes out, and then I'd come back and be like, okay, right, how do I learn how to prevent this and have those conversations? And I think since that I've had open conversations with people about suicide when they're having suicidal thoughts, and being able to ask them the question, have you got a plan? How are you feeling in this moment? Because speaking to someone about that and me saying, this is a conversation I've had before, like, this is a safe space for you to have that skill set is just, it's incredible. And for me to say that I've had that chat at least twice in the last few years, everything that has come from what happened before has been incredible.
Yeah.
And the other really fundamental thing to kind of answer your question is, in that space when it was dark and it was heavy, I had to find things for my own resilience, because living in that world where it's all about abuse and neglect, and I added safeguarding adults in and safeguarding children work, I looked for things for me, and mentor after mentor after mentor would pop up in front of me. And I would train, and I was accidentally trained in hypnosis because I signed up for a weekend without knowing that was part of what I was doing, and just built up this skill set and this group of mentors. And I was someone that if someone said on paper, how I'd be like, yeah, things are really good, I haven't got that much baggage. And when I started using these techniques to unravel some of what was going on unconsciously and subconsciously, I was like, wow, the baggage, like the weight on my shoulders, that situation, the blame I put on myself with that young person having that experience, I didn't know the half of what was going on with them. No. And I'm very much a believer that we don't know what each other's path is. We don't know how long we're here having this experience for. And that's how I make my peace with it. That actually, if someone's meant to be here for 14 years or 40 years or 90 years, maybe that's the time we've got with them. And how can we celebrate that and enjoy that? And that's how I make my peace with it. We've had a suicide within the family, and his parents, like, beautiful young man called Jamie. His parents now fighting, doing so much work with Papyrus around suicide.
Wow.
And just what has come, it gives me absolute goosebumps. Just, he was such a phenomenal young man, just incredible. And for me to make sense of that, to go, we don't know what happens before and after. Maybe he's got other things he needed to do somewhere else. Whatever your belief system is around how the world works, maybe that he was so brilliant, maybe that was all the time that we were meant to have with him at that time. And I know that's not a view that necessarily everyone would share. That's how I made my peace with it, and I made sense of it. And also, I feel like that for me, that there's more than what we do understand, is just, that's a beautiful way for me to see things and make sense of it. And it rings true. And I feel like if it feels good, it's true. If we're sitting in a space where it doesn't feel good, we haven't got to the truth yet. So that's me kind of, it's interesting, because I said I was going to talk about my authentic truth.
It's very deep.
And I've kind of, this is my authentic truth. I've kind of discovered there are so many layers to me, and we can find a way for it to feel good with the right support and the right people and the right team, and being open and honest and crying when we feel like crying, and hugging everybody, because that's so good for all of us.
There's plenty of hugs out there, isn't there? You felt on the way in, I'm no doubt.
So many.
Isn't there, like, so I'm so happy that's the start of this conversation, because I feel like we're in a place now. You know, obviously we go on this journey on, as you know, on Speak Up, and you know, we started this morning. It was very much around self-awareness. The first kind of 4 guests, there was the common thread of kind of self-awareness came through. And then what led off that was really like leading into kind of perspective and true understanding of your superpower, finding your superpowers within and things like that. And now I'm like massively obsessed with coaches, as you both know. I'm just fascinated by the skill set of a coach and how you've managed, what you've articulated there is what coaches are brilliant at in generally, because you know how to do this to yourself, because you just get it, because you're trained to do it. You train really, really hard to do it. Like what you both understand and what you understand. Anyway, how you've described that. What can we learn from those experiences that you've had there, that we can, you know, maybe as young people like Sam, who you heard earlier, aspiring coaches. We need more 22-year-old coaches in the world, by the way. Yeah. We need more 21-year-old youth coaches, youth workers that can be coaches. Yeah. Everyone needs the coaching in them. What can we learn from coaching, and your perspective on being in all of those other areas that you've worked? How does that bring it all together? How does coaching work with that? Sorry, that was a really long way to ask a question.
There's a few.
And there's a little bit of drama in between. Sorry.
And then I think there's a few questions in that. I love that. I mean, I feel like coaching found me from that early supervision and people coaching me, to me then learning all of these skills and going, hang on a minute, coaching and mentoring allows me to use hypnosis, it allows me to use pure coaching, it allows me to use mindfulness, it allows me to use all of those other skills. And I think, I remember a mental health nurse in sexual exploitation, just incredible understanding. He was working in and around Greater Manchester at the time when so much was being talked about. I don't want to say uncovered, because it was known about for a lot longer before it all came forward. And he said, and I remember really clearly him saying this on a training day, that what makes the difference so often is a consistent, enduring relationship.
Yeah.
So whether it is a coach, whether it is a mentor, whether it's a friend, whether it's someone that you talk to on a bench when you're both there in the right moment, I think conversations are important. I think relationships are important. Not thinking I can't make a difference because I'm not a coach and I'm not a mentor. I think conversations, relationships, being open, being honest, sharing, seeking that.
Yeah, I think again with mental talk meetings I run, we see regular attendees. You know, so they will come on a regular basis. You know, I've got guys who say they look forward to the meetings because that consistency there for them to talk, and they know when that's going to happen. So they prepare themselves to talk about what they're going through, which is really powerful if you think about it. They know that, you know, what's going to come up in a few days. They can go, actually, I need to get that mindset to go, that's what I need to share to the group. And I find that amazing. I never really thought about it until recently of, you know, the need to, like you said, to have that regular contact for people just to be able to really be open.
I love that you said that, because I think that articulates that point really well. And holding space.
Yeah.
Holding space for people. And more than that, I think what coaching and mentoring does is it holds space for you as an individual. Because if we haven't got that built in, how often do we once a week or once a month go, okay, this is Nicola hour or Luke hour or Alex hour, and it's all about me. Yeah. And what's the biggest thing going on right now, whether that's something that feels really dark or whether that's something that feels really exciting, whether we're trying to make sense of everything that's going on in our mind at the time.
But I think
it's really beautiful.
I think what happened to your walk and talk for men, It's like you have your 2 walking meetings a month, with Sunday, but if those guys just take a step back and go, actually, I want to walk a bit regularly, they go out
every day in there, moment.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
It's every day this week.
We've had a few pop in. We've had a few pop in throughout the day actually.
They'll be up tonight.
That's what I mean. They go out on their own accord. They go together and walk, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
Because they think that actually those 2 meetings aren't enough. They'll go out on their own. I just think, again, I think.
But is that not the natural expansion of an enduring relationship that it turns into community? So that relationship, so that's how Shifty started. It started, a few of us around a curry table. In fact, one of those, I remember very well with Danny Bridge.
I do remember that.
So
she got free coaching that night.
She got a lot of coaching. And we had this kind of, that's the beauty of diversity, and that's why these conversations are special on Speak Up, because having those different voices in the room, those different perspectives, those different frame of references, different toolboxes and skill sets enables a safe space.
Yeah.
And what you're describing there is community.
Yeah. But also what Nicola's describing is the importance of not giving up on people.
Yeah.
Right, that enduring relationship.
Yes.
So if someone's going through a tough time, one of the big challenges I've always found in the past is when someone's going through a bad time, they're not in a good place, and spending time with someone who's not in a good place is not easy.
No, it's not.
Because as you learned from the work that you did, it can start your environment. I heard you say this earlier, Alex, in an interview with one of your guests, that the environment is so important to dictate your performance.
Yeah.
So if you spend time with people who are in a bad place, you have to be the right kind of person. You have to bring the right kind of energy to allow you to do it, and to give them some support so that they can be who they want to be. They don't have to mask it and pretend
There's a
everything's
lot
okay.
in that, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a big commitment.
Yeah, but
It's a huge commitment.
It's a massive commitment.
Huge commitment.
But also, again, I've had guys who want to, do a branch of Fermented Talk on their own, and I've had to say to a couple of them, no, you are not ready unless you're in that right mindset. Say if you're struggling right now and you wanted to talk to that person, they might not be ready in their own mindset of the journey they're going through to be able to give that kind of advice.
Yeah.
But it's about consistency as well. So it's knowing that a person struggling, they may not be ready to talk about what they're going through next week. But if they know when all these meetings are, they'll go, actually, I won't go this week. I don't feel 100% for it. But because I know it's going to be next week, I'll go then. And that's when I might feel ready to talk. Yeah. But very quickly, to say about you mentioned about acceptance as well earlier. Acceptance of death sometimes, it's I think it depends on how you lose your loved one. So for me, I lost both my mum and sister. Mum was 54, my sister was 44, both of cancer. It took me a long while to accept they went. And when they eventually got that acceptance, I know that I will never be truly happy. How happy I am, I'm content. That's the word we talked about earlier. I'm content. I'm in 2 jobs I really love. I've got a lovely wife and 3 amazing children. I'm content, but I know I will never be truly happy because my mum and sister aren't here. I feel like they were taken too early. But I am still happy and content of 90% of my life, 97% of my life, So that's always going to be that 3%. But I've got that acceptance now, they're never going to come back. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think something that I feel like I really want to share in this moment is the things that I found the hardest when I've been in my kind of darkest spaces with different things that have happened in my life. When I've sat there and gone, that's not okay, that's when I haven't had anywhere to go. When I was dealing with something at work and I could not find that space of acceptance, when I couldn't move forwards with it, I didn't have anywhere to go. And that was really, really hard. And that's where I would say for me, finding ways to explore things more deeply, to have that time and space to acknowledge all of the things that we're feeling, because it's everything that we're feeling in that moment. It's about recognizing that and acknowledging that, and as you're saying, meeting people where they are in that moment, whether it's the walk where they're saying nothing or whether it's the walk a year later when they open up.
Absolutely.
And so I think what I've learned from that is how to find a way to make our peace with it, whether that is, as you say, you make peace at that point, and what that looks like a day after something happens is different to 2 months after, is different to 5 months after, and sometimes that dark space can drive really incredible things that come from it, and what we develop and what we need, because I think often we develop things we need for ourselves,
the career that I'm in now was the thing that I didn't know I needed at the
Yeah.
point when I couldn't
I'm-
feel the
I'm
baggage
same.
on my
Yeah,
on
I'm
my,
exactly
on my
same.
own shoulders.
But again, it's not just about death, though, is it? It's about any kind of like a relationship breakdown. It could be losing your job unexpected, things you care about that you lose. A pet. You know, we talked about earlier about losing our dogs.
Boobs.
It's what I mean. It's just things like that. It's just
trauma,
dealing
isn't
with
it? It's
Trauma.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Dealing with trauma, yeah.
And we all have aspects of trauma at different points in our life.
Absolutely do, yeah.
And finding ways as a community, as individuals, to deal with that and work through that and hold space for each other as we do that is important. And I think just to finish answering your question, Alex, is it's come across a bit today around some of the issues with systems and support and timescales. I am lucky enough to be part of this huge network of people who offer things outside of those known networks. So maybe seeking some of the support outside those known
But
systems.
that's the role I have
can be
in
amazing.
the NHS now. So my role is, as soon as we get a referral from a GP, from the police, I will look for those people outside the NHS, outside all those structures. So it could be South, could be for mental health, it could be a Domino's Club, a library, just for people to go to those places to improve their mental health. And I think that's vital.
Social prescribing.
Yeah, social prescribing, yeah.
Yeah, it's that bigger, wider network, knowing that if someone's listening to this and they are waiting for help and support, what else is out there?
Absolutely.
You know, walking, talking, is it that friendship?
Or if
Is
you
it
know
reaching
someone in your
out?
network that's waiting for help.
Yeah,
What can you
and
find them?
reaching
What
out
can you
to
find
them.
for them?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What message would you'll be back next year, because you always are. What message would you leave Nicola a year from now?
Oh, good question, Alex.
I'm getting better at waking up now.
You're waking up now.
It's all that running around with the butt.
The thing that comes up for me, and something I'm doing this year more and more, is like trusting that intuition. It's like, I'm really proud of you. Like having that sense of love for ourselves.
I've
because
done
I know
that all last year.
if I'm here this time next year, like, wow, some really cool stuff has happened.
I'm in a better mindset than I've ever been before because of that reason. The last year, I've said that to myself.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, we're proud of you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stuff.
and right back at you. It's such a privilege to be here and have these conversations because it's so important, and knowing that there is hope and there is light even in those darkest moments, and sit with someone who sees the light. I think that's one, as a coach and a mentor, one of my roles is when I sit with someone and you tell me what your dreams are, I can see you achieving all of them and more when you literally can't, you know what that vision is, you can't see it.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a really important role for people doing that, and not just coaches and mentors,
Right.
for all of us. And I
Community.
know all of you
Community.
literally in this room do that.
Yeah.
So holding that vision for others is just, it's magic.
I love that. Be with people who see the light.
Yeah.
Be with people who see the light. That's so important
so
because it
beautiful.
lifts the way, it lifts your spirits, it lifts your positivity, it just makes you feel more
We talk
connected.
about that a lot, don't we?
Yeah.
When we
do
get
talk,
together,
yeah.
we
Yeah.
We had that
That's a
earlier,
great way
didn't
to
we?
that summarise it so well.
Yeah.
Be with people who see the light.
Yeah.
What a great way to
And if
put
it doesn't feel good, it's not true. You haven't found your truth. Look for a way to understand the world where you see the light.
Yeah.
If you're not fully seeing that yet, if you're not feeling all of the happiness that you could feel, look for how you can find it, because there are people out there.
I'm curious.
And everyone listening, like, their light is in there, and there are people around you that see it.
I hope
And
you
we
hear
see
that.
it.
Sally put a lovely comment on there saying, I love how you explain and share your journey, Nicola. Your work is so important.
Absolutely.
Aw,
We have to
Yeah.
agree with
thank
that.
you,
Yeah, lovely. Yeah,
It's a
really
beautiful
nice.
thing to say. Dale,
Thanks, Sally. Yeah.
this is why I joined the mastermind in the past, to be around like-minded people. Dale
Love it.
Bennett.
amazing.
Yeah, me
He
too.
loves the mastermind. Dale.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
loves it.
Yeah, me
Well,
too.
bless you.
Yeah,
thank you
very
so
much.
much.
It's
Sorry
amazing.
for the drama, but no one panicked. We just
Mental
we just got
fitness.
it happen, didn't
I
we?
knew you'd fix it.
Yeah. And sleep deprived fixing. Like, amazing.
I told you all those years
Amazing.
of tech support. Right, we got to get a selfie with
selfie.
Nicola before you go,
Sign.
and you got to sign our T-shirt because
Amazing.
everyone's signing the T-shirt. All the guests from this year are signing that,
Absolutely.
and then we're going to frame it. So we have a wall of fame for the rest of Speak Up's history. which will
Right,
be
yeah,
amazing.
Rachel, we'll be literally about 90 seconds.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Rachel. We had all sorts of technical drama and blah. You understand. You understand. We'll be with you in 2 or 3 minutes, and please stay tuned because I'm really I think I feel privileged that Rachel would come and talk to us about what she's going to come talk to us about. Whilst you wait for us, will be 2 to 3 minutes max. What do? We comment, we tag someone who needs to hear these conversations, we share this across our networks. Now, someone that can help me actually, on LinkedIn, it only streams for 4 hours from the start of the stream. So I have to put the YouTube link on there. If someone would do me a favour, go to Shifties on YouTube, pick up that link and drop it on your LinkedIn profile. That will help me massively because we won't be live again on LinkedIn until 4 o'clock. Bless you all.
And donate if you haven't yet
and
already.
donate,
I absolutely will
of course,
be.
yeah.
To make a difference.
Please do donate.
Thank you.
Right, see you in a moment. Thank you.
Very well, by the way.
Hello, everyone.
Oh no.
We're back. Can you do a quick focus on us? Just be careful of that wire. Oh, look at that. Jam tarts are in the house. Now, I feel like I've got to explain the but before we get Rachel on for a conversation.
Sorry.
Because there's two things to say about this but.
They cannot lie.
It just saved the day.
They cannot lie.
No, absolutely. So,
Thanks.
interestingly,
Thank you.
so there's two things. I stole this butt from Beals. So when we ram raided Beals, when it shut down, I didn't need anything from it. So everyone was like buying, taking the stuff that they needed, retail stuff for the shops or whatever. When the Beals shut down before they were going to empty us, they said, well, don't throw it away. We'll take it. Someone will have it. So I felt like I needed to take something as a gesture, as a trophy, if you will, for the win, and it was this butt.
Nice.
And when all of your audio equipment seems to fail in a moment, and you need something that's a reasonable height with a flat surface, the butt appeared, which is just, I don't know, feels like a great thing. So I hope the butt doesn't distract us from what's going to be an amazing conversation. I want to bring my great friend, I will say. First, that's the only way I can really describe Rachel nowadays. She's just a wonderful human being and a great friend, and I want you all to meet her. So, coming on now. Hey.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Hello. How are you all? I'm all right. Thank you. How are you all?
Very good. Very good. Now, I'm just hoping that there's not going to pick up any interference on audio to that. I hope not. If it does,
I can hear. Can I hear? I can hear a little bit of feedback. Yeah.
A little bit. Can one of the team next door give me a shout if it's okay for everyone else? That'd be great. Or I think it sounds okay this side.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Well, we can keep talking and seeing what it sounds like.
Yeah, someone will tell us, I'm sure. So, for those who don't know who Rachel Howes is, which, I mean, I don't know who wouldn't know who Rachel Howes is.
Try these earphones, you there?
No worries. I'm with you. So
love a bit of technology, don't we?
Yes, here she's back. So, for those who don't know who Rachel is, who is Rachel?
Who is Rachel? I liked what Carl said when he said first and foremostly I'm a dad. I thought that was really nice.
I remember that stuck with me all day.
Who is Rachel? I guess probably I'm not going to talk a huge amount about my business, but what I guess where I met you was I find the synergy between businesses, charities, and social enterprises to help to build strategic and meaningful partnerships for the greater good. Basically, I think it's important for business to engage in their communities, as we've talked about loads. So I'm a bit of a matchmaker when I run networking events, training, and deliver consultancy, basically helping businesses and charities build relationships a little bit more meaningfully than just asking for money or sending a letter in the post saying, can I have cash? Or businesses jumping to charities saying, can I come tomorrow and do a volunteer day with 30 staff, please?
and what's interesting is, so I would say I'm not a fan of networking, and I actually said this at an event. I said this at an event recently, and Rachel was in the room, and I said I'm not a fan of networking in the traditional sense of networking. And I saw Rachel just raise her eyebrows, look at me. I was like, unless there's purpose, networking with purpose is what Rachel does, and it's a phenomenal. I just love going just to meet. I mean, I've met Romsey Mill, Sports Connections Foundation. Who else have I met through there?
After Umbridge, Estonia.
Yes, yeah. What about the Umbridge?
After Umbridge, yeah, Tracy Wilkinson.
Yeah, after Umbridge, yeah. Met all these and just beyond that, just the network that's kind of surrounded that has been wonderful. So, yeah, it's great to have you here. Now,
thank you.
You immediately were like, oh, Alex, I've got someone else who would really like to have a conversation, which is your go-to on everything, because you want to enable other people all the time. And I do want to get Lee on here. We will find a way to have a conversation at some point, no doubt. But I know we talk a lot personally about the life of a social entrepreneur. Are you happy to share some of your recent experiences? Like, are you obviously we had a bit back and forth. But are you sure? Are you happy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're kind of still going through it at the moment, but that doesn't mean that I can't or don't want to share it. I think it was interesting. So I thought I could come on and talk about how I think businesses engaging in their communities is good for their well-being, because I think it's important for their employees to give back. I think it keeps perspective. I don't think businesses should be all about driving profit, but they should also look at purpose and how they can engage in the communities that serve them. So I could talk about that. But then I also felt I was being slightly inauthentic when I'm actually going through a difficult situation personally. And I thought, actually, I just want to be a bit more real and just share my own experience of caring through a loved one through a mental health breakdown. So that's why I'm here, really. So I'm really happy to share and talk about it.
So I don't want to. I don't really want to ask a question. I want you to have a safe space.
Yeah.
To tell us what you feel is appropriate in this moment that you feel safe to do so, and if it's okay with you, we can then reflect on that together and hopefully learn from something that together. Is that okay?
Yeah,
with
I
you?
think that sounds great. Yeah. I was having a think about what I would share, and I think Luke talked about. Sorry, the sound's gone. I can't hear anything. There we go.
I muted my end so you don't get any feedback.
Oh, okay. I can't
There's a
hear
bit of
myself.
echo, but I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, can't hear myself. So basically, when Luke was sharing about losing his mum, I also lost my father suddenly at the age of 55 through a heart attack. Quite a close-knit family unit. I was still living at home and my brother and sister weren't. And that was really, really sudden, as you can imagine, wasn't expected. And so we were there sort of having going through the trauma of losing my dad. And then my mum ended up a couple of months later having a mental health breakdown. She ended up in Fulbourn for about hospital for about 8 weeks. And I think perhaps if she hadn't have gone in there, I think our siblings may have had some kind of breakdown ourselves. My sister was the eldest. She was caring for all of us and holding the family together. And I think through that experience, I have little memory of the loss of my father and the whole thing, because I think the trauma, you lose your dad and then suddenly your mum's not your mum anymore. She was like an 8-year-old. She couldn't dress. She couldn't do anything. I would come away from being out at work and she'd be in bed. And eventually she was asked if she would like to admit herself, and she did. And that was a really healing time for her. And I think the support that she got there was brilliant. But I stayed at home looking after my mum for about another 6 years. We've got a really close relationship. She is my role model and my inspiration in many things. She's an incredible woman. And she's rebuilt her life, actually. But fast forward on kind of 22 years, and my husband phones me from work and he says, I think I need you to come and pick me up. Am I having a mental health breakdown? And I said, I don't know. And this was only 2 months ago. And he was in his work van and he just said, I just don't think I can drive. And I got a taxi there. I was with a client. I got a taxi there. I can drive the van. So I turned up and I just looked at him and he was just vacant in his eyes. That's all I could, it was like, where's my Ed gone, you know? And then from there, we accessed the mental health crisis team. They did a phone assessment. This was following going to the GP, who I must say, Woodland Surgery. People talk about the NHS. The support we have had has been absolutely incredible. And the mental health crisis team did an assessment on the phone. They were concerned about his suicidal ideation and basically what he was saying. And I think he was just in such emotional turmoil. The pain that he was in meant he just wanted it all to go away, which is exactly what happens, isn't it, with people when it just builds and builds. I think they then were a bit more concerned and sent somebody to assess us in person. And by that point, he was starting to turn a little bit more of a corner. So, yeah, supporting a loved one through a mental health crisis.
Rachel, thank you so much for sharing that. It's amazing that you have, and I'd like to know from your perspective, because I know it's still raw as well. I know it's still raw, so please at any point just be like, Alex, shut up, don't want to talk about it anymore. That's fine. You've got so much going on as well. There are multifaceted impacts on you personally. I want to talk about you, Rachel. The impact on you as a lot of business owners would watch this. A lot of people that run their own businesses, or freelance, or run their own charities are watching this back. What's that impact been like, and how have you coped with that challenge?
Yeah, I think often we look at the individual who is going through the crisis and we try to put all the support in place for them. And understandably, I think part of the support package, I was a good protective factor for my husband, that I was able to be at home. Thankfully, I worked for myself. I could work whilst my husband was sleeping or resting. And I really thank God for that, because had I been out at work, I probably would have had to have taken time off. So working for myself meant I can do my business around caring for him. I think the first couple of weeks in, walking him down to the doctor's surgery, which was like 20 minutes away, and he couldn't open his eyes, and he was just, I don't want to open my eyes. I'd walk him down to the surgery, little things like trying to getting him out every day just to go for a walk. And I think all of that, me kind of holding it together, and because of my experience with my mum, and then I was able to call my mum and talk to her about what I was struggling with, like, he's not responding like I know him to. I'm not feeling my husband's here. I've lost my husband, effectively, his personality, things and I'm like, I just need to be here to love him, really, through this process. And my mum, because she'd been there, she was able to say, yeah, this is kind of what happens. And so thankfully, not that I would ever want my mum to have gone through what she went through, but how that experience helped me to be able to understand what was going on. But yeah, I think probably about a month in, I was starting to get to the point where I was like, I don't know if I can hold this together anymore. And we went away for a few days in Wales next to the sea, and it's almost like I met an angel. This woman was in the coffee shop called Kathy, and we start having a conversation, and she has faith like me and my husband, and she started talking about her own experiences of her husband going through a mental health breakdown. And I'm like, of all the chances, sitting having a coffee on a Sunday morning in Wales next to the sea and having a coffee, and I'd left my husband at home just to rest. And she said to me, the most important thing you need to do, Rachel, is to protect your marriage. And I realised at that point that I probably wasn't drawing on the support structures around me as much as I should have done, because you're just an autopilot, right? So we forget to care about the people who are caring for somebody, because if I don't look after me, I can't support him in the best way. And I think at that point, I was running my business. I was concentrating mostly on my clients that needed work from me. But I just ended up thinking, my priority is my husband. Yes, my business is important to me. Yes, I love it. But actually, I need to invest in caring for him as much as I can. So I just reprioritized. As you would know, I was going to do a podcast called the With Purpose podcast, highlighting those business and charity partnerships. I cancelled 15 people and said, guys, I'm really sorry. I just need to prioritize my family and my husband right now. And all my clients have been absolutely understanding and amazing. I have had to put my business on hold, but you know what? I'll do that again. And we've been fine. He has actually going back to work this week. He was working for somebody, decided through this experience to go back working self-employed for himself. He's a builder, very skilled builder, and he trained with his father when he was young. And he's going to go back and do that. So we're going to have a bit more time together, which is really exciting. But I want to say thanks to the Federation of Small Businesses, because that isn't a shout out to them necessarily to plug this up. But Jeremy said, we've got a mental health nurse care team that you can call. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, so I have been. And so I've got my own mental health nurse I talk to. And I've just had to reprioritize and think about the pace, because I just don't have the bandwidth, really.
Yeah, can I also just say that, Rachel, that is a couple of things, is that your mum and your husband have shown so much bravery. Your mum to admit that she needed more professional help at that time. It sounds like she's just heartbroken from losing her husband. But also, with your husband, the bravery to come to his wife and say, look, I'm having a mental health breakdown, I really need help, shows the bravery in him to actually admit to a loved one that he's going through that, which in some cases is really hard, but also shows the strength of your marriage. Because it actually shows from a husband point of view, telling his wife that he really needs help shows how strong of a relationship you two have. For him to then go, right, you need to come and get me. I just think that's so powerful, and it doesn't happen to a lot of couples.
Yeah, my husband's I think through this process he's been quite open. Thank you for that. We've only been married 2 years, actually. We've known each other for 4. But I waited for him all my life. I wasn't prepared to compromise to find the right person. And I believe, we were, God put us together in this time and season. And so I'm really thankful for that. What I always loved about him was his honesty. I think his breakdown was triggered by work-related stress. But I do feel, and my husband knows everything I'm going to talk about today anyway. I said, is there anything... He goes, Rachel, say whatever you want to say. I'm totally happy with it. And I think his past experiences probably do feed into this. So we are looking at private therapy. He's on medication. He's got guys around him that have been in a church community and they've reached out, spent time with him. Some people taking him golfing. He's got a good network. So we've tried to put a structure around me and him because the pressure it would have had on our relationship, because he was already seeing the effect it was having on me. I was heartbroken seeing him in such pain. He was struggling, and I knew that we both needed to find out outlets to talk, but also to support one another. So thank you for that. And this last couple of days, if I'm honest, he had triggers where it sent him back again. So over this last couple of months, there's been progress, and then something would happen and it would trigger. And so we are still in a journey, and we are taking lots of noise can bother him, or just how much of his capacity he's got at the minute. But oh gosh, he's just been so humorous this weekend. I'm like, oh, that's my Eddie coming back. You know, like he teases me so much and I love it. I just thought, oh, this is so nice. So yeah, thank you for that.
That's right. And also, just very quickly as well, my sister's favourite place was Wells on Sea. And it was actually, and it was the last place she went to before she passed away. And like I said about losing my mum, my two siblings had left home as well. So we've got a lot in common.
Wow. Yeah. Little did we know. Yeah. And I think actually, if we look back 22 years ago when it happened with my mum, I didn't talk about it. Oh, I shut everything. My sister and my mum wanted to talk about the death of my father. You're absolutely right, Luke. She'd known my dad since she was 13. She'd never learnt to build her own independence. She hid a lot behind my father, not me intentionally so. It was just very natural back then. She looked after us. That was her role. She didn't need to work. And so when my dad went, it's like, I can't do anything. That anxiety of losing her loved one that she'd known from 13, but also I don't know how to do life without him, was such a traumatic experience for her. And I can't remember my point of what I was saying. Don't know. What was I saying?
It's okay. It's okay. I can rescue. I
Lost
can
the thought of that.
rescue you with some love.
Yeah, there was a point there, but I can't remember what the point was.
No, it's fine. So you've got a couple of things I just want to highlight in the comments, because I think it's nice in these moments when you share to know that it's received in such a warming way. And you clearly feel that here. Yeah. But I think Jackie's point really resonates. And also, you've got to say a massive special hello to Courtney. You think if there's someone that you've introduced us to, like, we love Courtney. We can't wait to have Courtney on later. And we have massive love for her. But Sully's point here, I know you touched on it, but he is lucky, man.
Very much.
Very lucky to have you. And that's a great point. Like, to let you, to allow you to be open to you having this conversation means a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, just I don't know if you want to come in on that at all.
Well, I'm just in awe of Rachel and her husband, really, because it's such a difficult situation that you're navigating right now. To be not only navigating it and supporting each other and reaching out to your community, because that's what really helps and supports you, but to share it with us all today is incredible. So thank you for doing it, because what you probably don't realise is that you'll be sharing it and there'll be someone listening today, and that really helps them.
Yeah,
because it's in the sharing of it. It helps us, but it also helps people around us who might be going through similar things or seeing similar, just behaviours, actions in someone close to them. And knowing that other people are going through it and getting through it can be really, really helpful. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was another, actually, I think that's quite important, because I was with a client once and we had an online meeting. And we didn't do the meeting at all. She started talking to me about very much what I was going through with my husband, obviously now, but not at the time. We were, weren't married then, but she was sharing about her going through this mental health stuff with her husband. So we didn't do a consultancy session at all. I just let her talk. And, empathy can be so, you can empathize somebody, but you can't really relate until you've actually been through it. So when it happened to me, the first person I wanted to call was her and say, can we meet? Can I talk through what I'm experiencing, how I'm feeling, my anger, my frustration, my disappointment, my sadness, my pain, all of this? can I talk? And she's like, yeah. So I sat down with her for coffee. We met about 3 weeks ago, and I was like, how did you, and it was so brilliant. But if she hadn't have shared with me and been honest, I wouldn't have been able to be in a position to go, can you help me through this? And I think it is so important, Justin, to share. And it's not very easy for a lot of people, but I think through experiences both my husband and I have been through in our lives, we quite don't mind being kind of quite open about, you know, because I think that's the kind of people we are. So yeah,
that's amazing.
No, thank you.
Can I ask? You touched on. I think it's. I want to just to re-emphasize a point around the business stuff, because your success in what you do. As you know, I'm a big fan. I'm gutted about the podcast, but I can't wait for it to come back. And and it'll be so worth the wait, because the impact will have grown since there from all those relationships. You said it, and I want to re-emphasize the point. It's totally okay if you've got shit going on as a business owner or a freelancer or whatever your situation, to say, no, stop. Totally, I just want to stop it all. I need some space. It can wait. And it absolutely can wait. And the opportunities cycle on repeat. They're like waves. The best thing, Lord Billamoria, founder of Cobra, said to me, as a name drop, said opportunities, he sees the market, opportunities are it's like waves. The waves just keep on coming, and they will just continuously come. And sometimes you hit that wave in such a way, we all feel like this, when you just hit that wave, you're like, whoa, I'm just surfing, man. Everything's just hitting home. That's sold out, that's going on, and we've all hit those waves, but you can hit that wave multiple times, and it's always going to keep coming round. So take comfort, anyone who's listening to this. Rachel is an example of this. I can't wait. I'll wait 6 months, I'll wait 6 years for that text. I will. And I know when it comes that I'll be there waiting to support and be there to support Networking with Purpose, and you personally, until when you need me. You take as long as you need.
Thank you. And I think if you're building your community of people around you that know you as a business connection, but also a friend and somebody who really values and aligns with what you do, people aren't going anywhere. And I think I had to go, and actually the response I had from everybody when I said I'm really sorry was just so warming, that I felt really encouraged. And I think I'd built that community around me of like-minded people. We said, didn't we, building like-minded people around you. But actually, sounds really weird, but I'm always a little bit of a fan of challenging situations, because I think they build your character and they shape you as people. And I think we were never promised life was ever going to be easy. And these experiences help you to see the world differently or understand the world differently. And I think this experience was a bit of a, not only for my husband having a bit of a reset, but myself as well. And it actually, having this period of time, we don't create it enough in our time when we're running a business to stop, reflect, reset, and say, where am I? And these 2 months have been a really good process for me to really refocus on my priorities. I talked about pace. The pace I was probably going at was probably a bit too fast. I want to live one day at a time. I want to plan for the future, but I want to be fully present. And I think we need to not worry so much about tomorrow and live for today. But there's a lot about pace, priorities, what is important, what do I say no to say yes to something else that's more important, and that's okay. And I want to live out my purpose of what I think I was here to do and what I think I'm good at. And if we get so caught up in the rat race of comparison, driving our business, what we think success is, it can be quite exhausting. And I think this season has got me to go, actually, I'm going to reset a bit. And I'm quite excited. And I think that the space has given me an opportunity to think much more creatively with what I want to do going forward than perhaps I'd given myself credit for before. So I always see something positive out of challenging situations, because I think, well, you might as well.
I love that. Beautiful. You got just beautiful self-awareness, which takes us right back to where we started the whole day. When we had Mike Farrington in here, and we've had Ed. I mean, we just had. I know.
I think he's listening.
Of course he is. I mean, it's just wonderful, and I just wanted you to be. I know. It could have been. It would have been very easy for you not to do this today,
And it would have been easy for me to say, "Don't worry about it, Rachel. I'll go and let's let someone else go in that slot." There are people. I've put one on screen. People needed to hear that, Rachel.
Yeah, massively.
And like massive
So
respect
important.
and so much love. And I'm going to come and find you and give you a hug in the next month or so, one way or the other.
Brilliant. And if there's anyone out there who is struggling, I do absolutely believe in the right support, mental health services, medication, therapy. But if there is anyone out there that is supporting a lot or goes through this process or whatever, I'm absolutely happy to chat, support whatever way I can, because many people have done that for me. And I also think finding just a little network around you. You don't need loads of people, just a couple of people who you could be your go-to. I want to also give a shout out to Antonia Brickell. She has and did
She's a
message me
legend. Antonia's a ledge.
every other day, checking in. How you doing? Do you need anything? Don't need to reply. Checking in. How you doing? I'm thinking of you. Do you need anything? Constantly. I cannot fault her love and care that she's given me over this time is phenomenal, and that's meant a huge amount to me.
She's lovely. She's such a ledge. I can't wait. As you know, I've been working with her. She even sent me some. I think I told her, but I had a bad back, and she sent me some ginger in the post.
She's
That's what she does.
She's a beautiful
She does.
human
There
being.
was no reason. She didn't say that she was doing it. This ginger's been sat in our office for ages. Like, who the hell sent ginger to us? And I caught up with Antonia, and she was like, "Did you get the ginger?" I was like, "Such a legend, such a lovely person."
She's got a beautiful heart, that woman. And you talked earlier about surrounding yourself around people that are like-minded, that share your values. And I just think when you're in the business world, you can be quite lonely on your own. I work for myself. I have my little community, little people I call on to do things, but creating your community around you of people that you can call on and just it can be crap day to day, but hey, tomorrow's a new day is so important, particularly around mental wellness as well.
Bless you so much, Rachel. Thank you for joining us this year. I asked a good question to Nicola last time. I kind of want to carry it on.
Go on.
If you were going to ask you, and actually this is totally relevant because Rachel did this to me recently. So I got a postcard in the hub because I went to an event and she told me to write a postcard to. It was about what I'm going to do to support Rachel, and my message to myself was support Rachel relentlessly, whatever she needs. That was my message on my postcard to Rachel. For the networking with purpose thing. Right. So I'm going to ask Rachel what we asked Nicola. If you were going to tell yourself something a year from today, what would you say?
Sounds really cheesy, but you have to be in the moment and live one day at a time. I think you don't know what tomorrow brings, do you? And we're so driven to all these big, you have to look at what's important and what matters here and now. And I think you just have to, live in the moment, be in the moment.
So maybe that message is thank you for living in the moment.
Yeah.
Well done, Rachel. Love you.
Thank you, guys. Love you guys too. Thank you for everything you're doing. And we'll catch up again soon. Yeah, take care.
Sending you best wishes, you and your husband. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Read the comments afterwards. You'll love it.
Okay, I will. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Rachel. See you. Bye.
Bye.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it?
Very
nice.
Really,
good.
Really
authentic.
How many people have been vulnerable today and really opened up?
It's set the tone. Like, it's just literally been set. The tone has been set. Now, we've got you, Justin, now.
Oh, is it me at 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh well, that's all right.
Anthony's in at 3:30.
Okay, perfect. Oh, cool.
So my thinking is, if I can just reset this clock, reset this stuff. I think it was just, I don't know, it needed a rest.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Maybe.
So I've got to do one cable switch. It'll either work or it won't work, and if not, then we'll stick with that.
Yep.
So I'm going to be 3 minutes, guys. Really appreciate it. I see this is where everyone starts to get home with kids and stuff like that, settle down. Like, you're going to get addicted now because we've got bang, bang, bang right up until 11 o'clock.
Gary said and he didn't do any work, has he?
No, everyone does. That's what happens. So yeah, we're back in a couple of minutes. Big thank you to Rachel again for that. That was a wonderful share. Like, really vulnerable, really brave to do that. Back in a couple of minutes. All right.
See you in a bit.
Testing 1 2 1 2. There's a delay. 1 2 1 2 delay. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. No crackling. Is there a crackling? No crackling. Okay, good. Sorry, anyone is hearing this. We're just doing a quick mic test. Okay, I'm going to go to mic 2 and do test. Mic test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Any crackling? Okay, right, we are rocking. Okay, back in the room, I hope. To just check that you can hear us okay. Low volume, studio guest was loud. Yeah. There's a reset of the stream at 8 o'clock. I can deal with those issues when that time comes. For the moment, I'm hoping this is okay. Brilliant.
Thumbs up from
That's
Jackie.
what I
Thanks,
need.
Jackie.
That's fine.
Lisa, thank you.
We've got Justin now, and we've got Anthony Moore, which I'm looking forward to in a moment.
I've got a cup of tea coming as well.
And we've got a cup of teas coming and stuff.
Lynette, thank you. Lovely. Great. And audio's good.
You. Bless you. Bless you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And then we'll be resetting the stream, which will be a chance for me to reset everything, and hopefully we get audio back to normal. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll have one after. Thank you, Lynette. Thank you.
So, Justin, my man.
Good afternoon.
So, what a journey you've been on with Walk and Talk for Men.
Yeah, last 2 years has been amazing. Actually, it's pretty much. I was thinking about this before coming in today. It was 2 years this month after Liveathon that I was actually putting it together. I don't know if I even talked about it in that Liveathon. I said I had this idea, and I know I told my story 2 years ago, about my own mental health situation, and then launched it. So the group will be 2 years old in March.
Wow!
Yeah, it's amazing, and just the way that it's organically grown. And the community we have around it is incredible. I know that community is really important to you, Alex, and to you, Luke. And what I love most about it, being completely selfish, is that I'm probably doing less in it now than people like Steve Whitney,
Yeah.
John Eaton,
Yeah.
Mike Hodge,
Peter.
Bill Mitchell. They're driving it on like, I was going to say weekly, daily basis. You're in the WhatsApp.
But that's
the WhatsApp
where-
group's constantly.
I mean,
you know,
but that's
ticking
where
away. It's great.
that's what makes a good community.
Mm.
That's what makes a good community. If it's not a community, if it relies on you, it's an audience and not a community.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
And it's been amazing to watch it grow.
Oh,
It's quite funny because I joined originally because Justin and I just always support each other, whatever we do for years.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, Alex, I'm doing a thing. Yeah, no worries, I'll be there. And vice versa. We've always just done that, and it's and that's why we're great friends. But then I haven't left, and I thought, well, I'll go along. It'll be interesting. Why not? But what I've learned from the individuals and the relationships I've built with everyone, both directly in those moments when I've been walking around, getting to know people like Bill and just some wonderful people. I don't want to list names because there's so many people that I've met through
I was
it.
going to say there's so many amazing people. Yeah.
But it's just like the little moments. It's the little moments. There's a wonderful picture that I've got and I won't forget. It's Sam Kumar.
Oh yeah.
Because he was stalking me, trying to get work experience. Mr. Pitch, trying to get work experience, and he knew I'd be at Walk and Talk for Men.
Legend.
Yeah, so he came to Walk and Talk for Men, and then I went for a stroll with him, and there's a lovely picture with me and him chatting at the front, and then the whole crew of the Walk and Talk Men behind it.
Yeah.
And it kind of sums it up.
Yeah.
You're creating a platform for those sort of moments to happen, and a safe space. What Rachel was talking about, creating safe spaces and things like that.
Yeah, so important, isn't it? It's so important. I mean, it's interesting because I look back at starting it and was just hopeful that we'd create a monthly walk that men could come to and get some support, start to build some friendships, which of course has happened. But from there, it's just, I think, something again that Nicola said earlier about that consistent, enduring support.
I know. That worked. That really got it, didn't it?
It did, really nailed it, because that's what, and I know, Luke, you've done exactly the same. You're kind of role models for us as well, because it is about that regularity, just that ongoing, consistent support, whether it's through the walks, whether it's through the WhatsApp groups. Yeah. We have people who will support each other outside of just the walks.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They're messaging each other, they're checking in. If somebody puts a note into the group and they need a bit of help, they'll get a series of private messages from people just saying, look, anytime you need to meet up, have a conversation, have a walk. It's become such an incredible group. I'm so proud of.
And I'll tell you what, you should be as well. And I'll tell you why as well. You mentioned about them people getting together like a one-on-one, having a chat. When we get older, sometimes we all go, we go our separate ways from our friendship groups.
Yeah, we do.
So you look for new friends.
Yeah.
And from having a, the walk and talk for men like you do there, friendships are formed with a common goal, and that's to improve mental health, and that's a massively powerful connection, and that's what you've done the last 2 years. It's absolutely incredible. Like I said on the WhatsApp group, you go, meet up Saturday,
So that's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the simplicity of it.
Yeah.
But that's the simplicity of endurance. That's the simplicity of community. That's the simplicity of so much of what we need at a human level.
Yeah.
All that growth, all of our growth as individuals comes from the most simplistic things. It's quite boring actually in terms of there's no real there's not a huge amount of complexity around it for most of us. It's that consistency, it's endurance, it's relationships, it's just being there.
The other thing that I think it gives people who join us is the sense that they're also contributing, and that sense of contribution is so important. I think it's not until you get a bit older that you realise that actually doing something that is more meaningful than just making a living or just working or just building a business or whatever it is. And I'm not saying that's not meaningful, but when you kind of switch gears and start to think, actually, how could I make a difference to myself?
Legacy mode.
Yeah, I think it probably is.
Mode.
Without thinking that far ahead, but thinking actually in the moment, could we do something that's worthwhile and meaningful and helps out in the local community? Yeah. And that was my initial intention, and it really does seem that we're doing that. But the sense of reward that you get from doing it as well, being part of it, is not something that I realised would be so, powerful.
But my favourite moment so far, bus trip.
Loved it. I was going to mention that.
Paul Baker.
Yeah.
Paul Baker is an absolute superstar.
Yeah, mate.
I took that video of you guys turning up. It's absolutely
Honestly,
brilliant.
bus trip, wasn't it great?
Yeah, one of our walkers,
nice little moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, Paul Baker had access to an original Route Master double-decker bus from London, and we put on an evening last July time.
It was summer. Wasn't it? Over at Broome, wasn't it?
So we picked everyone, did a number of pickups in St Neots. Alex and I got on at Little Paxton, and then we drove out to Broome in Bedfordshire, just the other side of Biggleswade, had a walk for about an hour, and then stopped at the pub. Had a few drinks. It was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, man.
Had a few drinks and some sandwiches and stuff, and then just come. And you know what? People talk about every time we have a walk. People talk about that.
It was just a great night. It's just a moment. It's a moment.
Yeah.
But I also want to emphasise to both you and Steve that you've actually changed my life as well. And the reason why I say that is I met Steve on the first Walk and Talk for Men.
Yes, I remember you coming. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
So me and Steve paired up and got chatting. And obviously,
well, I mean, that was a dangerous combo, wasn't it? Wow, amazing.
So. And also you as well, if you think about it, because one of the challenges was the NAM challenge.
Yeah.
So Justin and I paired up.
Well, from our challenge, from the Shifty challenge.
From the NAM challenge.
So
wow.
It was actually.
You told me about what your plans were, and then when I mentioned about becoming a CIC, you said I would like to come on board for Men to Talk. So then when I met Steve a few weeks later, then he come back on our board. So you know, and for me, when I know we should have more of our meetings for Men to Talk, but the validation that both you and Steve especially give to me makes my job so much easier and makes me, you know, proud of what we both are achieving.
Yeah. Thanks, Luke.
That's the man. I didn't realise that good loop existed.
You should always remember where the seeds were planted. Shouldn't you? You should always remember where the seeds are planted. And there was a seed planted with Alex between us.
So we talked about that last night because I found out about Shifties through going to a business buzz meeting in Biggleswade. Lee Smith magician.
Was it really?
Yeah, old Smith.
And Ryan.
Oh, he's brilliantly.
Yeah, man. Wow. He's such a geez, isn't he? He's got himself wedding venue nowadays, hasn't he?
I've seen that.
Yeah, he's living out the way.
Yeah.
Amazing, man. Well, look, I'm proud of you, man. As a friend, I'm really proud of you. But the community should be like extremely just like. I feel lucky as a community member. I feel lucky that I know you say you didn't do this, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot to do what you did originally, and then for Steve and Bill and everyone who's contributed. I don't want to say it's difficult to name names because there's so many people that have contributed.
There are so many.
But everyone is amazing, and it's an asset, I can't understate it. It's an asset to the community of St Neots. Nothing short.
I agree. And coming from somebody who only hosts a meeting in St Neots, and because I live in Potton, meeting guys like you two. Steve Grinnell earlier on, we're seeing community champions of St Neots right now are doing so much work out there, and this is why it's important to put events on like this to keep highlighting that for the people of St Neots. So again, just amazing.
Yeah. And just a shout out to a couple of people who have set up Walk and Talk for Women.
Yeah, I know, right? That's popping, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible.
It's amazing.
That's popping off. Yeah, Steve was here yesterday. Tell me all about that.
Oh, just amazing. Kate and Dawny and Yvonne, three ladies who are kind of leading the group that is, the female.
We'll have to get them on next year.
Absolutely. Do you know? I don't know if you know, but they've held 2 walks.
Yeah.
Second walk was yesterday. Yeah. They had 30 women.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
30.
And they sort out their social media at the moment as well. Because they have they? Because they're
channel. So they're putting. I think they've got a Walk and Talk for Women Facebook page that they're building at the moment.
They're building at the moment. So if you are listening, if you do need help, just give me a shout.
Oh, thanks, Luke. Thank you.
Stuart's just in time. Look, I'm back. Walk and Talk for Men. Also
Hey,
inspired other
Stuart.
groups to form. There you go. Hey, Justin.
Love Stuart.
Yeah, man.
Brilliant.
Yeah, no, well done, bro.
Yeah,
thank you. And we've got Whitney back on later anyway.
Yes,
I'm not sure what time he's on.
Partner in crime.
I'll get ready to get whipped then.
and we've got our walk-in. We've got. Do you want to just put a mention in for the walk-in challenge we've got on this week, which I silly said yes to?
Yeah. So Land's End to John O'Groats, virtually 2 teams of 10.
Yeah.
We're all doing it. So we're walking 41 miles. I think
837 miles total, isn't it?
Yeah, and the combined.
I don't do public maths, so I won't divide that.
No, I won't either. It's 41 miles each during the week, so everyone's trying to do 6 miles a day, I think, and then on Sunday, within our next official walk, the idea is that we'll finish the walk, having finished the John O'Groats to Land's End challenge.
Have you seen the CPSL Mine Challenge for September?
It launched earlier. Yeah, 23rd of September.
50 kilometre walk.
Okay.
One day.
It's about 37 miles.
In a day, okay.
23rd of September, CPSL Mines.
Okay. We'll have a look.
Planting the seeds. We're planting the
we'll have a look
seeds.
at it.
We're planting the seeds, man.
We need to talk to Steve and John about that then, because they're our walk challenge coordinators. They do a great job of it. Yeah. Thank you for having me on, guys. Thank
No,
you.
great. Well, I'm going to go and grab our next guest.
Yeah.
So we're going to put a slider, unless you guys want to just carry on chilling out for a minute. Maybe have a little reflection moment while I go and get our next guest.
Yeah,
do it. Yeah.
All right,
do
cool.
It.
Do you want me to take them? Are you finished?
Oh,
with them?
thanks. I'm finished with mine. Thank you, Alex.
You guys glugging the tea.
I know. I've drunk so much tea.
We've been well looked after, haven't we?
This last 4 hours, I've just drunk about 8 teas.
So, look, how is it? You're past the halfway point, right?
Oh, yeah, a long way. 15 and a half hours.
Yeah.
I feel surprisingly good. I've got a headache, but that's because of lack of sleep.
Yeah.
But apart from that, body feels great. I'm generally meaning it. I'm loving every single minute of it.
Good.
It's been absolutely incredible day so far. So everyone, keep please try and donate to CPSL Mine if you can. There's a link on the bottom of your social media pages. Keep sharing, liking, tag one of your friends in to watch. We're here till midnight, so keep sharing, please.
Have you seen the total? So is that a live running total?
Yeah. So if I might have to refresh. I might wait Alex to get in there, but
yeah. So we're at they're at £8,793. Is that
that's
right?
from the last 3 years combined. So that's not just this one.
Okay.
So I think we've raised about just £1,000. I think so far.
Okay.
A bit more, which is great.
So some more donations would be very, very gratefully received, right?
Yeah. Oh, Ian Payne, it'd be great to see you, mate. Pop in, please.
Yeah.
But again, like to emphasise, all this money we're trying to raise for £5,000 to CPSL Mine will then go signposted into Sydney in general, trying to get support the mental health, the mental health groups in the area, not just men's but all sexes. Try and get some more people, to speak about their mental health, which is really, really important.
So specifically for Sydney, it's
I think that, we've seen the statistics in Sydney of people taking their own lives, and we really need to get that out there. That there's people who will listen to you before going to that dark place.
Yeah. And fair play. I know Steve and Gary from Andy's Man Club were at the Sydney station last week, weren't they?
Yeah.
Raising
Absolutely
awareness
incredible.
for mental health and the support mechanisms and the different resources that are available to support men's mental health.
And it's Man Cave. Jackie Fitzpatrick, Alex's question to you, Luke and Justin. What would you tell yourself in a year's time? Go ahead, Justin. What would you tell yourself in a year's time?
Good call, Jackie. Thank you. So, for me, I think it's just... I know people say, more of the same. It really is about more of the same. This year, I'd like to just continue the work that we do in Walk and Talk for Men, just continue to be, supporting the local community and growing. So, just stay the course. Thank you for staying the course. That's what I'd say. How about you, Luke? What would you
for
say?
me, the sequel to the Mental Health Moles book will be out.
Yeah.
Generally, so what I want to try and do really is get that more into the schools. I've always thought about trying to get more involved with the children and get them to talk about their mental health. Definitely emphasising what Sam was saying earlier on today. I'd like to try and get more people to run for men to talk groups on their own.
Yeah.
In different towns. I like the idea of just spreading it now, but allowing other people to take it on. Which is almost a little bit scary at the same point, because this is my baby. It's been my baby for 3 years, so it's almost literally the rain's gone off. But I will make sure definitely that the people that run groups on their own, not qualified, but got that right mentality, the right kind of mental health to take that responsibility on. So really looking forward to it.
Expansion. Yeah. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah.
Nice. I see Dale's on there. Pinnock's loved it, innit? He's had it on an all day in his office. Incredible. Mate, it is soul food. It has been soul food. I don't know if you've caught any of this today.
I've been watching it all morning.
Really?
Yeah,
You enjoyed it?
Yes. I've been pretending to work, but...
That's what happens. So many people it's addictive, isn't it? It is addictive. There's some wonderful people.
Had a few tears.
It's been a lot of that. It's been a lot of that.
Really inspired as well.
Well, welcome to the studio, my man.
Thank
you reached out when I put, usually what happens every year, I put the post out, we're doing a thing, and then a few people reach out, and Anthony reached out and said, I'd like to talk about the relationship with the journey you've been on with running and the relationship for your mental health.
Yeah.
And the beautiful synergy of just been talking about walking and talking for men. Well, firstly, can you introduce yourself for those who don't know who you are?
Yeah, Anthony. My name is Anthony Moore. Been living in St Neots for about 7 years, and I'd like to think that I'm quite integral in the running community locally. So I guess the big feature is that I was one of the core team with Mr. Ferguson setting up Pocket Park Run. So I was there at the beginning.
That's how I know you through Fergie.
So one of the first people to kind of get Park Run on the map here. I've since gone on to set up Junior Park Run with my wife as well. We do juniors on a Sunday. So I like to think we've been responsible for literally getting thousands of people out running over the last couple of years. And then I become a run leader myself with a local group, and then beginning of 2020, just as a perfect timing, just as a pandemic hit, I set up a new running group of my own over this side of town. So I used to run Love's Farm runners over in Love's Farm, and then set up in just by one leisure. We run from there each week, Ouse Valley running, and we're a run together group. So English Athletics sponsor us, and we do training with them, and it's just about getting people out running, really. So that's me.
So you're a fan of running. You're a slight fan.
So do you know what? I live. If I'm not doing it, I'm talking about it. I'm reading about it, or I'm watching it. I have some other things I do. I do a bit of Lego. I understand you do a bit of Lego as well. It's an adult thing now. So
yes.
So I do other things, but my life is pretty much about running when I'm not at work, and I do get it into work a little bit as well, because I'm the chief exec of a charity for sight impaired people called Campsight, and I'm also a guide runner. So I guide people, blind people who run as well. So running's a bit of a feature, but it's not always been, and I guess that's the thing, really. So
that's interesting to understand where you got it, because I didn't realise all the other hats you wore. I knew obviously through the relationship with Fergie, he speaks so highly of you. I mean, he saw you on the bill, and he was like, this is a great guy.
That's good.
Have you always run?
No, so I haven't. So I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And then I had a brief period in my life where I wore a uniform, and I had to do a bit of running. Not get into that, but I had to do a bit of running then. And then I didn't. I just dropped it, and I didn't pick it up till about 6 years ago. So
is there a particular reason why?
Why I picked it up?
Yeah.
So about 6 years ago, I was 6 stone heavier, so like good bit heavier than I am now. I was an insulin dependent diabetic, so I used to shoot up, as we say, like 7 times a day, every meal, every drink, and I just was unhealthy. And I guess that's why I kind of tie it in with the mental health side, because actually I'm probably here more to talk about the physical health side, and I think they go hand in hand.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and I wasn't in a great place, and so my dad at 62 died of a heart attack, and he was obese, died of a heart attack. And my granddad, he died at 60, same thing. Went to bed, both of them died over a period of time. So I had this thing in my head that was it. I got probably 60, 61, 62, and I'd peacefully accepted that. And I think that started to seep into my life. So I didn't care what I ate. I didn't do any exercise. Diabetes came on.
Justification.
Can we just rewind just 2 seconds, right? So you were 61?
No, I'm
not.
No, not quite. No,
so because you were about to say
something
very.
It slept for a while.
15 hours.
What I was about to say is no way you 61.
No, so I'm nearly 51.
Yeah, exactly.
Nearly 51, but my dad was 62. My granddad was 60, and I just hit that point where I accepted that 61 was probably my lot.
Yes.
So I kind of worked towards that, much to the sadness and annoyance of my children. I've got 2 grown-up daughters now, and my wife, and I talk about it, and they get quite upset that I accept that. And I don't really know what it was, but something clicked, and it was about Christmas, so about 6 years ago, and I thought, I can't do this. This can't be it, can it? This has got to do something. And this is going to sound really odd, so I'm a big fan of Bear Grylls, big fan of I studied adventure at university, which is where I met my wife, and over a period of time we got out of doing anything and just got fat, and got unhealthy. And I got hit this point, I thought, I've got to do something. And then New Year's Day, it was about 6 years ago after Christmas, feeling even heavier, as you do, probably near 7 stone heavier, And I was on the internet, saw something about Bear Grylls, I thought, have a look at that. So I booked something. I said to my wife, Jen, you've met Jen, haven't you, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely.
I booked a weekend away, going away. So what are we going to do? Where are we going? I said, I booked a Bear Grylls survival race. And she was like, what the fuck? So along with this race, we got free training over at a place called Fortitude Fitness over near Camborne.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the obstacle race training centre. We got free training there, and to get ready for this race. As I went along, we did this 2 hours on a Saturday morning. It took nearly 3 weeks to recover. Not a word of a lie. It just broke us. But we went back, and then we went back, and then the race came, and we really enjoyed it because we like being outdoors, and really enjoyed the race, and thought we'll do some more. So before I know it, we're doing this obstacle racing, and Fortitude Fitness are sponsoring us, and we got a team together, and I suddenly realised that like about a year in, they were getting longer and longer. These races are getting longer and longer. I'm signing up for more and more, and I suddenly discovered I had to do some running. It wasn't just about climbing through hoops or over a net. I'm going to have to do some running.
Yeah.
So I started to run, and I thought I enjoy the running more than my wife, Jen, and so I kind of got it. I just got into it a bit more, and then my granddad-in-law, my wife's granddad, passed away, and Alzheimer's related illness, and I wanted to do something. So I thought, I know. Half marathon, I can handle it. It's like, yeah. So I signed up Alzheimer's research, half marathon, and then I thought, I can barely run 5k, like from A to B. I've got to do something, and I contacted. I'm not mentioning names because I contacted a local running club who told me I didn't run fast enough for them to come back next year when they had a beginner's course. So I was like, it kind of put me off a bit. And my wife said, why don't you put a post? So we've been here about 7 years, so this is about 6 years ago. Didn't know anybody, literally didn't know a soul, didn't really go out, didn't see people locally. My wife said, why don't that St. Neots page run by that bloke who pisses everybody off?
I wonder who that is.
Yeah. So I put a post on this page saying, I really need to get out, really want to find somebody to run with. And I got 3 messages. One of them was from Ferguson saying, fancy getting involved with parkrun. I'm trying to set it up. I thought, I'll go and beat him on a snowy Sunday afternoon. It's like going to a dogging car park, meeting him in one relationship. Honestly,
He's a sort of character, isn't he?
He'd turn up on a snowy Sunday afternoon, and he stood there. So he was one of them. Another one was a young lady called Claire Price, who was one of the leaders at Love's Farm Runners, and another chap called Tom, who just messaged me and said, really struggling with my own mental health. I want somebody to run with. So I took all 3 offers. So I went and met Stephen, and the rest is history. 4 years on, pocket parkrun, amazing, and then junior parkrun. I went along and ran with Love's Farm Runners, which at the time were all women. They're all women, and I'm the only bloke. And I felt intimidated. It's like an odd thing to say. I was quite intimidated, but I got involved with them, and then eventually they were like, we'll pay for you to become a run leader, and you do a qualification and you can take other people out. And then I started running with Tom, and it just grew and grew. And I started doing catch 5k sessions with Love's Farm, and we did loads, and it went really well. I'm a massive advocate of catch 5k.
Yeah, it's handy,
For those that don't know catch 5k, it's a 9-week program. It takes you from nothing to running 5k or 30 minutes over 9 weeks. Starts off
free. It's a free app as well.
You do it with the app and stuff. So I did that over there, and it just took over my life, and like I say, just started to live and breathe it. And the changes for me personally are, the physical health. To say the weight I've lost, my favoured distance now is ultra. So I can go out and run 6 or 7 hours. Just a bit like your talkathon, really. And,
you do.
You said you're running it.
Yeah, physical version of
How many miles is that? Is that a double marathon?
So it is. It's so an ultra officially is anything over. Some people say it's anything over 26.2, but anything further than a marathon. So generally, people say 30 miles is kind of like start, and it goes up and up. I've got a couple of challenges this year. One of them's 70. Wow. And it's a thing called the Wall, and you run from Carlisle to Newcastle along Hadrian's Wall. And I've tried it twice, and I've failed twice, and I've suffered after it each time, physically and mentally, just failing. So this year I've got a kind of third shot, and it's like this year's going to be the year.
It's going to be.
You've got 26 hours, so you've got 26 hours to complete it, and you just keep going until you do.
Man,
I have to admit, I did the London Marathon 8-9 years ago, and I walked another 2 miles afterwards. So technically, I've done an ultra marathon.
Well, yes, you could argue,
Dude, that's incredible, man.
It is
fair
amazing.
play, man. Fair play. What I mean, what a story! Like we've talked. There's been a lot, as you know, if you've been listening throughout the day. There's been various different kind of threads. I'm always trying to find the threads and the stuff, and it all comes back down to endurance. And that word endurance, the benefit to you personally, the knock-on effect to the community is by a byproduct almost in this scenario. Obviously, I know there's probably a lot of complexities around developing the community and things like that around that, but actually the endurance for you to go, okay, I'm going to stick at this thing, and then to get hooked on it, you're never going to stop running, are you?
I'd like to think not, as I say. So when I think about that, I gave myself this life expectancy of 60 based on family history, and now I look at people in their 70s and 80s that are still running, and I'm like, I want that to be me. I want to keep going. Injury can stop you. I was out myself, and before I started Ouse Valley running, end of 2019, I had a back injury. Fell off a windsurfer it was in Spain. I had a bit of a back injury. I didn't walk for a couple of months. Like literally, my sciatic nerve was trapped like in my spine, and I had to have it removed and stuff. And so I was out for a bit, and I'm still building on that. But I kind of realised as you get a bit older, because I say I'm 51 this year, things don't heal the same. So whereas I might have thought, okay, just crack on with it, now I'm a bit more mindful of those kind of niggles and stuff.
I'm 51 this year. I'm 51 this year.
If you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your relationship with food before because I have a yo-yo diet with food. I can go skinny, I can go a bit big. I'm a lot bigger than I used to be. A lot bigger than this. And I don't know if it runs in the family as well, because my mum and dad felt the same, and even my grandparents before that. You're saying you lost your dad from it as well, from obesity. Do you think there's a role in parenthood, goes down into genes, do you think, with food, or is it just a relationship with eating the wrong kind of food?
See, and this is an interesting thing, because my diabetes is clearly genetic. My dad had it, my sister's got it, my brother's got it. But it was late onset, as they used to call it. And I would say food related. So and historically, like work-wise, so I started off life, I was a chef, and then I was in hotel management, and I worked in that. My dad did as well. We worked in that area. I ate lots of the wrong stuff, and I'm going to be honest, I still do. But I know now if I eat, donuts or whatever
Thank you, Bob.
That's if I eat them, I'm going to go out running. So it kind of counteracts. It's like the running is now my insulin. So I can. So
you off the insulin?
Yeah, I've not took insulin now for close to 5 years.
Absolutely
so
incredible.
I still take some medication, but it's not insulin, and I'm not like, it doesn't control my life now. So I'm on a few things for diabetes that you just have to be on, because my pancreas doesn't work. It's simple, really.
Well, congratulations.
It's absolutely amazing.
And do you know what? It's easy for me to say it, and I'll say it, and people will be like, "Well, anyone can do it." I think for me, I've read into a lot of research about diabetes and physical health as well, and you can beat it. You can beat it. You can control it. And I think that's the thing. You can control it without insulin. Because insulin's life-changing in itself. Your driving licence, your car insurance, the fact that you've got 7 times a day, you've got to calculate what you're eating. So yeah, I think the food thing, the food question, it's related. But it's related to everything in your life, how your family eat. I always find it interesting. My kid only eats fish fingers. Stop feeding them fish fingers then. It's like, my kid will only eat X, Y and Z. Well, don't buy X, Y and Z, because they'll get hungry and eat whatever. So I do try and think about what I eat, but I do know that if I want to eat bad, if I want to have a kebab, I'll have a kebab, because I'm still going to go out and counterbalance that.
You've got that awareness.
So and I think it is like, that's about me, that's about what I want, and I try and get that. And like the park run is a great example. I'm some things I'm really proud of in my life. It's Pocket is one of them.
Well, I've only been down, so I came down, so I don't run at all, but I did come down to walk, so I took one of the
walking talks.
We've done the tail walking with
I led one of them walks around there, because I think I'm like seventh person in the queue, because I'm usually last to respond to anything on WhatsApp. But then I was like, no one's put their hand up, so I put my hand up, and I come along, and I've got a feel for the community. Even when we're walking around, it's it's just a lovely vibe. Like people just like I'm walking around and they're like. I don't know why it happened. I don't know. It's just a different, not normal. Right?
Yeah,
it's a lovely. It's a lovely thing. It's a lovely thing.
I did London Marathon a few years ago, and I got a bug for running, and unfortunately I got a knee injury from that marathon, and I really missed it afterwards. At the point I got told that I could never play football or run again, and it really mentally got me down massively because at that time I'd just finished playing football anyway. I didn't really want to play anymore anyway, but it was the fact that it's been taken away from me. The fact that I could never do that again, I miss, and it's gutted because just like 2 short months after getting a real massive buzz from the London Marathon, get told I'm never going to have that kind of buzz again. It's awful. And again, from a physical point of view, I'm like, well, what do I do next?
Yeah.
I'm devastated.
I think that's where I was when I did my back a few years ago because by that time it was my life. You know, it was running was my life already, and the idea of having an injury that stopped me doing that spurred me on to want to do it more, if I'm honest. And,
it's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way.
As I say, they're coming out of that setup like Ouse Valley, which is say run together groups and a national thing, and now it's all about getting other people out, you know. And I think we've got like registered about 110 members registered every week. We do runs on a Monday and a Wednesday night. We get about over the course of the week anything between sort of 30 and 50 people out like running, and they're not, you know. I always say they'll tell me off for this when they if there's some of them watching.
Yeah, I see them. Yeah,
I always say, you know, they are. I say they're not runners. They're not runners when they leave the front door, but they are runners once they join the group. You know, and people say, oh, but I'm, you know, they'll come along do the Catch 5K and so I'm not a runner. Well, you are because you put your trainers on, and literally that's the hardest thing.
Who's to define you? Who's to define you?
Like you said, that's the qualification, isn't it? You left the door.
Yeah.
With those trainers on, you're running.
And that's the start. That's the hardest part to do. You know, physically and mentally, the barrier of getting out that door and putting your trainers on. And I think, as I say, that's where for me the physical and the mental come into one because it's everything for me. They both. If, like you just said, if you didn't have the physical, your mental it just goes. Isn't it? It's just like so.
It's really affected me massively.
So what can we do? What can we do? You know, what can we do to inspire more people to get involved in that? Because that is an asset to the town, much like the Walk and Talk for Men crew and for Men to Talk crew. What can we do as a community to support?
So I think it's about awareness, really, and I'm trying that. So I've got a Facebook page called the St. Neots Running Community.
Brilliant. Can someone find that and stick it in the comments, please?
Yeah. So just and I'm the only admin on it at the minute. I took it over from somebody else a few years ago. It's got about 500 people on it.
Yeah, great.
We've got a massive running community in St. Neots already.
Yeah,
it's huge. We've got, you know, Riverside Runners, got us, got Love's Farm Runners, got Nice Try, we've got KG Running Buddies. There's a group for everybody. Yeah. So I would say just either find the group that's right for you or find, if you've never run before or you're coming back from injury or you've had kids and that's quite a common one. A lot of the ladies that run with us have had kids and are coming back to it. Get on a Catch 5K. You know, I know Love's Farm's got one on at the moment. We've got one starting mid-Feb. Brilliant way to get out, but it's not just about the running bit. It's about community, and it's about, you know, a lot of what we are run together as a social running platform. It's about people getting out and running together, and it's not about running marathons as such. No. It's not about running your fastest 5K at pocket. No. It's just about a platform to get out, get a little bit healthier, get a little bit more physical, meet people. Yeah. And we got a private members page Ouse Valley have as well, and once you're running with us we get you on there, and the relationships that have been made, it was really interesting setting up post-pandemic, and actually we were the only running group in the first year that carried on. So I used Strava, which is a running app. As soon as you could go out one-to-one, we were out running again, and ridiculously I used to go out in Pocket Park. I would run 20 or 30k, and every 5k somebody new would join me. So bending the rules a little bit, but I was still just one to one, you know. So I would run 30k, but 6 other people would get out in that morning and run with me as well, run their 5k with me. And we kept that going and built it through that time. So it's just the connection's really important. And I was chatting to a couple of the ladies, Nicola, who was in before when I was outside, and I was saying to them, it's not necessarily just about the running. It's about getting outside. It's about that connection with the outdoors, walk and talk, running. I mean, as I say,
it's a wonderful healer, isn't it?
It is. It's just about getting out and doing something. For me, it's running. It's not just running. I kayak and I paddleboard and I cycle. I do lots of other stuff as well, but.
Kindred spirit over here.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we'll have to connect. And again, huge growing community in St Neots paddleboarding.
What's a group of paddlers? They've got to be called paddlers, surely.
Yeah, they are paddlers.
Are they paddlers?
You see,
no way.
One of our best performing posts. I'm not on Facebook these days. I've deleted the app a long time ago. I use it for like days like this. I've used it in my laptop, but I don't have it on my phone. So anyway, one of the best posts I ever did was when I was sat in a pub. I saw him going down on his paddleboard at the bridge, and I took a picture. I went, Tony Robbins
that's right.
spotted in St Neots on a paddleboard.
I did see that.
Spotted on the river, St Neots.
Love your paddleboard, man.
I do love it. Yeah.
Mate, I love this. I'm conscious that the stream is going to drop in about 4 minutes. I don't want it to cut off. I see some lovely comments in here. We're going to be moving to another stream in 4 or 5 minutes. Now, we asked the last. I'm keeping with this trend now. So we've put the comments in there. Check out the comments, by the way. I've been trying to keep an eye out, do it afterwards. But there's some lovely support in there for what you've done. You sharing that, man. That's amazing. I'm just glad we've connected, if nothing else. And we'll do. And you need to connect with Dan Dodson. He's setting up a sports alliance.
Yeah, so I saw something about this. We've not been invited. That other running club got invited.
Everyone's been invited. I think
it's
hard to understand what everyone's doing, right? So we didn't know each other until you reached out on.
That's right, and I want to use that St Neots running community page as a platform. For everybody. That's not about my club.
No.
That's about everybody.
Well, the Sports Alliance is about chucking decent resources, funding and support towards any form of sport in the town. That's not a council thing. That's not anything else other than sports should start talking to each other.
Yeah.
We asked the last two guests, asked you, what do you want to be telling yourself a year from now? So what would you tell yourself now, a year from now?
That's a big question. So I think that I'd like to be. So I really want to grow the community. I want to look back in a year's time, sit here, and
I'll set you a challenge.
Come back and talk about how the community's grown, how Pocket's grown, how Juniors has grown, how all the clubs have been able to support more people, on their journey. Whether that's to become a proper athlete and doing, and again we've got proper. We're all athletes, but we've got a lady Jo who was on the GB marathon team, and Guy, a friend of mine, Scotty, he runs OCR internationally and stuff. So I'd like to inspire more people to get out, and I want to be able to tell myself I did that, in a year's time.
So in a year, so I'll set you a challenge then. You love a challenge, clearly.
I do like a challenge.
I guessed. A year from now, come back, bring someone from the adults and someone from the juniors with you.
That.
Absolutely, we can do that.
And how you decide to embark that challenge with your community, what that incentive needs to look like, whatever it is, how that works out, I'll leave it up to you. But you've got an open invitation to come back next year.
Brilliant.
And let's have that challenge. And at some point, I need to do a Couch to 5K or something because I've got to do a lot of walking apparently next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll take the challenge, and I'll get you out running as well if you want.
I'll do it. I'll come out.
I tell you what. So I know he's back on later. So one of my inspirations is Ferguson, as you know, but he's he won't mind me saying, everybody knows he's a big lad, but he's a 6-star marathon holder. So he's done the 6 biggest marathons in the world.
I did not know that.
And he inspired me. He's not running at the moment, so you set me a challenge. I'll set you a challenge. If I can get him out, get him back out.
Well, me and him could do it together. We need some
romance
time anyway.
Absolutely.
We've fallen out a lot. We're going to rekindle and run a run.
We're going to lose our feed, aren't we?
Yeah. So we're going to switch over to. So thank you, Anthony.
No, thank you for the
links in there. The links in there. I'm just happy we connected. You guys got paddleboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So guys, look, we're going to move to the final stream now. When I get there, so we have a little bit of a delay while we test audio equipment and try to sort things out. When we get there, you know the deal. You got to get this out there. Last share. So we'll be on LinkedIn. We're going to be on YouTube. We're going to be on Facebook. We're going to be on Instagram. We'll be everywhere, and we've got to hit this last marathon together, the Liveathon. 5 seconds to go. Thank you very much.
Please donate.
Thank
Please
you.
donate. Please
Donate.
donate.
Do some stuff. Bye. Thank you, mate. That's brilliant.
No, thank
now,
you.
you've got to sign your shirt. So
Oh yeah, you wanna?
Oh, yeah.